Hello and welcome everybody to the grand finals of the Summer of Legends 2022 tournament. My name is John, also known as Zero Skater 12, and I'm proud to bring you this event today, sponsored by Restoration Games. So before we begin, I just want to shout out Restoration for being such an amazing company and sponsoring this event and just being so cool and supportive of this community. It's really something special. So thank you, Restoration. Thank you to Vorpal Board, who are very supportive of what we do here with the tournaments, letting us use their platform for streaming, which works out excellently. So if you're unfamiliar or you want to learn more, go to vorpalboard.com and check it out. And thank you to everybody watching, because this stream would be nothing without all of you. And of course, thanks to the players for participating, and the TOs for helping me organize the event. It's a lot of work behind the scenes, so that is much appreciated. Gary, Joshua, Noah, I appreciate all you guys. And of course, thanks to my fellow commentators here. So we have here Mr. Baked Goods. Taylor, how are you doing this morning?
Hi, John. I guess I'm doing well. I would rather be playing in this finals, but I'm just happy to be here and commentate again.
All right, well, I'm glad to have you here, Taylor. And then we have Mr. Hat Chowder. Mr. What Happened? How you doing, Connor?
I'm doing good, John. How are you?
I am doing excellent. Always ready for Unmatched, right? And
Of course.
then we have PoindexterG. Jeremy, how are you this morning?
Oh, I am doing great. I am really looking forward to seeing a lot of new different fighters show up in this Arsenal format.
Excellent. Me too. It's going to be very interesting. So to talk a little bit about the tournament structure and what led these players here, we have Darkblade113 versus Unmatchad as the grand finalists. And we started off with 16 pools of 6 in this tournament. And everybody would face off against each other person in their pool. And the top 2 point earners would make it out into the single elimination bracket, which had 32 people at the start. So it went from 32 down to 16, down to 8, and then yesterday we saw the top 4 playoff, and now here we are left with the final 2. So one of these 2 players will go home with the official Summer of Legends 2022 trophy. So it's very exciting stuff, and I'm sure we are in for a great match. Now we have been using the new Arsenal format, which is a fun new format where both players will hidden pick a roster of fighters. Then they'll reveal them at the same time, and any duplicate fighters are banned out. And then you will repeat the process until you essentially have a roster of, in this case, 5 fighters. Normally it was a best of 3 match up until this point, and they would draft 4 fighters and assign 3 of them to play out of the 4. But in this case, they have to draft 5 fighters, and they have to assign all 5. So every fighter you pick, even if you're trying to ban it, you're going to be stuck playing it if your opponent doesn't also choose that same fighter. So it's going to be very interesting to see the rosters. But Taylor, I want to ask you, I guess you played against Darkblade yesterday. Do you have any idea what kind of fighters we might expect to see on his roster?
I think part of that depends on how deep the draft goes and how many fighters they're able to ban out. Because I know personally Darkblade has a lot of experience with the Buffy set. And so if potentially it comes down to that set, I know Darkblade could whip out like a Willow or a Buffy and maybe make something happen. But if it doesn't get that far, I probably expect Darkblade to pick Muldoon at some point, just because that was something he had picked in every round of the bracket except in our match. So I think that is the one fighter I think will be on Darkblade's roster, but other than that, I really have no clue.
I think I would agree with the Muldoon. I think that's a good prediction. And fun fact is that Chad has never played the Buffy set. So if it does happen to go that deep into the roster, I think Darkblade would have quite the advantage there. Now, Connor, if you were Chad in this scenario, what do you think your strategy would be going into a pick 5, play 5 type of Arsenal format?
Well, I mean, with it being pick 5, play 5, you have to expect that with so many rising strong characters, Elektra, Daredevil, T-Rex, you have to expect that the majority of these really strong fighters are going to get banned out. So if I'm Chad, I'm probably looking for a lot of solid middle tier fighters, like maybe Robin Hood, Invisible Man, anybody that can be relatively safe, but I wouldn't be going in hoping for any of the really strong characters, but I would still be trying to burn through those in the early phases just to hopefully maybe slip through somebody like Uniga.
Right. Yep. It's going to be interesting to see what approach they take. Jeremy, if you're in Darkblade's shoes, do you think there's any kind of added pressure that he has, seeing as he is going up against Chad, who is a now third-time finalist?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him because, to get up to where he is, I mean, he's had to take out a lot of other good fighters here, or good opponents here, including, baked goods here with us. So he's got that. Plus, yeah, having been in there so many times at this point, he's just starting to what you see in sports and gaming and everywhere. When is he finally going to like break through that and do it? Now, I think that he is a really exceptional player on there, with some of the things that we've seen him do on his streams. Also, just the commentation that we've heard him do on his own streams where he's streamed other people's games. We've been able to see just how deeply he actually understands this game. And some particular stuff that we saw, especially in like that Little Red and Achilles matchup yesterday. Yeah, he's really a great player, and I think there's a lot of people really, expecting to see good things of him today.
Yep, I would agree. I think these players are both the highest caliber players out there. I mean, just the best of the best, and anything can happen at this level. Anybody can beat anybody. So I think Darkblade is ready. I mean, this is the farthest he's made it before. But on the flip side, Chad, I mean, this is his third time in the finals, yet he has not won yet. So I think Chad's ready to take it all the way this time. He's not going to let anything stand in his way.
Texas guy.
Yep, Texas.
Right there. Yeah, Texas guy. Can't wear this with my headset.
Got to represent your Texas there. Excellent. Well, the players have already begun their draft, I believe, and so we do have some information on the fighters that are going to be on each side. So let's take a look at that. We have Chad with Sun Wukong, Daredevil, Beowulf, Ghost Rider, and Alice. And then Darkblade has T-Rex, Luke Cage, Achilles, InGen, and Raptors. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this may be the first time we see Raptors at this level of play. So quite exciting there.
Yeah.
Wow. So with Chad, he does have Daredevil and Wukong. I've seen him play a lot of those fighters in particular. And he kind of goes under the radar, but honestly, I think Chad is the best Daredevil player in the world. I've played a lot against his Daredevil just in practice privately, and he's really just got that fighter down. So I'm not surprised to see Daredevil on Chad's side. And with Darkblade, Taylor, I mean, you called it out. He does have the InGen. And we've also seen him play a good amount of Luke Cage, I believe, throughout the event. So I think that's another comfort pick as well. And we saw him do well with T-Rex in your match yesterday. So I think both of these players have quite a strong lineup. Connor, I mean, what do you think about that Raptors pick there from Darkblade?
Oh, well, the Raptors are kind of always a wild card. If they get the optimal card draw, they can just go berserk. They can just completely humiliate any fighter on the whole roster. But if they get anything less than perfect, then in most cases they can, towards the late game, just kind of get picked off. And once one Raptor's gone, and their ability's pretty weak, and once both Raptors are gone and there's only one left, then it's just a very exceptionally weak baby Bruce Lee.
Weak baby Bruce Lee.
I
like that. All right, and Taylor, what do you think about the Ghost Rider pick from Chad? I mean, what fighter do you think he's trying to line up there? There's T-Rex, Luke, Achilles, InGen, and Raptors. It looks like Ghost Rider might struggle.
I think so too. I was looking at both players' play histories just briefly before the stream started, and Ghost Rider was someone that I identified Chad might wanting to play just because I know he's been dabbling with a lot of Marvel fighters, so I think that might have been a comfort pick for him, but I'm not entirely sure that he'll find success with him due to Darkblade's lineup.
Yeah, I would agree. But an interesting thing to note in this format in particular is it is a best of 5. So the first person to win 3 games wins the match. So that's an added layer of strategy because the way the advantages are going to go. And when I say advantage, that means both map and starting position choice. And then we do have a neutral game, which is one player gets the map, the other player gets the starting position, so it's a split advantage. But it's going to go leader advantage, follower advantage, then neutral, then leader, then follower. So in a way, the follower has a little bit of a disadvantage because their second advantage game is the very last game, game 5, and you may not even make it to that point. So with you having 2 advantage games and 2 disadvantage games with a neutral in the middle, there's an extra layer of strategy of when do you assign your fighters. So if you're not confident in one of your fighters, you probably want to assign them later in, the match count, because it might not even come to that. So, but then on the flip side, if you expect your opponent to do that, you could maybe put your stronger fighters later, or maybe try to line up specific counter picks later in the matches. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they go about that. But before we get into the full assignments and all that information, let's go ahead and show a quick video on how to play Unmatched for anybody who might be checking out the stream and you're wondering, well, what is this game all about? I've never seen this before, but the production looks fantastic. Thank you to 645 Development for that, as always. But let's go ahead and just show you what this game is all about. Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals. Alright, so there you have it. That's Unmatched for you in a nutshell. It's a great game. If you are a fan of card games or skirmish tactical board games, I think you would love it. It's just dripping with theme. I mean, this game is incredible. The way they take a character from, Marvel or Jurassic Park even, or anything from literary or historical figures, and they just adapt that character into the game with their individual decks. It's just so thematic and so much fun, especially the way the combat resolves with the hidden information. It's just a blast. So I would highly recommend getting into it if you haven't already. It's super easy to pick up and play, easy to learn, hard to master is what I like to say, and that's what is so special about this game. So as you can see at the bottom of the screen here, Darkblade is going to be the leader, being on the left, and Unmatchad will be the follower. And those are the fighters there, so you get a nice visual of the wonderful card back art on there. And I think, Jeremy, with Darkblade having the T-Rex, we got to expect T-Rex to go on advantage, I would think. So if you were Chad, what fighter do you think you might want to put on disadvantage, expecting the T-Rex on the other side?
The T-Rex. Well, the T-Rex is a very difficult one to deal with there. Yeah, we've got some interesting ones in there. I've seen Beowulf do all right against that. I'm not certain how Wukong does. I think we just saw a T-Rex Alice matchup not too long ago.
Yep. That
so
is
those
right.
would be some interesting. Those would be some interesting ones there. Part of it is we've got, these are some of the newer fighters here with T-Rex and a lot of these Marvel fighters, and some of these we haven't really seen enough yet to even get a complete feel on some of them, especially with players playing at this level with them. We've got a lot of stats, but a lot of those stats are not from players like Chad and Darkblade.
Right. Yeah, that's a great
seeing
point. Yeah, how new
seeing-
these fighters. I mean, it's just like this is the first tournament that we've seen both Marvel and Jurassic Park 2, right? So yeah, there's a lot of unknowns there, and it's hard to tell. But you did point out we have seen the Alice matchup into T-Rex, and we actually saw that yesterday with Chad versus Jason. And Jason was T-Rex, and Chad was Alice, and Chad did win that matchup as Alice. So I've got to think that Chad is probably going to assign Alice on one of his disadvantage games. But the hard part is which one, right? Which one is T-Rex going to go on? Is it going to be the first one, or is it going to be the one later on?
Yeah.
So that's going to be a tough call. It's a 50-50 in a way. So I'm trying to look and see if there's any other counter matchups. Taylor, do you see any specific matchups that either player might want to avoid at all costs?
Yes, I know from personal experience that Luke Cage Beowulf is just miserable for the Luke Cage player, just because when Beowulf is at 2 rage, his Grendels are online, and then Luke is just opening himself up to take a massive amount of damage. So I know that is definitely a matchup that Darkblade is going to want to avoid.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And looking at the Luke picks in specific, on Chad's lineup, I think Luke is going to struggle against literally every single fighter on Chad's lineup, now that I look at it. So, I mean, Taylor, if you're Darkblade, where do you even want to assign Luke? Do you think because he's so disadvantaged, I think, into the lineup, you have to give him advantage, or?
I'm not sure, because I think Darkblade is going to probably want to give advantage to both of his dinosaurs, and then maybe Achilles or InGen. I think Luke is just going to have to suck it up, play on disadvantage, and I think Darkblade's probably his best bet is maybe Daredevil, but even then, that's still like a pretty close matchup.
It may be a situation that you may just have to consider Luke Cage one of your losses, since you need 3 in there, and you may just have to concede that I'm probably not winning this with Luke Cage, but I can get it with 3 of my other fighters.
That's a fantastic point there, Jeremy. I think that is the exact mindset you have to have in these situations, because Luke is going to struggle no matter what. So why try to waste an advantage on Luke, who might still lose, rather than just push your already advantageous fighters even further up, right, in the win percentage. So I think you're right. I think Darkblade needs to essentially concede the Luke Cage fighter, and because of that, he probably wants to put Luke as his very last disadvantage. So that would be game 4 with him being leader. And if Chad thinks the same way, he can easily line up his best fighter into Luke. But again, his whole roster is pretty good against him, so that's going to be a little tough. But it looks like the players have their assignments done. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that is going to be. So Darkblade on the left, Chad on the right. And game 1, we're going to see InGen versus Daredevil on Sherwood Forest. Game 2 will be Luke into Wukong on Soho. Game 3, Raptors into Alice on Yukon. 4 will be T-Rex into Ghost Rider on Hanging Gardens. And then we're going to have Achilles versus Beowulf as the game 5 if we get to that point. So this is very interesting. So Darkblade did choose to put Luke on disadvantage in game 2, but it was his earlier disadvantage rather than the later one. So very interesting. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at our specific game 1 matchup here. Excellent. So it's going to be on Sherwood Forest. Now, I've seen InGen perform very well on Sherwood in the past, so I got to expect he's going to give Daredevil quite a bit of trouble on this map. And Taylor, I know that you have played this matchup in particular quite a bit on ladder, I believe, but I think that was different maps. So do you have any insight into how you think this game is going to go?
Yeah, so I played this matchup twice against Feeble Blobber, who was a commentator yesterday. We played on Raptor Paddock, which I think is definitely a little bit better for InGen, but I bet that's the map that Chad banned if I had to put money on it. This matchup seems really bad for InGen on paper, just because Daredevil can, through adversity, all of the workers, and then InGen doesn't really have that many blocks, and so Daredevil can apply pressure decently well. But we often forget that InGen is in my opinion, almost best played as an aggressive fighter just because he has so much card draw with his traps. And when you think about things like they should all be destroyed and shoot her, those are going to deal some chip damage over the top of Daredevil's defenses because he can only block for 3 or lower. And just with all the pressure and the range that InGen has, especially with multiple fighters, I think Darkblade is going to be looking to attack Chad as many times as possible every single turn. And so I think it'll come down to whether or not Daredevil can draw enough blocks to sustain the barrage from InGen.
Yep, great analysis there. So let's take a closer look then at InGen's deck. And Jeremy, do you want to give us the rundown here real quick on InGen, Mr. Muldoon?
Yeah. Yes. Basically, Muldoon, who is the main character from the InGen deck, is able to place a trap at the start of his turn, which is basically where most of his card draw comes from. He has a number of different cards here that work really great. Call for Backup being something that is very unique to him, that he can bring all of his sidekicks back with that card, as well as some card draw and placing traps, so that can be really quite strong. They should all be destroyed, of course, ramping up for traps that are adjacent. Rending Shot, which is really great for pushing your opponents around, maybe pushing them into traps, as well as Leap Away, which can also do that. So it's going to be about the trap placement and also using your workers very well, which your workers are also ranged. So you've got the double range going on with both Muldoon and his workers himself. That, it's very much about placing the traps correctly, knowing when to place them, so that the card draw doesn't become a problem for you late game. And being able to manage the game that way.
Very well said. And let's take a look then at Daredevil's deck. He's one of the newer fighters in the game. And Connor, do you want to give us the rundown on Daredevil?
I'd be happy to. So at his core, Daredevil is an absolute nightmare to play against. His ability is that at any point during a combat, if he has 2 or less cards in hand, he can simply blind boost the card, meaning he will pop the top card off his deck off, and add that boost value, meaning he can have some pretty beefy blocks or beefy attacks. Uniquely, Daredevil only has 22 cards in deck, which may initially seem like a weakness, but with there only being 22 cards, he's very consistent and can line up his blind boosts very effectively. We see that his #1 key card, the thing that makes him a nightmare, is the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, which allows him to essentially have an infinite deck unless his opponent is able to successfully line up feints. And even in the case where his opponent, in this case InGen, is able to line up feints with the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, he has 3 copies of Breather, allowing him just to grab back Devil of Hell's Kitchen and overwhelm the feints. We also see that he has a few other key cards like Through Adversity, which can help clean up the InGen workers. However, this card may not be the most effective because of Muldoon's traps. Same with Center Boxer, being as InGen is all ranged. And finally, Take a Knee, which is essentially infinite health, as it allows him to heal with blind boosting.
Excellent rundown, Connor. Thank you for that. And it looks like the players are set up in Vorpal, so let's head on over there and check out Game 1. All right, so we see InGen going first here on Sherwood. Taylor, I think that's no surprise, right?
Absolutely not. With InGen being able to start workers in the same brown zone as Daredevil, I would expect Darkblade to immediately pile on with aggression.
Yep, I would agree with that. Like you said earlier, InGen is best played as an aggro fighter in a lot of matchups. He just has so many red cards that you want to just send those workers out and let them do their job. They got to earn their money somehow.
Workers comp after being defeated most of the time.
Yeah. Where do you think he starts positioning his workers at here? Because we know he could put them anywhere in those gray spaces there. Does he try putting those into some of those tri-spots, or do you go more just into the single grays?
I think you do want to start in the tri-spots, like Taylor had mentioned. Just go maybe double attack turn 1, just right off the bat.
That is one of the advantages of this map for ranged fighters, starting on that #1 spot.
Yep. Although something to consider is that with Muldoon's ability being able to place a trap at the start of his turn, it has to be an empty space that he places the trap in. So if he does start his workers in both of those tri-spaces, he isn't going to get very good trap placement.
But I doubt Injin will be going for a turn 1 trap in that tiny, minuscule blue zone. He's most likely just going to throw his workers all over the place and go to absolutely mob Daredevil. Because once it gets to the late game, if he has not gotten enough of a health lead, then Daredevil will just camp around, pick off workers, and just win off fatigue, with Injin only having 14 health. He needs to absolutely go berserk. The workers need to hyper-aggress. The workers need to play like the Raptors. They just need to surround Daredevil and just absolutely beat him to a pulp.
Well said, Connor. I think you're right.
An interesting thing that Connor brought up about maybe that the end game state of exhaustion and fatigue is Daredevil is only starting with 17 cards in his deck, which is not a lot compared to the 25 that heroes normally start with. Although both characters have passes. I think Muldoon has 5 with 2 copies of Call for Backup and the remote detonation played as a pass, not for the effect. Whereas Daredevil starts with, I think, 3 breathers and 3 through adversities, which are both passes, and he can even recycle them more. So the deck counts will be something that we're monitoring closely this game. Although Daredevils will shift drastically, I think, but that will matter a lot towards the end of the game.
Yeah, that's really what Daredevil is all about, is managing his deck count and controlling the initiative of the game. So if he can get ahead in the deck and force the opponent to aggress on him, then it makes it a lot easier for him to set up something like his Devil of Hell's Kitchen in order to get more cycles.
Yeah, and one thing that Daredevil does love are little 1 health sidekicks, because he loves throwing Devil of Hell's Kitchen at those guys, because you don't always want to throw big defenses at your little expendable sidekicks, but it kind of forces you to have to start defending against them, especially maybe using your feints with those sidekicks to try to stop that Devils from Hell Kitchen happening. You can only let that card cycle through so many times before Daredevil just wins by default, just because of the number of cards that he's able to play.
Yep, great point, Jeremy. You're right. And at that point, it's less of workers' comp, Taylor, and I think you're more concerned about life insurance policy.
Yeah, I mean, I've even seen in some matchups where you'll see players not even revive their sidekicks sometimes to avoid Daredevil abusing them with that card.
Right.
Oh, well, and he did. Looks like he is going to do a first turn trap there.
I like that trap, actually. I think that, in particular, that space is a pretty good choke point on this map. So if he needs to run back into that darker green zone, he can, and he can have a trap protecting him. Wow, excellent attack there. Although Chad does have that one spot that he just went to with the grappling hook movement to get out of range.
Daredevil can just play the waiting game in this match. He needs to keep his deck count relatively high, but overall he can just wait for Injin to very slowly burn out, because both these fighters share relatively low value attacks. Of course, Injin can get higher value attacks based on trap placement and if it's his first action or not, and so can Daredevil with his ability. But if they are not able to trigger these effects, whether that be their ability or card effects, their attacks are exceptionally low. Meaning that if Daredevil just is able to line up blocks relatively safely and Injin keeps going around throwing very small attacks, Daredevil can just keep running circles around the board, being a 3 movement fighter. And although Injin's also 3 movement, he can just keep running laps around Sherwood until Injin's running low on cards, and then go in and just absolutely mob him.
So that was the first action by Injin. He's got one more. Going to have to be a maneuver here. Another interesting thing about Daredevil in particular is that you have to keep track of his discard order for every single card. I know when you're playing in person, you would just stack the cards in a pile, right? And it's not a big deal. But oftentimes when we play online, players do spread out the discard piles just to group up like cards so that you can track what your opponent has left in their deck. And that's a huge part of competitive unmatched play. And in Daredevil's case, you have to make sure to keep everything in a specific order because of Devil of Hell's Kitchen shuffling back the top 4 cards of the discard pile along with itself.
Yeah, we've seen some players when laying their cards out make these crazy little curvy snake of cards wind around there so that they can, keep track of their entire deck while it's out there.
So there's the first through adversity. Chad just using to pick off a single worker, but I don't think you can really expect much more because Darkblade is not going to group up those workers and let them all get killed off with 1 card.
Yeah, absolutely not. After that initial placement where all the workers were grouped right together in the same starting zone, Darkblade did a really good job of spreading them out so that if Chad is going to use through adversity, he's only ever going to get 1. In addition to his workers being spread out and covering more zones with their attack range.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part is you want those workers to cover the whole map essentially. And as we can see from this position, Darkblade can get to Chad anywhere in a single maneuver with the zones since all of his fighters, including his sidekicks, are ranged.
We saw a few moments ago, Daredevil went ahead and popped that trap without hesitation, and I'm thinking that Chad's thinking that he can keep his health up with Take a Knee and still maintain a high deck count, even with Take a Knee costing a card to heal. Which keeps cycling back to this theme of Daredevil just going to be running laps, picking off workers by any means necessary, whether that be through schemes or Devil of Hell's Kitchen, Inja not wanting to spend any defenses on these workers with having only 3 feints and minimal 4 value defenses, with only 3 copies of Leap Away and 2 copies of I've Hunted Most Things.
Right. The workers are not going to last too long, I don't suspect.
Yeah. And looking at the Twitch chat here where we have the prediction voting thing for all of the people watching this right now, the prediction here for this first game has gone 82% to Unmatched and 18% to Darkblade. So we see what the viewers' opinion is.
Definitely don't have much faith in Muldoon here.
For good reason. Like I said during deck analysis, Daredevil is a nightmare to play against, no matter the fighter.
I mean, that is true, but I think Taylor would disagree with you there, Connor.
I just don't like Daredevil. I have a personal vendetta against him.
Well, me too, but but I do think InGen stands a good chance here. Especially on a map like this. Daredevil is going to have to take essentially 8 auto damage over the course of this game, I believe.
InGen Go ahead, Taylor.
I was going to say, with all the extra chip damage Muldoon has, I think right now, Muldoon is slightly favored, but just the longer the game goes on, the scale is going to slowly tip back towards Daredevil.
Yep. What a good feint, well, not feint, I mean feint bait with the regroup, right? That was, I don't think Muldoon wants to draw so many cards, so running a regroup into a feint, he's got to feel good about that one.
Yeah, normally you'd really like being able to pull, bait out feints like that, but with someone like Daredevil that can just, bring the feints back later on,
that is true.
It is definitely like a short-term win for him.
Right. Everything is a short-term thing against Daredevil because in the long run, I mean, you either kill him or he's going to outlast you. So he makes quite an interesting dynamic in any matchup. He definitely changes the game from what we know. And there we see the first Devil of Hell's Kitchen. Not getting a full cycle of 5, but he does get 4 cards there that he had used and kills off a worker and now has pretty well evened up the deck counts, just a few cards off.
And something else to notice is that Daredevil getting so low on hand count means that if he can get down to 2 cards and goes in for an attack on Muldoon, he can get a exceptionally large attack if he blind boosts and gets lucky enough with a 3 value boost.
Yeah, And it is important to remember that it is like during the attack if you are at that card count. So the card that you are attacking with does not count as part of that. So he has 3 in hand right now. If you were to attack with 3, then you would have 2 in your hand, and the ability could kick in at that point.
Right. But Taylor, if you were Chad, do you think you would go in for an attack right now and use that ability to get a boost, or do you think you'd rather just try to gain more cards in hand?
Well, I am not a Daredevil player, but I think you probably want to play a little bit safer. Like Darkblade is probably going to attack Chad right now. And I think if Chad goes in and attacks on his next turn, Darkblade is just going to double attack him again. So Chad better have some good defensive options at his disposal if he is going to turn to the aggressive side and try to get some extra damage in with his ability.
Yeah. I don't see him going in for an attack with such a hand disparity.
But it is good here that that can also be used on defense.
That is true.
So doesn't necessarily need it here.
Right. Another regroup bait. I think I'd be very happy about that as Darkblade to have utilized 2 regroups pretty effectively early in the game so that you don't have to be using them late game when your deck is closer to hitting exhaustion.
Here we see Daredevil's in that sweet spot where he has 2 cards in hand. So if he goes for an attack, or even draws a card and then goes for an attack, no matter what Muldoon blocks with, he can almost confirm damage based on what attack he goes for. Or he could even scheme through and scuffle around if he wanted to reposition to optimize placement to potentially pick off that worker.
Connor, is he going to scuffle around and cause some shenanigans?
Well, when it's Daredevil, there's always scuffling around.
And we saw an interesting rules interaction there since Muldoon was standing on the trap there. That the trap goes off, but it didn't stop Daredevil's movement from it, which is a really interesting way to use knowledge of these characters and the rules.
And we see Chad popping 2 traps on his turn with InGen having a full hand already. InGen will not discard down because he only discards down at the end of his turn. However, Muldoon's gonna need to maneuver at least once to get into range, and because Muldoon has no action gain on offense or defense or scheme, he's essentially confirmed to be forced to overdraw unless he decides to boost in circles for no reason.
I think Chad is playing dangerously here. Being only 2 cards in hand, I think, is a bit concerning, though he did pop 2 crucial traps, and I think that was his goal, is just to push Muldoon towards exhaustion and be able to clear the path for future turns when he actually needs to go in and land a devil. But this is, I think, an ideal time to call for backup by Darkblade because he has so many cards in his hand. He can play the scheme and then resurrect some workers, and the workers will be ready to attack Daredevil, so he doesn't have to maneuver and draw an additional card. So even though you're missing out on one of the workers being brought back, since one is still alive, I think this is just a fantastic play by Darkblade.
Yeah, and we see he chooses to place the 1 trap there because it is placed up to 3. He doesn't have to place 3.
There's another feint going into a tactical advance, so no movement for the workers, but 1 damage does go through, which Chad does not choose to blind boost his defense to save himself that point of damage.
Darkblade was able to masterfully avoid overdrawing by spending one of his call for backups to pass, and then was able to do that directly into an attack action, completely evading Chad's most likely plan of pushing InGen to overdraw.
Right. Yeah, that's why I love that play so much. And you mentioned pass, Connor. Pass, for anybody watching who's unfamiliar, is essentially a scheme that doesn't include drawing cards or gaining actions because it lets you do something proactive without lessening your deck count, right? Because when you maneuver, you're forced to draw no matter what. So you avoid digging deeper into your deck by playing a scheme as a pass.
Chad's starting to feel the offensive pressure now. He is no longer like happily popping traps. He's on the retreat now. Unfortunately for him, with Darkblade having workers scattered across the map, it's going to be very difficult for him to, at any point during this game, not be able to get attacked.
I think this is the time where Darkblade has to maneuver in with a worker and try to hit big with maybe something like a boosted second shot, hoping that Chad drew ketchup and mustard and doesn't have anything in hand to block with.
Would you risk that even though he is able to trigger his ability to buff up his defense?
Potentially. I think you still just have to go and attack him and try to get a big hit in. Although, you're right, if you play a second shot and Chad is able to blind boost it with his ability, I guess you're a little upset that you're not getting any damage in, but if you make Chad burn an important card, that could also potentially really help Darkblade out.
Yeah, and the beauty of a second shot in this situation would be that Defender resolves first, and Daredevil's ability essentially adds a during combat effect onto the combat card. So Chad would have to choose whether or not he wants to blind boost. If he does, Darkblade can just choose not to boost his second shot, and if Chad chooses not to blind boost, then of course Darkblade will boost his second shot for big damage. So it would be a great time to utilize something like that. We are going to see him boosting, though, with a remote detonation, which is essentially a free pass later in the game if he needs it. But I don't think he is playing the long game. As you mentioned, Taylor, he wants to stay aggressive. So he's willing to throw away that pass in order to get a more favorable position on the map and go aggressive.
I'd agree with that, John. InGen has almost no reason to go for passes this game. Obviously, with the exception of call for backup if he wants more workers, but in terms of remote detonations, he may use them for damage if he's desperate for damage, but in terms of the long fatigue game, he most definitely will not be going for that with Daredevil having basically an infinite deck.
Right. And we see a huge win for Chad here with the RNG. So take a knee, discards the top card of the deck, essentially blind boosting it, and you heal equal to the boost value. And he did hit a 3 boost value, so no damage in combat with a 3 into a 3, and he healed 3 health. That was a massive swing right there.
Yeah, one of Daredevil's goals here now is going to be to try to get off Devil of Hell's Kitchen here in the next few cards so that he could get that take a knee back into his deck to be able to recycle that and to recycle the healing, because it's bad enough if Daredevil starts getting this loop going where he's just constantly bringing cards back in. He can also constantly heal every time he brings a loop back. It just makes it even worse.
Yep. Yeah, and sometimes if you're very knowledgeable about Daredevil and his game plan, oftentimes you can take a look at his discard pile and time your feints accordingly. You ask yourself the question when you go in, if this is a devil, do I care about what he's getting back shuffled into the deck? And if the answer is no, well, then you don't have to use your feint there. You can save it until later in the game when it might be more impactful. And if the answer is yes, then you probably want to throw it out there just to stop a crucial card getting cycled back in.
On the flip side of that, the Daredevil player, knowing that their opponent may have that mentality, may intentionally go in with a bait attack, maybe something like a grappling hook, to bait out a feint, knowing that their opponent is very scared of a devil pulling back crucial cards.
Exactly,
but
and that's the mind game.
On the flip side, maybe the InGen player knows that Daredevil knows that.
But on the flip side, maybe the Daredevil player knows that the InGen player knows that the Daredevil player knows that.
Okay. Glad some of y'all watched Princess Bride. That's all I got to say. But no, looking at something that one of our Discord members, Gary M, always talks about is Yomi, which is playing not against Daredevil or playing against Muldoon, but rather playing against Darkblade and Unmatched, and being able to predict what they are going to be able to do there. It's something that we've seen, Darkblade be able to do really well in this tournament so far.
Yep, that's a great point, Jeremy. Sometimes you're not playing against the fighter, you're playing against the player. And I don't believe that these two have ever played against each other before, so it is going to be a little bit harder for either of them to make really educated calls on what the opponent might do.
And sometimes you're not playing against the player or the hero, but the clock. And as we can see, Darkblade is already down to 1.5 minutes. So,
yeah, we know from previous tournaments that Darkblade is a more slow and deliberate player in general. I think the clock pressure will affect him greater than Chad, just based off of his play style.
I would definitely agree with that, but he has also mentioned multiple times that he's gotten much more comfortable with the clock, and he knows when to be able to utilize his time and when he needs to speed it up. So I wouldn't worry too much. Now, while we were talking, we did see Chad maneuver boost his previous turn and breather back a take a knee, so we know he has a knee in hand currently, but he chooses to not spend it on this worker attack and just take an undefended 3. And that was Darkblade's first action, so he does have one more action available to him. He could make another attack.
I think that was probably the right play for Chad, just because he was at 16 health. So even if he played Take a Knee, if he didn't take any damage from Darkblade's attack, which he wouldn't have given that it was a tactical advance, he would only potentially heal just 1 back. And usually flipping a card over for just 1 health is not really worth it for Daredevil.
That's a great point.
It still is risky, though, because damage is damage, and he just took 3. So I definitely am curious to see how the next couple turns go and what kind of cards it looks like Chad draws.
Yeah, Darkblade's been doing a very good job of keeping the pressure up, keeping Daredevil on the back foot, forcing him to have a low hand count. And even though Daredevil's ability requires a low hand count, it's not particularly optimal because of the engine worker's attacks being so small. And Darkblade throwing so many tactical advances out, which are commonly paired up with second shot for a 5-value attack, most likely signaling that Darkblade is not looking for second shot as a card to boost, but rather maybe a blank coup to bait with, or even as a boost value to reposition his fighters.
We see a Devil here going into a worker undefended. Now, personally, I would have liked to see maybe a leap away defense there so that you can protect your worker and maybe push Daredevil back into the trap, ready for Muldoon to make a double attack turn. Although with Chad's current hand count, he could have then used his ability to blind boost the Devil over the leap away. So that was a great play by Chad there. Tough spot for Darkblade, because now Daredevil has overtaken him in the deck count with 18 to InGen's 15. As long as Chad can avoid turns where he gets double attacked, then I think he's in a pretty good spot here. As long as he has one defense at a time. But as you mentioned, Taylor, you sometimes get stuck with a handful of red and yellow. And as Freak in the community likes to say, I mean, Captain Condiment comes for us all, so
yeah,
you're never fully safe.
Yeah, and Daredevil does have to defend to use his ability. It is, adding to the card that he played. If he doesn't defend, there's no boost.
Yep.
And once again, we see Take a Knee showing back up here. We can see just how problematic this card is going to become.
So Chad deliberating on a blind boost here. Otherwise, he'll take the 1 damage, which he chooses not to blind boost, and then Knee will trigger. And, ooh, it's a breather lost. That's pretty good for Darkblade. You don't want to be losing breathers off of your blind boosts.
So, John, I know you talked about how bad a double attack could be for Daredevil, but in this current game state, if Daredevil were able to pick up a few more cards and get to maybe a hand count of 3, do you think a double attack would sign the game off in InGen's favor, or do you think even after a double attack, Daredevil would still be in favor?
I think if InGen can get a double attack with Muldoon himself, he's going to be in a great spot. But I don't think Chad is going to let that happen. I think right here he's running to that solo blue space to, again, force a maneuver before attacking, because InGen is most powerful when he gets to attack as his first action. So Chad doesn't run to the blue, but he is in solo brown, which is safe currently.
Jeremy, what do you think about Darkblade being so low on available traps in his supply this early in the game? He only has one trap left and there are 4 on the board. Do you think that might like limit his options later in the game depending on where both fighters are positioned?
Yeah, I think part of what he may be doing is thinking that there may not be a later in the game and that he needs to get them out now. Um, because you've got to think kind of more shorter term against Daredevil. But it is interesting to see them come out there. He also has a lot of cards in hand. He's been keeping a high hand or card count, and we saw earlier how Daredevil can use that against him if he feels like it. So having a bunch of them out there can be a liability. Especially with Daredevil's 3 move, he can definitely hit multiple traps on the turn if he feels like it.
Ooh, the take a knee hits a feint, which only deals 1 or heals for 1.
Yeah, and of course we now have the rending shot, so we'll see where.
I'm almost wondering if Darkblade will pull Daredevil into him so that he can go for a double attack on his next turn. With all of these traps scattered across the map, Daredevil will take a lot of damage escaping if he chooses to, and even if he manages to escape InGen site or Muldoon sites, the workers will still be able to ping at him with all attacks.
Yeah, he definitely seems to like having him pinned there between Muldoon and a trap.
Yeah, Darkblade definitely set up a pin here so he can double attack on the following turn. There is one out for Chad. If he plays through Adversity, he can go through Muldoon and end in this pinkish space, and then throw an attack on the worker. And if the worker gets killed off in that combat interaction, then he is safe from a double attack. Otherwise, his trap placement is going to keep Daredevil at least blocked in the yellow zone, ready to be attacked by this worker.
I think if Chad has some block options in his hand, he should maneuver up to Muldoon and pretend, or at least bluff, that he has Son of a Boxer, so that if Muldoon attacks first action with something like a shooter, Daredevil will be able to deal 2 damage back to Muldoon because they are adjacent.
That would be a good bluff, although do you think Darkblade cares about his health at all, or is he just using it as a resource and just going to try to get as much damage as he can as quick as he can?
Probably as much damage as he can, as quick as he can.
Yeah, I think so.
You see Daredevil tripping a trap there.
Fortunately for Daredevil, that does mean that he will most likely face a double attack on his turn, and he's even running back into InGen, potentially baiting Center Boxer.
There you go, Taylor. You called it.
I think Chad probably just wanted to get rid of that trap so that if Darkblade doesn't replace it on a future turn, he has an easier route of escape. But because he ran back to Daddy Muldoon, his loving arms, he probably has something in his hand to block with, or at least a good option.
Probably does, and then also the if he were double attack, the second one, the ability would be able to kick in.
Darkblade's got a tough choice here, whether or not he wants to put down his last trap. On one hand, I would like to see him put the trap in that same spot that it was in before, but then if Chad defends with something like a grappling hook on defense, he can just move right into that trap and pop it on Darkblade's turn.
Yeah, we've seen already that with the amount of healing that Daredevil has, that Chad has, not been deterred from tripping traps. And there's the Son of a Boxer that you mentioned earlier.
Yep. Only dealing 1 damage to leap away over the Boxer and taking 2 in return is not a good trade for Muldoon. But again, I don't think he's concerned about that. I do like to see leapaways used on offense, though, in this matchup in particular, because as long as Daredevil cannot blind boost, the leapaway is guaranteed to win the combat, unless, of course, it won't get its effect if it's feinted, but then you get 2 damage over the feint, which you feel good about anyways.
This is some nice leapaway positioning InGen, putting Daredevil in a position where it's exceptionally hard for him to do anything that is not detrimental to himself.
Yeah, this is a great turn from Darkblade here, as, I mean, he set this up last turn with his positioning, which was great. And I love the second leap away, but now Chad can blind boost the grappling hook to make sure leap away doesn't win and get its movement effect. Losing a boxer off the top with the blind boost. Chad gets 2 spaces. He can either go adjacent to Muldoon, or he can move and pop that other trap next to the worker, ready to attack the worker as his first action and escape into the dark green and gray zone. Or the yellow zone at that. If he kills off that worker, the yellow zone is clear. So he will pop the trap. And then it will be Chad's turn. He's going to start with an attack. It's not a devil, though, but a man without fear. And now look at the deck counts once again. InGen at 12 and Daredevil only at 10. And I believe InGen has all of their feints remaining. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
I believe it is correct, yeah.
Scroll over. Yep. Looks like no feints used by InGen. And there is 1 breather down by Daredevil. So still 2 devils, 2 breathers with 3 feints.
Do you think there's a possible win condition for Chad to empty his deck and actually get the effect of Devil to make the attack an 8?
I think that could come into play at some point. Maybe alongside fatigue damage, or maybe if you can land some more boxers like we saw earlier. I think with Muldoon having only a starting health of 14, which is pretty low, and no healing, that definitely can come into play.
People
No
sometimes
boost.
forget that Devil of Hell's Kitchen can actually become an 8 when your deck is empty.
Yes.
Right?
I think Chad burning out his deck and going for the 8 value Devil is way too risky, because if Darkblade plays cautious enough and Chad's saving Devils till the end of the game until he has no cards left in deck, if Darkblade just feints every attack, then he can just fatigue Chad by spam attacking him and then pushing him too far away for him to be able to go in for an attack.
Yeah. We got people in the chat saying that would be the first time I've ever seen an 8 value devil.
I mean, it's the final stream. Anything could happen.
I know, right?
So here we see that interaction again, Jeremy, that you talked about, where through adversity lets you move through fighters, and since the worker was on a trap, Chad gets to pop the trap as well as kill off the worker and keep moving.
But even with the workers off the board, there's still another call for backup. So Darkblade can easily, and especially with him being in the very center of the board, he can very easily get his engine workers spread out and ready to go once again.
Yeah.
I think if I'm Darkblade here, I just maneuver boost in and attack Daredevil to either land some big undefended hit or make Chad use the last card in his hand and put him in a tough spot for the next couple turns if he has an empty hand.
Yep, 100%. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead, Jeremy.
I was saying, and without any of the workers on there, if Chad is going to try to play Devil, it's going to have to be into, Muldoon himself.
Is feint going to hit? Oh, it hits another
Ooh.
breather. That's huge for Darkblade. No damage dealt, but now there are 2 devils, 1 breather with all 3 feints remaining, and he is up in the deck count. Now, I would have liked to see Darkblade maneuver boost and go to this green and gray space instead of the one he's in, because then he would be able to reach brown in a single maneuver or this pinkish in a single maneuver, and yellow as well. Because now if Chad chooses to double maneuver away with Daredevil, he can get to yellow and Muldoon's going to have to boost yet again, which is very unfortunate. Whereas if Daredevil double maneuvers, he can only make it to this green and brown space with 6 spaces of movement, and Muldoon could make it to brown in a single maneuver as well as blue, and so he would have much better map coverage to reach Daredevil if he had positioned over in this green and gray rather than the green and pink. So very small little positioning, I think, error on Darkblade's end there that could cost him quite a bit this game.
Folks, that's the type of positioning knowledge that wins you 2 championships.
Yes, it is.
You definitely, positioning is huge in this game, and there are little things like that that come up, and the more conscious you can be of your positioning and how much of an impact that makes, the better player you're going to be.
And I think Chad is doing his best Invisible Man cosplay right now, or at least he's taking an actual breather and using the bathroom, which he seems to have just returned from.
Yes, everyone needs to take a breather. Perhaps he was going to hydrate, you know.
Let's hydrate, homies. Everyone take a drink of
Okay.
water right now. Even you, Alan.
We got you, Taylor.
Awesome, awesome.
Alan included.
So something interesting about all 10 of these fighters that we're going to see in the grand finals is InGen is the only ranged fighter. The other 9 are all melee. So I'm not surprised to see InGen went for the map choice, seeing as he's the only ranged fighter. Everybody else is melee, so everybody else has to come to him. He can just use his workers and traps to protect himself.
Yeah, I think the only other one we would have would be a ranged sidekick with Misty. But yeah, you're quite right.
Wow, that's pretty crazy to see, actually.
Yeah.
See,
The
now
one
here we
thing-
see Chad taking that yellow position, and Darkblade unfortunately is going to have to boost in order to reach him.
The one thing I was surprised about for the rosters was that neither Chad nor Darkblade has Bloody Mary, because both of them
Wow.
are very avid Mary fans. So makes me wonder if neither of them just they didn't pick her, or if she actually got banned out.
That may be a question worth remembering to ask later.
Yep. That is an interesting thought.
So a problem for Daredevil that we might see is that if InGen keeps up this pressure of attacking once each turn, forcing Daredevil down to 1 card, even if Daredevil's taking no damage off of that, he can't go in for an attack without putting himself back down to 1 card, which would open it up to a double attack. And especially with the way Sherwood's formatted and with InGen's relatively good positioning, if he's able to, if Chad gets greedy and goes in for a devil, he could sustain a huge double attack.
Wow, this is a huge... I mean, you make a great point, Connor. I don't mean to cut you off, but wow, this is a huge interaction right here. Chad choosing not to boost the grappling hook in fear of losing a devil, I would imagine. So that is going to let the leap away win the combat.
Yeah, this is the point in the game when Daredevil's deck is getting low and we know there's still some key cards coming, where blind boosting or even using the effect of take a knee becomes extremely risky. Not only does it remove a card from your deck and get you closer to fatigue, but you could also just lose one of your best cards due to just pure randomness, which is one of the things that I personally do not like about Daredevil, but I know some people really love that risky, like, gambling feel of playing him.
And we have seen so far that all of those random cards have been pulled off of the deck. They've had several that have gone away that have been pretty vital cards that you know Chad would really love to have back in his deck at this point. The RNG gods have been kind of smiling upon Darkblade a bit so far.
That is true, and that makes a big impact in any Daredevil game. RNG definitely plays a role, and you can try to mitigate it the best you can, but here we go. I like Darkblade going to this side this time. I hope he doesn't make the same mistake.
Oh,
no.
So Taylor, seeing Daredevil's deck count, do you think the
Oh.
game's gonna get to a point where InGen goes to the opposite side of the map and just lets Daredevil come to him, and then he goes in for only blocking with feints at that point?
That is how I ended up winning my games when I played this matchup on ladder. So I think that's a definite possibility, but I believe Chad only has 2 block cards left. I'm not sure of the exact count, so I think Darkblade just might be going for damage, hoping that Chad only has ketchup and mustard in
Ooh.
his hand, which it looks like he did. He's taking the second shot.
Wow, with the call for backup at that. That is crazy to me.
That is.
That's a pass right there. That's workers who can still defend with the feints and give map coverage. Wow.
But damage is damage.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. With only a few block cards left, Darkblade is going for the kill. He doesn't want to risk anything, and I think this is definitely in Darkblade's favor now.
Yeah, it's interesting to see just, how the tempo and the flow of the game go there, and it's definitely been a shift of momentum, or a momentous shift, I suppose, that we have seen happen here.
Right. Definitely. It's very... I personally, I've kind of grown to enjoy playing against Daredevil. I don't like playing as him at all, but I love playing against him because I think it's very interesting, all the different interactions that happen. Here we are going to see him, I think, is Chad going... Does he recognize that his new win condition is no longer fatigue, but the 8 value devils for damage?
Possibly.
What a play. He just boosted his maneuver, I believe, with an adversity, and right up to Muldoon, and he breathered back a boxer. Very interesting play. So him boosting lets his ability be online. And the boxer provides damage if Darkblade hits over it.
Yeah, and pulling back the breather kind of answers a little bit of like what he is thinking there. He wasn't grabbing back a devil there to try to start another loop.
Although I don't believe there are any devils in the discard
Are there
pile
not
currently.
any? Are there not any? Okay, maybe there. Oh, you look to be correct there.
So there is 2 devils left remaining, but no breathers anymore and no adversity. So
Yeah, Connor, this is the cheeky in-gen play of just maneuvering as far away as possible, forcing Daredevil to maneuver. And I think it's looking pretty rough for Chad right now.
Yeah, but also on top of Daredevil being a frustrating player or a fighter to go against because of him recycling cards, it also makes him a very frustrating deck to track because the status of that deck is constantly changing.
The other problem with this new tactic of going for the 8 value devil is that InGen still has all 3 feints, correct?
Yes.
That is true.
So it basically at this point, Darkblade can just safely feint every attack that comes at him for the rest of the game, and then on the side just run in circles to prevent any double attacks. And if he does that, especially if he uses that trap to keep that little mini circle in the bottom left hand of Sherwood difficult to move through as Daredevil, he basically should have this game locked down unless he makes a major misplay.
yeah, I don't see any way Darkblade loses this game at this point because Chad is down to 1 card left in deck. Muldoon's going to take a double maneuver most likely, or he might go for an attack. Either way, if he's got a feint, he's safe from the devil, and that'll just be game over. Unless the timer gets him. Although
Yeah,
that just forces
timer
end of
is-
turn, and then he would have another minute, so he's fine.
So with 2 cards left in deck for Darkblade and 3 feints left, it is just impossible for Darkblade to not have a feint. So I think the only way he loses this game is if he just doesn't block.
Well, even then, he's going to take 8, and he can survive that. So, yep, there's the devil.
All right.
Would have been boosted to an 8, hits over the feint for 2 damage.
And Chad can't even blind boost it because he doesn't have anything left in his deck.
Yeah, and I don't know if we ever actually talked about the blind boost, but Daredevil's ability, basically, if he has 2 or fewer cards in hand, he can blind boost attack or defense, if he plays a card, of course. And blind boosting is just getting rid of the top card of your deck, and you add that card's boost value to your card's value.
Yeah. And now we see the downside of that plan to try to get the effect off on Devil there, that he doesn't have cards in his deck anymore.
Yep, no cards left in deck, but Daredevil is going to have to maneuver and kill himself on the trap, taking 1 damage from the trap and the 2 from the fatigue, bringing him down to 0. So Daredevil does fall to InGen here with 7-0. Let's listen into the players and see what they have to say.
Yeah, no, that was very crazy.
After my second reshuffle, after I got in, I didn't see these until late, which is just playing Daredevil. If I had seen those earlier when we were kind of dancing within here, I totally would have approached you and just smacked you with it. And so if you fainted it, I would have boosted it and done 4 to you.
Yeah.
If you threw a leap away, I think I still would have boosted it, done 2 to you, and then gotten all my cards back. That was back when I hopped over this trap and then attacked him with the 2.
Yeah.
But I had the 2, so I was really debating throwing that at you, maybe getting a feint out, and then if not, if I do, then I could boost it, still get some damage out. But then I'd be stuck at. That was my first action. Then I'd maneuver. I could go here, but I only had 1 other card in hand. So if I didn't draw into defense, you could just double attack me with like 2 second shots or whatever, smack me there.
Yeah, there was one point where I think had 9 cards left in deck and like 2 in hand, and I double checked your defenses. And it was actually when you went to the bathroom, so I was looking through your discard, and I double checked your defenses, and you only had 3 left.
Yeah.
So I was like, if I keep putting pressure on, eventually you're not going to be able to block. And if I can get you down to as low as I did, I can kind of maybe then back off and just try to exhaust you because I can save the feints for the devils.
Yeah.
I also started boosting aggressively with stuff like this and this because I only needed the 1 boost, and I knew you weren't going to really let me get this off. The only time that you lined it up was when you had a boxer. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I also think you might have been even baiting so you could block with the knee and heal instead of the boxer, because I think that's probably what you would have done there if you had the knee.
Yeah, I had both options. That one time that I did it for that exact reason. So it would have been, I would have been. I don't know, it would have been a 50-50.
Yeah, but I'm like, I never need these, because at this point I just block with feints, because my goal is to run you out and not let you recur with Devil. And then, most things are better than this, just because, again, you're not going to let me get that boost unless, you're getting something out of it in return. And if you're low hand, you can kind of boost and block most of it anyway, and then, if you get damage back for a knee, that's really bad for me. And so the undefended second shot. Did you have anything in hand to block with?
No, I totally would have thrown something if I did.
That's what I figured. I thought it was either you didn't have anything, or maybe you had a boxer and wanted to try to save it for the damage. But I figured you probably just didn't have blocks when you didn't block. And then I was like, well, I don't think I want to bring workers back. It would give me more attack options, but at this point, I think I can just do it with Muldoon as long as I position smartly and boost properly. And I'd still feint for them into the devil, so it'd probably still be okay, but I was like, I'd rather just boost it to 3, because I think everything else in my hand was a 1, so I think it was my biggest, my only decent boost. So yeah, as soon as that went undefended, I'm like, I don't need this if I get you down to 3, so might as well boost with it.
Yeah, I was looking for one of my defenses, so I had a devil at the start of that turn, and I maneuvered into a breather, but I couldn't get out of your zone, I think, with a normal maneuver. So I wanted to go here. So I could have either boosted with my devil and gone here and then breathered back, not a knee because I was looking at deck count. So maybe one of these. But I felt that was risky. And I had 3 blocks left and 1 adversity. So I was like, all right, odds are I'm drawing one of those. So I maneuvered again and I didn't. So I'm playing the odds and such. If I had a defense, I think you still would have had it, but it would have been close with an extra pass. From me. If I'd drawn into defense, I guess I would have still had a devil too. So maybe my maneuver, if I draw into my knee or my grappling hook, then I would have probably attacked you because you had 1 rending left. So the odds of you having that, I would have played the odds at that point. It would have been closer. I think you still had it. I think
All right, so what an exciting game 1. A lot of back and forth with the tempo like you talked about, Jeremy. And we hear Chad there at the end talking about playing the odds, and that's really what you just have to do with Daredevil, and sometimes the odds are not in your favor. So that's just how it goes when you play a fighter like him. But I mean, Chad played it very well. I think his positioning is excellent always, especially with Daredevil. He really knows how to control the tempo and initiative of the game and force the opponent to come in and whatnot. And he's very aware of the deck counts and everything. So well played by Chad, but we do see Darkblade get the win with InGen, playing a very aggressive style. We heard him say, you know, he checked the discard pile. There are only 3 blocks left remaining, and so he just piled on the pressure, like you had mentioned, Taylor. So very well done by Darkblade there. So we are going to be going into game 2, and that is going to be Luke Cage versus Wukong. So let's take a look at that match card here. And it's going to be played on Soho, and this is going to be Chad's advantage. So, Taylor, do you agree with this map pick of Soho by Chad?
I think so. I think Chad is going to want to use all those corridor like single space wide connections to kind of block off Wukong from ever getting attacked by Luke, which is pretty easy to do. Although Misty with her range can do some interesting things on this map, especially with like the rooftop and then the tri-zone space on that right hand side.
Yeah, all the corridors, like you said, I think that's going to play a big role in this matchup. And let's go ahead and take a look at Luke Cage's deck here. And Connor, we'll let you run through Luke Cage as soon as we get that pulled up. There we go. Give us the rundown on Luke.
So, just like Daredevil, Luke Cage is an absolute nightmare to play against. When you attack him, whether he blocks or not, he will take -2 damage. So if you attack him for a 2-value attack, 1-value attack, he'll take no damage, even if he didn't block. And if he does block, he has cards like Trash Talk, which are, although it's only a printed 2-value defense, because of his ability, it's effectively a 4-value defense that cancels effects, and if he wins that combat, he can just instantly end the turn. He also has a ton of these big attacks, like Sweet Christmas and Commanding Impact, which are huge attacks. Usually you only see decks with one or the other, but in this case, Luke Cage has both. And the aggression is cards like Where's My Money to constantly be teleporting around, chasing his opponent around, beating them to a pulp with his massive attacks. And then you have, of course, a Still Standing, which, although it's only a 4-value attack, can be good if he can line it up correctly, which can effectively give him an infinite deck, allowing him to shuffle 2 cards from his discard back into his deck, including the other copy of Still Standing. And, you know, I think he's going to have a bit of trouble doing damage to Wukong directly, but he can very easily chip off clones with this.
Yeah, I think the Still Standing is going to be literally the key card in this matchup, number 1, because Wukong is very good in the value game and making your opponent waste cards with some of his cards. So let's go ahead and take a look at Wukong so we can talk a bit about some of those cards. So Taylor, you want to give us the rundown on Wukong?
Absolutely. So Wukong is another menacing hero that no one likes playing against, where at the start of his turn he can take 1 damage and summon a clone sidekick adjacent to him. And normally this might not be the best thing, except as you can see by his key cards, all of Wukong's cards are any's. So all of his clones can use the same cards as him, which make them equally as powerful as him, except he can send them out to do his dirty work while his hero stays back and is kind of out of the fray and isn't really risking anything by, as Connor would say, scuffling around with the enemy hero. Some of Wukong's key cards are Phoenix Form, where Wukong can recover 1 health for each clone on the board. This is a great way to recover the health back that you spent into making them with your ability. And he also has one of the best mind games in the entire game with Ox Form, which is a 7-value attack that the opponent can boost if they played a defense card, but sometimes they might not want to play a defense card because Ryu Jingubang exists, and that is a 0-value attack that if your opponent plays a block card against it, it triggers a 4-value attack. So Wukong has one of the best mix-up in the entire game, where your opponent doesn't know if they're taking a 7 or a 0 and whether or not they should block. Wukong also has 72 transformations, which lets him take Phoenix form or Ox form or another form card called Tortoise form back from his discard pile after he's played it, which is just a great way to get more big 7 value attacks, which he's probably going to need in this matchup to actually deal some damage to Luke Cage because of Luke's ability. And Wukong also has just some really great defense cards like Bewilderment that will just stop him from taking damage entirely in this matchup. So this is a pretty close matchup and should be very fun to see how each of these heroes' cards interact with each other.
Well said, Taylor. And it looks like the players are all set, so let's jump on over to Vorpal board, and we're going to check out and see what happens with Sun Wukong into Luke Cage.
The Invisible Man returns.
Yes.
Maybe they weren't quite as ready as I had suspected. But anyways, we are going to see Wukong starting first unsuspectingly because Wukong going first or second makes a huge difference, as I had mentioned yesterday on the stream if anybody was watching that. But basically, it's the difference of starting with essentially 2 clones or 0 clones if you go first or second. Because when you can go first, you make a clone your first turn, you double maneuver up to 7. Your opponent likely doesn't want to go aggress you or approach you with a hand disadvantage, so they likely double maneuver themselves. And then Wukong starts his second turn making a clone, and there you have 2 clones on the board, rather than your opponent moving in and attacking you turn 1 before you have a chance to make any clones.
Something very fun about this matchup in particular is because of both these fighters' abilities, it's going to be very hard to damage each other. Sun Wukong's basically his only way to deal real damage to Luke Cage is through Ox form, and Luke Cage's only way to deal damage to Wukong is through cycling his deck and be able to keep up on the deck count until the later game where Sun Wukong runs out of super defenses.
Sorry, what?
That's a great point.
Yeah, additionally, looking at Ox form there, we know that that has the effect on it where the opponent can boost their defense with that, and kind of the same way with Tortoise form, that they can boost their offense with it. And we know that Luke Cage does have some unusual cards that have some high boost values, including that 3 boost regroup. So that could come into play with some of Wukong's cards, in addition to Luke Cage's own cards that let him boost. You can get into a situation there where he could end up boosting a card twice, once off of his card ability and once off of Wukong's.
Yeah, that would be a huge interaction to see if he could boost it twice with a 3 value. That would be into a Tortoise form, and you'd be able to get your hero for hire up to a 9 value over the 5 value Tortoise. That would be pretty huge play. Unless, of course, it's against a clone, which is the problem with when you're facing Wukong, is most of your attacks and damage goes into clones, not the Monkey King himself.
And I know last game we talked... Oh, go ahead, Taylor.
You go, Connor, you go.
Oh, okay. If you insist. I know last game we talked about how InGen was the only ranged hero we see, but this is there is a ranged sidekick, Misty Knight. So Taylor, how do you think having a ranged fighter in this game is going to shake things up?
Oh, I think it changes everything. It makes it slightly easier to hit over the clone wall, because if Misty can just get in the same zone as Wukong, she might not have to deal with a clone first. She can just attack the hero directly. And I think keeping Misty alive is pretty crucial for the Luke player, at least in the early stages of the game, because being able to throw things like still standing out from ranged can be a great strength for Darkblade in this matchup. And you can see Chad immediately going after Misty, I think, with a turn 1 attack with the clone, which I think is a pretty aggressive and smart play.
I do like that as well, going aggressive on Misty very early. Although Infinite Strikes into pushback is, well, it's okay for Chad because he does still gain the action. He's not going to be able to attack Misty again, but he will get to maneuver once again and build up his hand and get a better position.
And I have actually played this matchup before in a competitive setting. I was the Luke player against, I think I was playing Chupa Thingy in the preseason Arsenal tournament that Cosmic Zap hosted. And I think the key for Wukong is landing a big Ox form and getting a lot of damage in on Luke, because you're really not going to with a bunch of chip damage. So I think winning a mind game, especially early in the game, is going to be really crucial for Chad here.
Yeah, the mind games are crucial with Wukong. That's what he's all about. He's the trickster. And if you make the wrong call on a Jingo versus Ox, you are punished big time, like we saw yesterday in Jason's match versus Chad.
So, John, with 72 transformations in mind, what do you think Wukong's looking for? Do you think he's looking for Tortoise forms, Phoenix forms, Ox forms?
I think you're looking mostly... Well, it depends on the game state. I think, in general, you're mostly looking for Ox form in this matchup, because I don't think you can deal any real damage otherwise. So at least before Misty is gone, you're going to want to get those Oxes as quick as you can so you can actually kill off Misty. Once she's gone, I think your plan kind of changes into a keep away game, and at that point you would want to get the Phoenix form. So we see a get paid go undefended into a clone, drawing Darkblade 2 cards, killing off the clone, and he's looking like he's in a pretty good position at the moment. Now, we talked about Luke earlier being the weak point in Darkblade's lineup, but I do honestly think that he got the best matchup here that he could have given Chad's roster.
I'd like to bring up... Oh, you go, Connor.
No, Taylor, go ahead. Taylor.
Okay. I would like to bring up a few key card interactions here. First of all, Golden Chainmail from Wukong. It's a 4-value block that redirects the damage that the defender would take into the attacker, and Luke actually does redirect that damage. So if Luke ends up attacking with a 6 into Golden Chainmail, he won't take any damage due to his ability, which is actually very nice. And I'm getting that ruling from the rulings archive, so I know it's correct. Some other things to think about is Luke has Power Man. It's the block card that lets him move the attacking fighter up to 3 spaces after combat. He can move them through other opposing fighters, and then all of those such fighters take a damage, which could be a really great way for Luke to clear a bunch of clones. And also with a card like Skin like Titanium, if he can line that up into the Tricked You from a Jingu Bang, or something that would actually damage Luke like a Taunting Laughter, he can end up killing the clone that attacked him. So there are a bunch of sneaky ways for Luke to deal with the clones that don't necessarily involve him attacking them.
Yeah. And the clones can be problems for a number of different things. We can look at a card like Where's My Money that lets him jump adjacent to the nearest opposing fighter. If Wukong is able to position right, he can make it where that nearest fighter is one of the clones and not Wukong himself. And if he's, it can make it to where it can be difficult to use that card to even get through the clones to be able to get to Wukong himself.
That's a great point to bring up, Jeremy. Where's My Money? Oftentimes people just look at it as a warp card, like a mist form, and you just get to go right up to your opponent, ready for an attack, first action. But as you pointed out, it is the nearest fighter, so definitely something to keep in mind if you're Chad. Darkblade with a long deliberation here.
Luke Cage is going to need to find some way to be able to burn through all of Wukong's super strong defenses, because he doesn't have any offensive feints. All of his effects cancels are on pure defense. So he can't go for something like a feint into a bewilderment or Golden Chainmail. He needs to just throw away low value or non-optimal attacks to try baiting out all 4 of those huge super beefy defenses that he can look for his real good attacks.
Right. And here's the Where's My Money that we talked about, but it does get him adjacent to Wukong, because he can go the clone, I believe, was the closest fighter. If Luke was in this tri-space, it'd be 5 spaces to the clone and 6 spaces to Wukong, but it lets him go adjacent to the clone, which is also happening to be adjacent to Wukong. So I wonder if that was a little bit of a positioning error on Chad's end, or if he's just okay with Luke getting in here and pinning himself at that. So the hero for hire going into a Wily fighting defense. Darkblade deliberating whether or not he wants to boost hero for hire, which he will for 2 damage into Wukong, which will deal 1 damage back to Luke. And now he's attacking the clone this time, so probably something like a get paid once again. Trying to get those cards, or a regroup, perhaps. Expecting the clone to go undefended. I would defend here if I'm Chad. I want to stop that card draw.
Yeah,
Yep.
there was the regroup, which he is not going to be able to boost over enough to do anything.
Right, with that 5 value Tortoise form. Would have let him boost, but there's nothing, no boost value that'll get over that. So the clone does live, which I'd be happy about as Chad. And you also denied an extra card being drawn from Darkblade, so.
Yeah, and that's also it's also a regroup, but once again with that 3 boost value that he's not dumping into one of his boost cards.
I think if Darkblade has a trash talk here, he probably throws it, or at least if he has a power man, that would be a great time to use that as well and push Wukong through the clone and deal a damage to each of the fighters. So if he's got one of his blue 2 value defenses, I would definitely expect it to come out right here. With so little cards in hand, he may not have anything, and ooh, that is an undefended Ox form right there for 5 damage onto Luke, and I believe Chad still has another action, so if he's got any sort of damage, I think he makes another attack. Because either Luke was just making an expert read, or trying to at least, that it was perhaps a Jingle Bong or maybe a taunting laughter, or he really just doesn't have the defense and had no option.
Yeah,
I think we'll find out right here.
Yeah, and at least with Luke's ability, he does manage to knock 2 of that 7 off, because even if he doesn't defend, the ability still takes a little bit off of it, but still a hit.
Right. Quite a hit, too, because he has 13 starting HP and no healing. Oh my gosh, it's both Oxes, and he doesn't have any defense. So he's down to 2. Both Wily fightings on defense will kill at this point.
I think this is going to be one of those turns that we are going to be speaking of for some time from here on out.
Yeah, that was brutal. I think Luke put himself in a very precarious position, playing that Where's My Money and pinning himself right there. And even though he attacked with a regroup, he got to draw 1 card. I know he was hoping to draw 2, it looked like. But still, just banking on drawing the correct defense is dangerous. And wow, the double Ox, huge punish.
So it looks like Darkblade over the course of this weekend has not had that much success with Luke and taking big attacks to the face.
Not at all. He took a beast form and an Ox undefended. Not ideal.
And at this point, I think we're just going to see Wukong is going to just kind of hole up somewhere and let his clones try to deal with Luke Cage there. And Luke using Where's My Money to get out of the pin.
Yep.
And it's probably also Luke's time, if he wants to try to salvage this, he's gonna have to send Misty in to be able to do some work for him.
Yes, I would agree with that for sure. With both Where's My Money gone to, Chad can be safe in placing Wukong, but he does still have to worry about Misty being able to attack from range.
Yeah, I don't see a way of Luke Cage making it back from this. He needs to, because Wukong still has all 4 of his super defenses. Even with that nice big hit with a 6 into the 2, I still think Wukong has all 3 clones out, and he can just camp around and prevent ranged attacks based on clone positioning until a Phoenix comes, or until he gets enough 72s where he feels safe going back in for a 3rd Ox form.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Connor. I think Chad is just, he's not going to let this game slip away. He had such a massive swing right there. He's just going to ride this one out to the end, play it safe.
Yeah, just 2 Ox forms to the face. That's just, I don't know how you do come back from that.
Yeah, back to back at that. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. That was pretty unfortunate for Darkblade.
Literally the worst case scenario.
Yes. The only thing worse would be a double beast form undefended.
Yeah. Oh, wow. But it's one of those games that we play, like, what are the chances? Like, well, what are the chances that this is an Ox form?
Yep.
It's like, okay, well, what are the chances that the second one's an Ox form?
Yep. So you can't blame Darkblade for making the call he did. Even if he had defense, he may have not played it there. I honestly think he didn't have any and didn't have a choice, but either way, anytime you ask yourself what are the chances, it's always 100%. Against your favor, of course. So Chad is not even going to try to make any bait attacks. He throws away the Jingo Bong. He is only throwing straight damage, I believe, at this point. So he is protecting Wukong from Misty here with that positioning. Luke could still reach him, but he would have to boost with a 3-value boost card. So Chad reconsidering his positioning at this point. He thought he was safe there, but missed the opening that Luke would potentially have. So I wonder if this signals no good defenses from Wukong. Yet he still wants to go aggressive and make an attack, which is a little bit surprising. There, that's much better positioning. Blocking off the light blue zone from Misty and making sure Luke is not close enough. The Trash Talk will full cancel the Taunting Laughter thrown out by Wukong without having to discard a card, because the Taunting Laughter, even though it's immediate, the defender resolves first, so the Trash Talk will go first.
We're just giving Mike and Tommy free advertising at this point.
Shout out to Sidious and Tommy Elliott, the two guys who run Defender Resolves First podcast. If you guys haven't checked it out, definitely recommend you do so on Spotify, or they have YouTube they upload to, or wherever else you find your podcasts. But it's a great Unmatched podcast with a lot of great community members making guest appearances.
Yes, I miss Little Big Mike.
Little Big Mike. You'll love to see it.
Wukong is actually at pretty low health, so if he goes for defensive volley fightings for confirmed auto damage, he may actually just end up dying of combat damage. And if he's blocking with his super defenses, he can't get that defensive auto damage. And if Luke Cage blocks well enough, he may be able to evade that volley fighting damage. So it seems like Luke Cage may have a remote chance of pulling this back, especially with Misty Knight being at full health.
That is true. Luke's not out of it yet. He's just in the danger zone. But I do believe that Chad is going to need his 72 transformations quickly so that he's able to recycle those Ox forms so he can try to land that lethal blow, or he's going to have to find the Phoenix form very quickly. But yet again, great positioning. Luke cannot reach him being melee, and Misty as well is blocked off from that light blue zone. Also Misty at 3 health. As soon as I think Chad can kill off Misty, that will be the nail in the coffin for this game. But until Misty goes down, I think Luke still has a bit of a chance.
To add on to that, John, especially because Misty Knight can throw out commanding impacts. If Wukong burns out his super defense on Misty Knight, then Luke Cage will have a safer path to go in for his big 6 value attacks.
Yep. Misty can be very, very threatening of a sidekick with those ranged commanding impacts. I would say that's probably the most powerful ranged attack in the game.
So far.
So far, yes. Who knows what will come next? Always new and exciting fighters being released for this game.
Sad Willow noises.
Yep, sorry Willow. Misty Knight's got you beat.
You think this match would be going different if Darkblade was playing as Willow instead of Luke, Jeremy?
It would be very different.
Don't know
Very
whether or not in a
different,
good or a bad way.
We may not still be commentating on this game if he was playing Willow.
Well, actually,
So
yeah, we wouldn't straight up with Willow having 14 health and taking double ox. That'd be the end of the game there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sorry to cut you off, Connor.
You're good. So I was just gonna say, so Taylor, if Luke Cage were to try coming back from this, what would the steps be to be making a recovery?
I would have to think you'd have to try to clear some of those clones before Phoenix form comes out, because I think Luke's foot is still, maybe he has like a toe in the door because of how low Wukong is, but I think once Phoenix comes back, or comes up I should say, and like a 72 comes out to get an Ox form back, I think Darkblade's chances are shrinking as the timer ticks down, fortunately for him.
So I think something we can take away from this positioning or this turn that Chad did was Misty had a route to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces into the light blue with a boost value of 3 and hit Wukong, but I think that signals that Chad has one of those ultimate blue defenses, seeing as he left that route open. But we are going to see the 72 used to get back the Ox form there.
I don't think he'll take a third Ox form.
I wouldn't think so. I'd hope not. But even with defense, the thing is, if he doesn't, Luke can have some really low boost values, and if he only had a 1 boost value, the Ox would still be lethal. As we can see, his whole hand consists of a single boost value cards, except for this 1 Misty card. So if that 2 was not there, Ox is still confirmed lethal over any defense Luke might throw.
Yeah, what do you want to put on the bottom with Fiery Eyes? We're at 13 cards left in Luke's deck, so it's still a while till you get it. Do you try to throw away some defense, although he's got a lot of them, or?
I think Chad's going to debate between Got My Back just to get that 2 boost out of here, or probably the Sweet Christmas, if I had to guess. It's a tough choice. There's not any really fantastic cards. I mean, Sweet Christmas is amazing being a 6, but not in the situation that Luke is currently in. It looks like he is going to put back the Got My Back to the bottom, and then each player will draw a card there.
Yeah, and at this point, Got My Back would pretty much just be used for a boost at this point, because the effect would really in this situation not be desirable unless it was a very small attack coming in.
Right. I think Chad's trying to set up that Ox form lethal here. Still no Phoenix form though. I think you need to still, the more you can pick off clones, that is depleting Wukong's health, or it's leaving openings to attack the monkey himself. So I think Darkblade needs to stay somewhat aggressive and keep attacking here. Although the problem is that we saw his hand really just does not have very much offense in it. We saw 4 blue cards, one of which was put to the bottom, and an unknown drawn. But we know 3 blue cards are there confirmed, and a Sweet Christmas, which you don't necessarily want to use a Sweet Christmas on a clone, but you may have to at this point.
That can kind of be a weakness of Luke, just because of his ability. It would make high value versatile cards very, very powerful for him. So his deck is more polarized in terms of red and blue cards than other decks' construction is made up of. So Luke can get stuck with these turns where he can't actually do anything just because his hand is full of black cards only.
Yeah, that's a great point, and it just kind of makes him a little bit more volatile than a normal fighter. I mean, his defense, his passive 2 damage negation does make up for that a little bit, but more so the problem is when you just get stuck with all blues and you want to attack and you want to be aggressive, but you just don't have the cards to do that.
It's the inverse ketchup and mustard problem.
Yes. Instead of Captain Condiment, let's call it like Officer Agua. I think Luke's probably the only one who can fall victim to that. So he's going to boost. Interesting to maneuver closer to the clone with Luke and then maneuver back and boost. I wonder what his thought process was there. Perhaps something changed his plan based on what he drew.
I'll maneuver. I'll boost.
Again, throwing out that Jingo Bong. Chad does not care to play any mind games. He's not going for baits. He's just going for the damage.
Okay. So pinning Misty at this point.
Setting up probably an Infinite Strikes that would actually kill off Misty with that 1 bonus for the 3 damage, and then maybe into an Ox form onto Luke is my prediction.
It's the right-handed clone. Maybe it's a Wily fighting to hit Luke if it's an attack on Misty Knight.
That's a great point as well, Connor. Yep. Regardless of what card it is, I think it's smart to attack with that one rather than the other one so that you can have the mind game of that Wily fighting, so it was the Infinite Strikes, but it very well could have been a Wily. I think me and Chad just play too much together in practice. We're in each other's head.
So, John, do you still think there's no hope for Luke Cage?
No, there's still some hope. It's just gonna come down to this combat interaction. If I got to imagine this is Ox no matter what, and he does have Power Man. If he has Power Man and a 3 boost value, he'll full block the Ox and be able to pop 2 clones at once. I think if we can see that play happen, Luke is going to be looking much better. There's the Power Man, there's the Ox. Does he have the 3 boost is the question, and it's not likely because we've already seen a lot of those come out. It will be massive if he does. Okay, even a 2, it keeps him alive at 1, and he does get to kill both clones with the Power Man, pushing the first clone through the other one and dealing a damage to each.
Losing a still standing is still pretty bad, though, although I suppose he probably didn't have any other options in order to stay alive.
Right, you got to imagine so. And at this point, your win condition is no longer to cycle the still standings. I don't think you just need to land the killing blow on Wukong, which with both Where's My Money's gone already, it's going to be nearly impossible for Luke to get in on Wukong being a melee fighter and only move 2 with a lot of low boost values.
Yeah, and we still haven't seen Phoenix form show up for Wukong yet, so that's a card that's still in play.
We know Luke has another Power Man, though, I believe. I think he has to end adjacent to the clone there. Although, this is good as well because he is taking center stage in this space in particular. He can reach every space on the board with a boost of 3. And Chad, very smart not to make a clone here. He's not leaving any openings for a Sweet Christmas into something like a 72 or a Sly Monkey. So, or Wily fighting at that. This is an obvious Wily fighting setup. He wants Luke to attack because Luke has no cancels on offense. So if Luke attacks Wukong into the Wily fighting, Wukong will take 3, bringing him down to 2, but then the Wily fighting will trigger 4 lethal. So it's a very intimidating position Chad took here, but I really don't know if Darkblade has any other choice. he's going to just have to attack Wukong in order to win this game, so he's going to have to make an attack here, I think, with the Sweet Christmas. And just hope that Chad is baiting. I'm sure he's thinking in his head right now, Darkblade, of any other alternate win condition other than attacking Wukong. Like, can he go and attack clones with something like Still Standing in order to kill the clone over the top of a Wily so the Wily wouldn't trigger since it needs adjacency, and the clone being defeated would remove it from the board during combat before the effect can resolve. And so maybe he's just considering if that is any possible win condition, if he can just try to use the Still Standing loop to cycle. But I really don't think that that's an option, because I don't think Chad is going to let it happen. If Luke comes in to attack a clone, I believe we will see one of those ultimate defenses used to protect the clone and win combat under a Still Standing.
This is looking pretty bad for Luke Cage. Pretty bad.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think there's any hope for Luke anymore. Honestly, I think Wukong's got this one locked down.
Hopefully he doesn't run out of time.
He's gonna boost. I like the positioning he took here. It's interesting. Taking more of a centralized position and just trying to get to that clone.
I don't know if we want to do this for the viewers. You want to
But now Chad could maneuver and boost that clone around and put Wukong in front. There goes the last Jingo Bong. Yep, hiding the clone. Very smart. And I think that's literally all Chad is going to do the rest of the game. He's going to continuously hide that one clone that he has so that Luke has to attack Wukong. If Luke ever does get in, he'll use an ultimate defense to protect the clone, but I don't think Luke will get in on it. And he's just going to find the Phoenix form, and then Luke will eventually have to attack or die out in exhaustion. So Chad is just, after that turn in particular, he's given away his win condition. He knows exactly what it is. He's not going to deviate from the plan, and he's just going to continue that until this game's over. So Darkblade, recognizing that, he is just going to make the attack, and we will see the Wily fighting for lethal here. Hero for hire, hitting with 6 value, boosting with regroup, down to 2 health.
Differential.
Very close health differential there. The Wily fighting auto damage will finish off Luke after combat. So let's take a listen in on the players.
But there's no way for me to get it off, obviously, without Misty.
Yeah. Did you draw any? Did you have any Misty defense? Did you have a trash talk?
Not when you attacked her, no. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I definitely would have played it.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I knew that moment was critical because I needed, assuming I killed Misty and then you didn't draw your last boost 3, I saw that it was game because I had the Wily in hand at that point.
Yeah, okay. So you've had it for a while. That makes me feel a little bit better at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought about going in maybe a couple times just to see, but I was like, I can't at 1. So I was trying to see if maybe there were any outs, but yeah, without Misty. If I would have had more of these earlier.
Honestly, dude, yeah,
nice.
I was kind of
because if I would have had these instead of, because at one point my hand was like, well, you saw when you looked, but it was like all my blue cards, and I was like, no, I want to be aggressive right now. I need to kill these clones and put pressure on, so Phoenix Form isn't a problem.
For me, it was the exact opposite. Like, I choose these and like these and these. I'm like, no, I need defense. I don't want to be aggressive.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I wonder if maybe, I mean, I definitely wish I would have Power Man the first Ox, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
That would have changed a lot. But I feel like I didn't have it an option but to take the second one. Because it was so unlikely that it was the Ox.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
and anything else I would have been fine just taking.
Literally
anything, everything else in your deck.
Absolutely.
And so it's like, because the thing is like you could easily just be being like bluffing, oh, I have the second one, and I'm like, okay, but it's very unlikely. So like, you know, I think the first take was the risky one. I think the second one is almost always happening. Because if you hit me with like a Jingo Bong there, I only had one block, so it like feels really bad if I block a Jingo Bong after the Ox, just because I'm scared of the chance of the second Ox. But yeah, the first one I regretted taking. But again, sometimes you just have to take against Wukong, and it doesn't always work out.
Yeah, for sure.
But
It
yeah,
was.
if I had blocked it, I wonder, would you have attacked?
Wow, so listening in on the players at the end there, it sounds like Darkblade did have the Power Man defense during that Ox form interaction, and he just called it as if it were a Jingo Bong or literally anything else, a taunting laughter. He said anything else but the Ox. He was fine taking, which I agree with. And it was the Ox, and then the second one, it was like, well, what are the chances that it's the second Ox? And of course, he asked himself that question, and 100%, there it was. And there goes 10 of Luke's health in an instant. So, what a game that was. I think it was just interesting because those are the mind games that make or break the Wukong game, and in pretty much every Wukong matchup. But we even saw Luke still having a chance even after taking double Ox to the face. Until I think Misty died, that was the nail in the coffin. But I think up until that point, he still had a chance, and that was pretty impressive by both players there. The only thing I would really question is the Where's My Money getting himself pinned in between Wukong and the clone, and then that's when the double Ox happened. So perhaps he was a little too aggressive there, but I understand wanting to be aggressive against Wukong. So that was another great game, and we are going to be going into Game 3. Now this is the neutral game, so it's a split advantage. So with Chad being the follower and Darkblade being the leader, Chad is going to get map position, which is very good for him, although Darkblade gets to go first as the Raptors. So let's take a closer look at that match card here. Now, it's going to be played on Yukon, which Chad picked, and I believe he probably picked this because of that massive loop in the left side of the map, the red and purple loop, so that he will be able to run back there and make it so that no more than 2 Raptors could be adjacent if they have a full pin, or even 1 Raptor being adjacent to fully negate their ability as long as Jabberwock is in the way on the other side. Although the Raptors do get to start first, and because there are 3 different heroes essentially, they're going to be able to at least get a double surround on Alice right off the bat, unless Chad wants to put Jabberwock in harm's way, in which case they can go after Jabberwock. So it's a very interesting map choice, and of course Darkblade's got to go first with the Raptors being so aggressive. And let's go ahead and take a look at the decks here. So we're going to see the Raptors first. Taylor, I know you're a huge fan of the Raptors, so I'll let you take it away with this one.
Thanks, John. Yeah, so fun little tidbit about myself. The Raptors are actually the reason why I got into Unmatched, because I saw that they had a deck and I was like, yes, I want that. I need that. So the Raptors are very interesting because they are a multi-hero. There are 3 individual Raptors that each have 7 health. So in total, that's 21 health, which is a lot, but at the same time, they're individually pretty easy to kill, only having 7 health, which is about as much as like a typical sidekick would. So their ability comes down to attacking in groups. When the Raptors make an attack, for each other Raptor that is adjacent to the opposing fighter, they get an extra 1 damage added on. So if all 3 Raptors are surrounding Alice, they'll have an extra +2 when they make an attack, which can be pretty devastating for attacks like Eviscerate, which is just a blank 5, which when combined with all 3 Raptors being adjacent would be a 7, which is just really, really strong. They also have smaller attacks like They Remember, which can be really good as a part of a big combo turn where you're making a bunch of attacks with the gain action effect on it. And it can go from a 2 to being a 3 or a 4, which probably won't deal that much damage, especially if Alice is small, but is just a great way to make Alice spend a block to maybe land something bigger later in the turn. Clever Girl is also a really good card because it has an extra value on it compared to They Remember, and can also gain an action. So it's a little bit stronger in that regard, but it requires one or more raptors being adjacent to the opposing fighter after combat in order to gain the action, which can kind of be tricky in this particular matchup just because Alice has so many move effects. Decoy is a really strong block card that basically can immediately put one of your other raptors adjacent to the opposing fighter, which in this matchup versus Alice, both of her fighters are melee, so Decoy will be a great way to start the raptor's turn with a pin or at least another raptor adjacent to the opposing fighter. And Eaten Alive is going to be a really strong block in this case because it is the highest printed value that the raptors can block for, being value 4. And with 3 copies of it, the raptors are probably going to want to see some of these, especially against Big Alice. So yeah, that is the raptors from Jurassic Park.
All right, let's take a look then at Alice. And Jeremy, I know you're a big fan of Alice yourself, so why don't you take it away with Alice?
Yeah, well, Alice is able to change sizes by card effect. When she is big, she has +2 attack, and when she is small, she has +1 defense. So being able to manage your size through the game is going to be critical for her. Alice is kind of unusual in that really her signature card is a defense card, Looking Glass, which can allow card draw, placing Alice in another space, and have 3 health. That can be a huge effect for her there. We will see other great things there, that Momentous Shift and Manxum, when you look at these and take into effect Alice being large with these, that you're looking at a Momentous Shift going up to a 7, and Manxum Foe with Alice having some 4 boost cards could potentially go up to a 9, which is greater than any one Raptor's individual health. Snicker Snack is another great card because it gives you some hand knowledge. It lets you pull a card out of their hand. That's something you almost want to play as Big Alice to make sure that you win that with the 5, because the Raptors aren't going to be able to win over that 5 attack. The Jabberwock has some really nasty cards as well. One of them dealing 2 damage to an adjacent opposing fighter, and another one ramping up its value if it is used against a hero, which all of the Raptors are heroes. We can also see on the left there Alice having 2 schemes, Eat Me and Drink Me. Both of those allow Alice to change size, so it's a way to be able to manage your size as Alice through the match, to be able to be big when you want to be big and small when you want to be small. She's a fairly aggressive fighter in general, so this is going to be a very interesting matchup against the Raptors, who are one of the most aggressive sets of fighters in the game.
Yeah, very well said, Jeremy. And I think that's something very interesting to note as you brought up about those schemes. Can we get the Eat Me and Drink Me pulled up on the key cards real quick here? Because as you mentioned, those schemes allow her to change size. And these are the only 2 cards that let her change without combat being involved. So there may be situations where she wants to be in a different size and doesn't have these schemes, and that's going to make her either stay in that undesirable size until the Raptors aggress on her, which is not ideal, or go up to the Raptors and make an attack in order to try and change. And in that case, the Raptors could play something like the Decoy on defense and warp up to Alice and essentially pin her or get some extra Raptor surrounding for their buff ability. But we're going to have to see what happens. I think it is going to be quite an aggressive match, so players are ready. Let's jump over to Vorpal board, and we will see what happens.
And I think just right away at the start of the match, the mulligans will be really telling for us, because the Raptors, especially going first, I think their Darkblade's only, or not maybe his only win condition, but his primary win condition is to win the game as fast as possible. So he's probably going to want to see a lot of attacks in his opening hand, and will probably mulligan away anything that doesn't really suit that goal. Whereas Alice, Chad going second, is really going to need defenses, especially right away. So I would be looking for what each player does, if they mulligan or keep their starting hand, and just think about what that might tell you about what their options were.
Yeah, I agree, Taylor. I think the mulligan does tell a lot in a matchup like this. So
Yeah, because yeah, Raptors are one of the probably top on the list of fighters that you do not want to be running into these guys without good defenses, especially when you can get double attacked turn 1.
Definitely. So you got to expect to see Darkblade putting those other 2 Raptors far up in those 2, well, the tri-zone space up near the top, and then the dual color yellow and orange as well.
The problem that the Raptors might face, though, is that while Alice is big, she has the potential to one-shot them if they do not block. And even if they do block, if she's big and attacks the right card, she could still eat through half their health with one attack. So I think Taylor's right in the idea that they want to go as fast as possible, so fast to a point where Alice doesn't have any breathing room to even block, or to even attack him.
Yeah, and as we know, the Raptors only have 10 defense cards total in there, which is very low. So they are quite vulnerable for that. And one strategy that you will see most opponents go with against the Raptors is try to take one individual Raptor out. Once one Raptor starts to take damage, the Raptors player will have to be a little bit more careful with that one and protect that one, because once one Raptor goes down, just their entire potential drops pretty drastically.
Yeah, great point, Jeremy. And with that being said, I think this map could actually work in Darkblade's favor because of that massive loop on the left side. Then he can hide the weak Raptor behind the more healthy ones.
Yeah. And interesting that he has not placed the Raptors adjacent to Alice right off the start there. I guess he couldn't because that would be a different zone. So he just set up
getting as close as he can.
As close as he can, and Jabberwock being placed in there to prevent the double attack, or not the double attack, but the 2 Raptors attacking on Alice.
Yep, the double surround. And both players choosing to keep their hands, so I guess either that means they have great hands or they have decent hands and are not willing to risk getting something even worse in such a volatile matchup like this.
Yeah, yes, the mulligan gives and the mulligan taketh away.
Ooh, great start by Darkblade, though. He gets a turn 1 working things out. So he has Alice fully pinned without even using any actions, because this lets him move through opposing fighters and gain an action. So what a great start. I can see why Darkblade wanted to keep. And it looks like he's going to go after the Jabberwock first. Just get Jabberwock out of the way. Oh my gosh, this is a massive ambush.
This could be huge.
And Alice has some very high boost values.
All right, well, dodged a bullet there. I mean, it is good, though, for Raptors to see a feint gone, because a lot of their cards are combo cards. So that was 5 damage, because the Raptor gets the +1 bonus from having another second Raptor adjacent to Jabberwock, and the ambush adds the boost value of the feint to it, so the 2 becomes a 4, bumped up to a 5, and here Jabberwock is down turn 1. Exactly killed there with a They Remember, gaining Darkblade yet another action. So now he could back off if he pleases, or just go for another attack on Alice.
That was a huge turn 1.
Yes. I don't think you could have asked for better from Darkblade.
Well, I mean, the ambush could have gotten like a looking glass or something, but in terms of like end result, yes, you're right. Like this is exactly where Darkblade wants to be.
Yeah, losing Jabberwock this early into a game, especially against the Raptors there, where you're not going to be able to have him body block, that is a debilitating blow there.
Oh yeah, that was massive. Now let's see an undefended Big Alice momentous shift here. Knock this Raptor out. Definitely you don't want to be taking attacks from Big Alice. If he has a defense in hand, I imagine Darkblade throws it here every time. He may have a couple options that he's deliberating between. Yep, there is the shift. Attempting for a kill because the shift effect bumps to a 5, Big Alice bumps it to a 7. That's going to be 4 damage to what I like to call Pogo here.
Yeah. I call him Pouncy.
Everybody's got their names for the Raptors.
I call her Kangaroo Kendra.
What a treat, though, right? Getting to see Raptors in competitive play here. This is pretty awesome.
This is great. Yeah, especially against a fighter like Alice. This is really going to be a very fun, fast-paced game, I imagine.
One of the things I love about Arsenal is any fighter could come out.
Yeah.
We were even talking about the Buffy set coming out in the pre-game commentary.
Yeah, and not like just being like completely insane talking about that. Like, could have potentially happened.
There we see a feint being used to attack into Big Alice. Very, very interesting. I wonder why he chose to attack with that. Maybe it was his only attack?
Yeah, usually you don't see... I mean, an offensive attack into Alice, or offensive feint into Alice can be good sometimes. You usually, unless he's just wanting her to stay big so he can attack her when she's small. Usually when you're doing it, you're trying to, like, hopefully catch a looking glass.
Right.
Maybe Darkblade is scared of Chad using the looking glass for card draw. Maybe he's concerned about another big attack, killing off a Raptor in one shot, or killing off the already injured Raptor. Because, like you guys were saying, typically you would use the feint to prevent the healing from Alice. Alice would use the looking glass later in the game to heal back up. But maybe he's looking for the early feint to either prevent that card draw, or maybe he wants to keep Alice big and wants to prevent any size changing so that he can keep going for big attacks.
Yeah, usually you want to keep Alice small, though, is the interesting thing.
Yeah.
Though I like Darkblade backing off here, making Chad boost. Now, if this Raptor dies, that is unfortunate, but again, with Yukon and the loop, I don't think you're really going to get more than a +1 buff for having one extra Raptor adjacent, so I think Darkblade can actually afford to just let this Raptor go here, and then kind of pin Alice in that loop and get a hand advantage.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see there. The Raptors have such few defenses that's probably a wise decision, and he doesn't have many cards in hand at the moment anyway.
Yeah, I think Darkblade just needs to rebuild his hand right now and get to a place where he can go back to applying pressure to Alice. And ideally he does it in the next couple turns before Alice gets her hand back up and gets more options, especially defensively.
Yes.
Something else to note is that the Raptors being 3 movement fighters and Alice being only 2 movement is that the Raptors can, as they please, go in and out and force Alice to boost after them if she wants to maintain pursuit.
That's a great point, Connor. It's definitely a huge advantage for the Raptors in this matchup. So we see them closing in. Now, something really interesting about any matchup that involves Alice and combo fighters like Raptors or Bruce Lee is that in a case like right now, Chad is small. He has to either play a scheme or engage in order to go big. And when he's big, all of his defenses are either feints, which we've already seen one discarded with an ambush, or big valuable attack cards like Skirmish or Shift or Manxum Foe. And if they're not those, then they are size change cards. So you can often use your action gains to combo and force Alice away from big to go small when she doesn't necessarily want to, or else she just has to take attacks undefended. So that is definitely a way to play around Alice's size changes when you have combo potential.
Here we see the Looking Glass, which
wow,
definitely uses to get away from that there, and also avoids the adjacency effect on Clever Girl.
That is such a good interaction for Chad. The action loss from Clever Girl, he heals back up above where he started at. And he gets out of the dangerous pin, and he remains Big Alice at that.
Yeah, all 3 of the effects on Looking Glass are just really bad for the Raptors player.
Oh yeah.
Interesting that Chad didn't choose the card draw, but I understand why he wants to get out and heal.
You can't stay in there pinned with the Raptors indefinitely there, and that's like your card that you have that would get you out of a pin.
Yep, it is actually
I
the
think
only card. So
yeah, it is. So you have to do that. Oh, and here's a Manxum.
big money, no whammies.
That's why it has essentially a blind boost, even though it's not worded as that.
It's Daredevil time.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Not bad for Chad because it was a useless card, so still
Yeah.
big damage. You're pretty happy to see that, I think, as Chad.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, especially with go ahead and have the advantage of Jabberwock being gone. That's a card you're not using anyway.
Yep, and now he's stuck back in the pin, but he does have hand advantage and overall health advantage at this point with potential of 3 more healing.
So Taylor, I know you're a big Raptors player. If we see that injured Raptor die, or even the healthy Raptor get one shot, do you think that'll be it for the Raptors, or do you think the Raptors still have enough attack cards to keep Alice on the back foot?
Normally, I'd say they have enough, but just Darkblade doesn't really have that many cards in hand. And seeing the other Looking Glass come out, especially this early for Chad, is not looking super great for Darkblade, but you really can't count the Raptors out, especially when there's still 2 alive.
Yeah.
I'll heal and draw.
I like Chad's choice to heal and draw here because he has huge hand advantage and he is already adjacent to both Raptors and can just... I think he's just going to close it out right here. I like that choice a lot. Oh, although that was the first action. Okay.
Yeah, Darkblade's been using the Raptors and attacking with the Raptors' versatiles, which is not particularly common. Usually you want to save those versatiles on the defense with having so few block cards.
Mm-hmm. And what you were talking about there again, the Raptors 3 movement versus Alice's 2. She is having to boost to be able to get up to one of the Raptors.
Ooh. Big Alice regroup into a decoy. Again regaining a pin, but I don't know if that's what Darkblade wants at this point. I would like to see him back off, Taylor, like you had mentioned, right? Gain a big hand so that you're a threat again. Make Alice, if she wants to keep pushing pressure on you, have to boost, you know, with a boost value 4 in order to move 6 spaces to reach you. So he double maneuvered. He's thinking about his positioning. Whether or not I think he wants to hold this pin or back off further. And I do think it would be beneficial for him to back off.
I agree.
Yeah, the Raptors... Go ahead, Taylor.
No, you go. I was going to say something stupid.
No, go ahead and say it, and then I'll say what I was going to say.
Well, the Raptors are surprisingly good at making it to fatigue, especially with their lack of card draw and their being ahead in the deck count on Alice. So, Zero, do you think there's any hope that the Raptors maybe just like run away and use the Pucon Death Loop to force Alice to throw out some huge boosts in order to even make attacks, or do you think they're just too fragile to make it that long?
I think, honestly, that would be a reasonable strat. On Yukon, specifically, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, you only have to get one of the 3 there to be able to survive. You know, so he still has one Raptor, still at full health there.
Although the problem is, I think he's past that point, letting the other Raptor get to 3 health already, and the other one has died off. I don't know, because Alice, I think, has enough 4 boost value cards that she can make enough attacks to still be able to kill the Raptors, seeing as every attack is going to deal at least 3 damage.
Yeah.
So no, actually, no. To answer your question, ultimately, no, I don't think Raptors can do that at this point, but I do think that would have been an option if Darkblade had chosen that earlier in the game.
If the Raptors do go for fatigue, that injured Raptor might be a liability. He might, if he, in the unlikely event that he does choose to go for the fatigue tactic with the Raptors, he's gonna want to kill that extra Raptor so that his rogue Raptor can run in circles and keep boosting around without any additional Raptors clogging up the map.
Mm-hmm. I think he's really just taking a long time here to figure out basically the answer to your question, Taylor. What is his game plan? What is he trying to do overall? And I think he's maybe debating a boost here so that he can fully get out of Alice's range and guarantee that he won't get attacked by her on the next turn. Because he's eaten up quite a bit of his time just on this turn specifically. But he is not going to boost. He is just going to end it there.
And while the looking glasses have been, pretty huge, Alice at this point to get them both out and get her healing up, they are both gone now. So Alice does not have any more healing. So any damage that he is able to put into Alice at some point from here is going to stick.
That's a great point. I think it's all going to come down to an explosive combo attempt. Well, maybe not. He really just, Darkblade wants to go at him. I wonder if he maybe has just a little bit of unfamiliarity with the character or with this matchup in particular, and he feels the need to constantly aggress even with a hand disparity. Maybe not recognizing the value of a full hand Raptors and how much of a threat that may be. I don't know, Taylor, as the Raptors player, I mean, would you be trying to run away and build up a full hand, or do you think you would be pushing the aggression here?
Just about to say, I think it depends a lot on the cards in Darkblade's hand. And I think Disengage would be a pretty good choice there, especially because he was planning on retreating with the Raptor afterwards. But seeing that get feinted, I think is backfiring just a little bit for Darkblade here.
Mm-hmm. And that's the healthier Raptor. So almost surely getting double attacked here. I think that Raptor is dead, and then the other Raptor will soon be dead as well.
Oh, wow. Oh, no.
Oh.
I mean, that was a dead Raptor with anything except a 1 boost value pulled from the Manxum, so I think that's game over.
Yeah, he is taking some huge attacks this match.
Yeah, and as we saw him throw so many versatiles out for offense, he used a feint, he used an Eaten Alive.
I almost said he used an Eat Me, but that's an Alice card.
Easy to get mixed up in this this matchup.
Yeah, Raptors, Alice, Deadpool. I mean, whose card is it?
Ooh, working things out.
Okay, this is bold.
This is do or die right here.
I think this is the last stand.
Oh, the I'm late. You hate to see that if you're Darkblade. 2 damage, but then avoiding the auto damage from Pack Hunters. Although it would have only been 1 at this point, so not the biggest impact. Now Alice is small though, so there's going to be no surprise big Alice attacks until Darkblade decides to go in again.
Yeah. Trying to think how many of those schemes Alice has played at this point.
I think this indicates no defenses in hand, boosting away. So if I'm Chad, if I have a 4 boost value, I think I'm going in for the kill right here, even though you're small. Hit with something like maybe a momentous shift.
The only 4 boost left is Frabjous Day, I think, since we've seen both Looking Glasses, Snicker Snack, and the Mushroom.
Yep, you're right. Although, ooh, Darkblade can play the fatigue game at this point. If he's smart, he can literally run the loop. And Alice, I think, loses this game, actually. Although, does Chad have 1 more Eat Me left? He does. So, no, that's not going to work because Chad can just play the Eat Me to flip to big and then use his last 4-value boost in order to go boost in and make the killing blow. So there was almost an opportunity window for Darkblade there, but not quite.
The only success I've personally had with the Fatigue Raptor strat was in a team league game against Tave Tendo, where he played Sinbad, who didn't get a Voyage until like his 16th or 17th card in deck. And even then I still lost. So I'd be very impressed if Darkblade was able to pull this one out.
If he honestly had 2 more health, I think he would. Because then he can survive a big Alice attack if he did, but sadly that's not the case. I believe Chad still has a shift. Chad is just looking, he's just digging, discarding useless Jabberwock cards and regroups, digging for the Eat Me. He's going to play the Eat Me, and then he's going to go maneuver in for the kill.
Yeah, I think Darkblade sending in the full health healthy Raptor instead of the injured one on that disengaged turn.
Yes.
I think that's going to come back to bite him.
Definitely. That was the one crucial mistake there, because if this was a full health Raptor, Darkblade would straight up win this game in fatigue due to the Yukon death loop.
This is not how I thought this game was going to go.
He drew the Eat Me, so now he's set up his lethal. Unfortunately for Darkblade, there's no hope. He needs to make an offensive push. What he can do is he can try to force Chad into being small, but the problem is Chad will just play a feint on defense so that you end any kind of chain and you stay big and then you finish him off. So it's checkmate at this point for Darkblade. I mean, this Yukon, everybody, if you don't see a problem here, the fact that if Darkblade had 2 more health, he would straight up win this game because Alice would just not ever be able to attack Raptors anymore and just fatigue out by running around the loop. That's it's pretty ridiculous. That's why Yukon is such a threat.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly how the picking of the maps there went and that. But I know that in most of my games that Yukon, if I couldn't think of anything else to ban, that was kind of the go-to ban because I just don't like dealing with that loop. And
yeah, the loop is deadly.
I'm surprised to see it show up a lot, and get past bans so often.
Yeah, well, there are certain matchups where it doesn't really apply, but if you're a melee fighter and you have a max movement of 5 even when you're boosting, then you are definitely in danger of the Yukon loop exhaustion strategy. And even if you can boost and move 6 spaces like Alice can, you can only do it a limited number of times. So you can still fall victim to the loop. If Chad didn't have a way to change size with the scheme, the Eat Me scheme like we talked about, and he had to engage in order to do it, then Darkblade would have had this game on lock by just staying away in the loop.
Yeah, with the threat of Yukon, I'm shocked to see that we talked about this earlier, but I'm very surprised to see there's only one ranged hero out of all 10 of these fighters. With the threat of Yukon and with the threat of other maps that strongly favor range.
Yeah,
I'm thinking there must have been some ranged fighters that were getting banned.
definitely.
Yeah, I think both of these players really like Yananga, and I'm sure there's no way Medusa was getting through, especially with picking 5 heroes in the draft.
Yeah.
Right, and there's really not a lot of ranged fighter options left except maybe Robin Hood.
Surprised Bullseye actually isn't on a roster, although I think
Chad
both players
maneuvering.
actually like Bullseye, so he probably got banned, perhaps.
Right. This is going to be the momentous shift. He moved 1-2 spaces just to trigger the movement buff of the momentous shift, and this will be lethal no matter what Darkblade defends with.
Unless it's the last card in his deck.
Well, if it's the last card in his deck, I don't think he would have played the Eat Me last turn.
What are the chances, John?
It's 100%. Chad's not going to throw away a game like that. He had it on lock. We see the 7 value shift into the 4 value Eaten Alive. So literally, if Darkblade had 1 more health, he would have won that game because of the Yukon Deathloop. So, wow, close game. Let's listen in on the players.
Yeah. After, like I was like mathing it out. Well, my what was it? This. All I needed to hit was a 2, and it hit this, and I'm like, no, I need that. So when it hit that, I was like, okay, that's scary. But there were these 2 cards I need to hit. But I had enough firepower in my hand, like very early on. So if you did like try and like ambush some of my key stuff away, like I could have killed you, I think, if you had run in.
What was your opening hand? I know one was a feint because you lost that to my discard.
Feint? Oh yeah, this was a crazy opening hand. And then that, and both makes them.
Okay.
And so my thought process was feint can stop the combo, and then I just have these to just smack the dudes. But
so I made the wrong call. So I was worried about the looking glass, and because you kept, I thought it was maybe likely that you had one.
Yeah.
So I should have gone. Do you remember like your first 2 draws after the?
The first draw, I drew into this. No, I didn't. I can't quite remember because all I had for defense when you attacked me with that feint were 2 of these.
Okay.
And I really didn't want to throw them on defense. So maybe 2 of the, and I might have actually had a size change. Because I didn't want to change it. Oh, I drew a shift. I know that.
You drew a shift.
I drew a shift and then I attacked the person with that. Yeah, so this was my defense. My next draw after that was the looking glass, and my next draw after that was the looking glass. So.
Yeah, so if I had gone for Alice, I would have won, I think.
Yeah, right at the beginning? Absolutely.
Yeah. I think I messed up and should have just gone.
Wow, so did I hear that correctly in Darkblade saying that his opening hand, his only defense was a feint? Or I mean Chad's opening hand, the only defense was a feint, and Darkblade could have just gotten massive damage on Alice? That is just insane. I mean, no wonder Jabberwock went down so early. He didn't want to waste a feint on just Jabberwock, and I'm surprised he kept that hand, but maybe he figured, well, it's a feint, so if Raptors come in and attack Alice, then I'll just play the feint, and I will essentially end his turn because they have to maneuver up first and then attack. But we saw Darkblade open up with the working things out scheme to gain the action and set himself up for a double attack. So that could have been just incredibly dangerous for Chad there. But thankfully for him, Darkblade went after Jabberwock, which I don't disagree with. I really like the fact that he took him out perfectly turn 1, quick, easy kill. But I think he stayed too aggressive after that point. I think he definitely could have afforded to back off, make Alice boost with her big boost values in order to attack the Raptors and build up a more threatening hand of like 7 cards, and then go in with combos, either forcing her to use those Manxum Foes and Momentous Shifts and Skirmishes on defense, or play size change cards and then force Alice into small form, and so that she's not so much of a threat. And even Taylor, as you pointed out, it came down to that misplay, I think, with sending in the healthy Raptor instead of the weak Raptor with the disengage play that then got one-shot by a Manxum foe. If that was the weak Raptor, Darkblade literally would have won that game using the Yukon Deathloop in Fatigue. So very, very close game. A lot of interesting things, and I don't know, I just thought it was really fun watching the Raptors go up against Alice. So pretty cool game to commentate, if I do say so myself. But we are going to be going into Game 4, and that's going to be T-Rex versus Ghost Rider, and then if we get lucky, maybe we'll see a Game 5 of Achilles versus Beowulf. But we are going to have a short break for the players to grab a bite to eat, as well as us commentators just take a quick break. So we are going to break until, let's say, 12:15 Central. So it's just about a 20-minute break, so not too long. Everybody go get a bite to eat and use the bathroom and all that stuff. Hydrate, homies. And we will see you all back shortly, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be having more Unmatched action coming up soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here for the conclusion of the Summer of Legends 2022 Tournament Grand Finals. And we are going into a Game 4. If you missed what happened previously, we have Darkblade113 versus Unmatchad. And we saw Darkblade's InGen prevail over Chad's Daredevil in Game 1. And then it was an unfortunate series of events in Game 2 where Luke Cage took 2 undefended Ox forms back-to-back against Chad's Wukong and ended up losing that game. And then in Game 3, we saw Alice versus the Raptors on Yukon, and that was the neutral game. So Chad picked the map of Yukon, and Darkblade actually was able to choose the starting position, which of course he would go first as Raptors. He was off to an aggressive start, taking out Jabberwock turn 1, and then it was a little bit of back and forth and ended up being a very close game where Darkblade may have had an opportunity to win with a couple of different choices, but well played on both ends, and it was a blast to watch that one and see Raptors in competitive play. But here we are going into Game 4, so we are going to see Darkblade's T-Rex into Chad's Ghost Rider. So taking a look at the match card here, it was Darkblade's full advantage, so he chose the map and the starting position, and he chose to go to Hanging Gardens. So you have to expect that Chad banned Raptor Paddock here, as most all players do against T-Rex because of how powerful she is on that map, being able to ignore the one-way arrows, creating an incredibly tight map and great zone layouts for ripples in the water. But here we go to Hanging Gardens, probably the second best map in my opinion, at least for most matchups, because using the high ground, if we take a closer look at Hanging Gardens map here, the high ground is those little arrows with the attack symbol and a +1. If you are at the top of that and you are attacking an adjacent fighter who is in the direction of the arrow, you will get a +1 to each attack in that case. So the T-Rex is able to start in that first player position up top with highlighted by that yellow circle, and she can easily just maneuver and boost and attack Ghost Rider in the second player spot at the bottom, who starts on the low ground. So she can get a high ground attack off on the very first turn for a +1 damage, and that can get her off to quite an explosive start to deal massive damage very quickly, which is what T-Rex is all about. So let's go ahead and take a closer look at the T-Rex deck, and we can see some of the key cards here. So Jeremy, do you want to run us through the T-Rex?
Yeah. Now the T-Rex, the big thing you see, and this is much more obvious when you have the physical sets in front of you, T-Rex has a massive health dial because T-Rex has 28 health. Now to counter that, you'll see that T-Rex does have a lot of self-damage in here, as you see with Reckless Lunge and 15,000 pounds of muscle, both dealing some damage back to T-Rex. T-Rex, in many ways, kind of plays like a big, giant raptor. She is very aggressive and needs to play very quickly, in part because of her special ability where she draws a card at the end of her turn, which means that T-Rex is never going to make it through exhaustion. T-Rex has a timer on her through the entire game. T-Rex has a lot of boosting going on with her deck, which you can see with some of these cards that are up here when dinosaurs ruled the earth and Thrash. And one of the scariest cards in T-Rex's deck is, in fact, this scheme that we see here, Ripples in the Water, which lets you place her in any space in her zone. This is really important because T-Rex has a movement of 1, and the only way that she can move more than 1 is to either boost, which she does have extremely high boost values, or by using ripples. And then, of course, after using ripples, each opponent with a fighter adjacent to T-Rex has to discard a random card. You do not want to have T-Rex ripple up next to you and then discard away your only defense card that you have. She is big and she is scary. She takes up 2 spaces on the map. She is a force to be reckoned with in this game.
Definitely, Jeremy. I would echo that completely, and especially that ripples in the water that you talked about on this map in particular. She can use that turn 1 to go right up adjacent to Ghost Rider for the discard, as well as taking the high ground for her follow-up attack. So it's an incredibly threatening opener that we may actually get to see here. I got to imagine Darkblade will be mulliganing for that Ripples in the Water opener. You also mentioned how T-Rex is on a timer, and speaking of timers, let's go ahead and take a look at the next deck, which will be Ghost Rider, and he tends to put people on a bit of a timer himself. So Connor, do you want to run us through Ghost Rider?
Well, absolutely. So Ghost Rider, just like the previous characters I talked about, is an absolute nightmare to play against. The reason he's a nightmare to play against is because he has a special resource called Hellfire. He has 5 Hellfire tokens, and when he maneuvers, he may spend 1 to change his movement speed from 2 to 4 and move through hostile fighters, dealing 1 damage to each person he moves through. Meaning, if he essentially has infinite damage from his ability, similar to Medusa, but is connected to his maneuvers and Hellfire rather than at a certain portion of his turn. You can see Chains of Hellfire and Hellrides to Me will allow him to safely recover Hellfire. And you also can see Stoke the Flames will allow him to, through combat damage, also recover Hellfire. So essentially his entire deck revolves around this Hellfire recovery and spending. You can see Penance Stare as the boost value of the opponent's card to itself, meaning it can be a very, very large defense card or attack card. And you can spend the Hellfire to double up on that boost value and get a beautiful seismic attack or seismic block to really get some good damage in there. And finally, a very vicious card. The reason Ghost Rider is such a nightmare to play against is Blaze of Glory, which says that he can spend any amount of Hellfire to do damage to each fighter in his zone, including himself. So if he has all 5 Hellfire, he can burn out all 5 of that to bombard his whole zone, including himself. And if he dies in the blast, as long as his opponent's hero dies as well, he will technically win the game because it's his turn. So yeah, Ghost Rider is very rough to play against and a menace to society.
Definitely. Well said, Connor. And I think the players are just about ready, but let's jump back to that match card one more time briefly. Just a couple things as you talk about spending Hellfire, right, to use your ability and move through people. So essentially, everybody wants to run away from the T-Rex, right? That's usually the game plan, is just run and gather defense cards to be able to survive her onslaught. Now, Ghost Rider can do that, as well as at least vrooming through her. We say vrooming, that's in the community using his ability. So he can run through T-Rex as his first action with a maneuver, dealing a damage to T-Rex, and then take that second maneuver to get farther away from T-Rex so that he is more safe and making T-Rex boost and waste cards to chase after him. So that's essentially 1 free damage I think we'll get to see from Ghost Rider nearly every turn. And that's definitely going to increase the clock on T-Rex because she already has all that self-damage, and Ghost Rider essentially doubles up on that. So it's just going to be a matter of T-Rex chasing Ghost Rider down and trying to get the damage fast enough before Ghost Rider can run through her enough times to finish her off. Now, on a map like Hanging Gardens, it's very easy for T-Rex to get a super aggressive start, and Ghost Rider may not have the best quality defenses to protect against that. So I think we're probably expecting to see a Game 5. I think that's what we're all hoping for, but let's jump on over to Vorpal Board and we will find out. So Connor, do you think that's any surprise that T-Rex is starting first here?
I'd have to say definitely not. I think there's basically it's not even a second thought. It's whenever you're playing T-Rex, if you get to choose, you always want to go first, especially because Ghost Rider's starting position right now is on the receiving end of high ground. So the T-Rex can basically just turbo in there and just absolutely maul Ghost Rider, and Ghost Rider can do nothing about it, basically.
Yep. I definitely agree with that. There's no way T-Rex would ever choose anything different.
Looks like T-Rex is mulliganing for something there, possibly ripples.
Yeah, you got to expect it's going to be the Ripple, right? Or at least just some form of more aggressive opener.
Yeah, because T-Rex has to do something on her first turn. Because she's starting with 5 cards, she can't just double maneuver because of that card draw at the end of her turn. That would put her at 8 cards, and she'd have to chunk one away. And don't want to do that, so it kind of forces her to be aggressive right off the start.
Definitely. That's a great point. So yeah, T-Rex almost always wants to just go aggressive when she starts. And Ghost Rider starting with 5 Hellfire, but I thought we weren't going to see Beowulf until game 5 here.
Oh yeah, that Hellfire does look rather ragey.
It does, indeed. That's okay, we're going to have to get those actual Hellfire tokens uploaded in here for the next one.
It's a Winter of Champions problem right there.
Exactly. It's already hot enough, you know, for the summer. All right, here we go.
It is interesting to see Chad keep. That probably means he has at least 2, probably 3 defenses, and also maybe a Chains of Glory to get 5 Hellfire back at once. So interesting to see how this first turn plays out.
And we don't see a first turn or first action Ripple, so I'm going to assume Darkblade doesn't have it, and he just takes a maneuver.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, he clearly just didn't get what he was wanting there on the mulligan.
Yeah. You know what I would love to see is a boost with the blue card, T-Rex's blue, and then a closer than she appears to get adjacent with high ground and make good use of a card such as T-Rex's blue. There's not many chances you get to boost with that card and actually have it be effective, so that would be ideal to see here. Especially as Ghost Rider, I would not expect to be attacking too often in this matchup, other than with maybe a Spirit of Vengeance 5 value attack or a Blaze of Glory finisher like Connor had showcased to us.
Yeah. And of course, T-Rex being a large fighter here, she can actually target someone that is 2 spaces away, so she doesn't have to be straight up adjacent.
Ooh, good attack there. Like you said, Poindexter, there is 2 spaces away here, so unfortunately that means that T-Rex is not going to get the bonus high ground buff, but she does get that Reckless Lunge into the Control the Demon, which was a 5 value defense, but the auto damage from Reckless Lunge still goes through for 3 damage, and Ghost Rider has no healing, so that was quite good.
Yeah.
So we see Ghost Rider using the ability on that first maneuver, moving through T-Rex, spending one of the Hellfire, dealing 1 damage, and then likely just maneuvering away to get as much distance in between Ghost Rider and the T-Rex as possible. Even spending a Hellfire to get even farther. Wow.
Yeah. All Ghost Rider has to do now is just vroom through T-Rex 23 more times. And
right.
got it. I mean, it can't be that hard.
Easy.
One thing I will add.
Yeah, go ahead, Taylor.
Okay. Is that with the T-Rex being large, it kind of works against Ghost Rider's ability, because even though he can move 4 spaces with a vroomed Hellfire movement, if he's 1 space, or if he's 2 spaces away from the T-Rex in the T-Rex's attack range, he can only move 2 spaces to vroom and actually deal the damage to the T-Rex, and if he moves 2 spaces away, he's still in attack range. So a second action vroom isn't really that good for Chad, because the T-Rex could then double attack him. But this is a huge ripples here potentially.
Got a feint. That was a good one. One of Ghost Rider's best defenses, and Ghost Rider only has 2 feints in general, so quite a good hit.
Yeah.
Though I do want to go back to what you said, Taylor, about vrooming through. So you don't necessarily have to vroom all the way through T-Rex. You could vroom 1 space into her and then back off away and then 2 spaces away. And you're not quite starting in her attack range, but you are in a single maneuver range.
And just to be clear, even if Chad moves through both spaces that the T-Rex is in, it is still only 1 damage, correct?
Yes, correct.
No double dipping.
Now this is not a great defense for Chad. He would have loved to have that feint here. Instead, he's throwing essentially a blank 3 because this is similar to Momentous Shift where you have to have moved first in order to gain Hellfire. So there is going to be a 6 value attack boosting with the Reckless Lunge for 3 damage over the Wicked and T-Rex drawing and gaining an action. This may be a quick game at this rate.
And the best part is, even if Chad uses the movement effect, which I believe that was the card Ghost Rider played, if he moves down 2 spaces, which he's not moving, so I guess it doesn't even matter.
So that was actually the Momentous Shift Hellfire gain that he used on defense, so he wasn't able to move. So this is an interesting interaction because Chad has to choose his amount of Hellfire to spend to buff up Deal with the Devil, which he does choose to spend 3, and makes this a 5 value defense. But now Darkblade could just choose not to boost Dinos and save himself the card, and he still forced Chad to use all of his Hellfire. Nice scheme here by Chad. This is especially good against T-Rex for pushing her away because when Ghost Rider is adjacent to an opposing fighter, he gets to move himself and the opponent 4 spaces, and then he will gain Hellfire.
He's also putting himself on the receiving end of high ground, though.
He is. I got to expect he's going to maneuver through and then just back off. One thing that we may see come into play on this map in particular is the fact that if T-Rex, because she takes up 2 spaces, she may end up on low ground at some points herself, and with Ghost Rider being able to move through her with his ability, he might be able to get some extra damage from high ground attacks.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see, right now Ghost Rider's in kind of an undesirable position with only 1 Hellfire on there right now. So many of Ghost Rider's cards have to deal with that Hellfire that, having that be very low can be bad for you if T-Rex were to suddenly show up next to you unexpectedly, like this.
That's a great point. Yeah, I believe the highest defense value Ghost Rider can have without any Hellfire is just a 3.
Yeah, to expand upon what John was saying about the high ground, Ghost Rider has so many bad defenses that he can already barely offend to take hits. If the T-Rex is able to line up high ground, then it'll basically be game over for Ghost Rider. It'll be so much of a health lead that Ghost Rider will have almost no viable options to keep going.
The interaction we just saw there was really good for Chad because even though Darkblade ignored the value of Chad's card, Chad still gets Hellfire back equal to the damage he took. So he gets 3 Hellfire there from that attack.
Yeah, and then Chad being a little confused there as to what spaces the T-Rex was on. With the model being a little weird there, he was going to attack and then realized it was just the head sticking up over another space and not actually T-Rex being on that space.
Right, it can get a little weird in Vorpal with the T-Rex specifically, having to rotate and flip her around.
Yeah, it's actually why there's 2 separate T-Rex models in Vorpal here.
This is not quite what he wants his penance to go into, I don't think. It's a 5 value with the high ground considered into a 1. Now, Darkblade has to choose whether or not he wants to boost first, so if he boosts, then I'm sure Chad will likely not spend the extra Hellfire for only a single damage. He'd be better off using 2 Hellfire to vroom through T-Rex twice over the course of the next couple of turns.
Probably not going to spend 2 Hellfire to do an extra one.
Yeah, and it's just with all the high boost values that T-Rex does have, yeah, this is definitely not what you're wanting to catch there.
Yeah,
the boost
definitely.
value on Terrifying Roar is at 3.
It's a 3.
Yeah, I bet that's
Sounds good.
probably what Chad had in mind when
Yeah.
made this attack as an ideal defense for Penance to line up into.
Yep, he could have gotten 6 damage if that were the case. That would have been a huge swing.
It's the same as if I didn't block.
So surprisingly,
But, you know, in case of-
T-Rex is down to 13 health already. That's very, very low. I think she definitely is going to have to put on the pressure and finish off Ghost Rider quickly. Ooh, we see Commanding Impact go in to deal with the Devil, potentially full blocked.
I'll spend it all.
I think Chad spending it all may indicate that he likely has maybe a Chains of Hellfire scheme. I think I would like to see a closer than she appears here from Darkblade, just to still make another attack, but avoid being on the low ground at the start of Ghost Rider's turn when he could potentially hit with a 6 value attack. I think you need to preserve your health total a bit here.
That's the type of play that Darkblade was making against me yesterday in the semifinal when I was Achilles and he was T-Rex. So him not making that move there probably indicates that he doesn't have the closer.
Yeah, I think so. And I said this was likely going to be a quick game, and it may be quick, but in the opposite way that I thought. T-Rex might fall very quickly, and that would give Chad the overall win. Darkblade is on the ropes here. He has to get this win in this game in order to stay in this match and have a chance at the trophy.
Even getting to the T-Rex so low, Ghost Rider still is not in a great situation, having such a low hand count and having such limited defensive card draw. If the T-Rex can line up another combo, or even just another big attack with Ghost Rider having no strong defenses, the T-Rex could easily regain control of the situation.
I do agree, Connor, and I think it's going to come down to how quickly Chad can refuel his Hellfire. I think if he has something like a Chains to refuel it all the way to the full 5, I think it could definitely swing in Ghost Rider's favor very quickly. Otherwise, if he's stuck without any Hellfire gain, I still think it's definitely in favor of the T-Rex.
The other problem that could arise, if Ghost Rider has to spend a turn scheming Chains of Hellfire to get his Hellfire back, although he's getting his Hellfire back, that's not doing him any favors in terms of hand count. He's going to have a very low hand count, and the T-Rex can exploit that very easily.
That's a great point as well. It's kind of, in order to refuel your Hellfire using Chains, the scheme, it's a loss of tempo. And with T-Rex being so aggressive and Chad being so low in the health total already, it could be a little bit risky to take the turn to refuel, but he may have to. But I think T-Rex has to be very careful about ending on low ground, regardless of, you know, where she's at, because sure, Chad doesn't have any Hellfire at this moment, but if he defends with something like Stoke the Flames, like we saw earlier, and then he gains some Hellfire, he may be able to vroom through the T-Rex to get the high ground unexpectedly. So Darkblade's got to be very careful of that, and I think that's why he's deliberating so much on his positioning right here. It's very hard to avoid being on low ground with T-Rex on this map. There's almost no spaces where you can do that. Which makes me wonder if Darkblade would have been better off choosing a different map, something like the T-Rex paddock that we saw a lot of yesterday in those matches with the T-Rex.
we see Darkblade taking one of his patented multi-minute turns, thinking about how the rest of the game is gonna go. And if I were Darkblade, you probably just you can't be thinking about the fact that you just lost 2 games in a row and that like this could be the last game. I think you just have to stay mentally tough and just be patient and figure out your win condition. I kind of like that he's taking a second to regroup, and even though he's spending a lot of clock time, he's probably thinking of his genius win condition that is gonna get him out of potentially this tricky situation that he's in.
Yep. I agree. This is potentially a big moment in the game, though. I do think I want to see him stay aggressive. I think he's got to go in here and just make the attacks. I don't think you want to give Chad that breathing room in order to play a scheme like Chains of Hellfire and get a full refuel while he's not threatened. I think he needs to push the tempo here and not back off. We saw him considering maybe backing off to the high ground, but I don't know that I like that decision. Though he is second guessing.
Yeah, I agree with you, John. If the T-Rex is able to maintain a strong offense, Ghost Rider won't be able to go for his scheme because he'll be burning through too many cards in hand to a point where if he does go for the scheme, he'll be left with 1 or 0 cards in hand. If the T-Rex is pulling back right now, then Ghost Rider will maximize his hand, and he won't even be scared of fatigue because the T-Rex fatigues so fast. And then once he's all charged up, he'll wait until he's in optimal hand and still not be losing in fatigue because the T-Rex fatigues so fast, and just to completely maul the T-Rex.
I think he's activating this, taking back Commanding Impact. Okay, so he did pass his turn, essentially. Used up a lot of time, and in the end just decided to stay in place and play a scheme. I think if Chad does not play Chains this turn specifically, Darkblade was fine to do that. But if a Chains comes out, that's a big punish. Alright, so Chad doesn't have the Chains, and I think Darkblade, he really just is looking for big value attacks that can't get fainted and also don't deal himself damage. I think that's what he's most concerned about, and he's considering potential Blaze of Glory lethal lines.
Yeah, the commanding impact while Chad has 0 Hellfire is a guaranteed 2 damage. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. And there's the ripples.
I love the ripple without the discard because I don't think you want to end adjacent to Ghost Rider when he has those potential 5s. Because his defenses, as you pointed out, with no Hellfire are just not effective. So you don't really need to try to knock one of them out of hand. Ooh, but another Stoke the Flames going into Muscle, which is pretty ideal, I think, for Chad, gaining 3 Hellfire. Because although that measly 2 value is ignored and he takes 2 extra damage, he gets 2 extra Hellfire, which is, I think, much more useful.
Yeah, this is the same interaction that's already happened this game, and it's just unfortunate that both of Darkblade's 15,000 pounds have ended up into basically the best block card that Chad could hope for.
Yes.
Are we gonna see a 5 value attack here?
He's attacking with high ground.
It is high ground, so yeah, you got to expect this is a 6 coming at you. You got to play a Thrash, right? Ooh. Angry is not gonna win the combat here. We'll probably see a 6 over, this would be a 4. And I imagine Chad is going to use his after combat to spend the 1 and draw 2 cards, digging for that Chains or potentially that other copy of Hell Rides With Me.
The T-Rex is even getting to a point where Blaze of Glory could be viable. If Chad can keep chipping away, then that Blaze of Glory could do it, especially because the T-Rex has no movement, no defensive movement effects, and no effects cancels.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point, Connor. No cancels, no movement means Blaze of Glory is guaranteed. So once T-Rex gets down to 5 health and Chad can get full health fire, that will be confirmed lethal with Blaze. So T-Rex definitely on the clock here.
I'm not sure I like Chad drawing from his 5 value attack, because now if T-Rex wants to go in for a commanding impact or any other large attack, this could be big damage. Even if the T-Rex like double attacks, back-to-back 5s, whether that be natural 5s or boosted up 5s, Ghost Rider will be in critical condition.
Right. If T-Rex has a 5 value and a 6 value, and those line up into blank 3s or worse, T-Rex could have lethal this turn. I'm sure Darkblade looking over Chad's defensive options that he may have at this point and trying to decide what card to attack with or what order. This could be the game-defining moment right here. Everything is on the line with the clock counting down.
You may be able to escape Ghost Rider's vroom range, but no one escapes the clock.
Yeah.
Another safe play.
Decision quick.
The T-Rex could maneuver out of harm's way, out of the high ground, and then take a safe attack as well. Even a commanding impact right now would be a very solid attack to go for, with Ghost Rider only having 1 Hellfire available for defense.
Well, the problem, Connor, with that is they're in a little triangle position, and anytime T-Rex is in a triangle position, you actually can't get away with a single maneuver, because regardless of what direction you go to, your one space is still going to be adjacent to where Ghost Rider is.
Yeah, so he's going to have to boost if he wants to play it as safe as possible.
Yeah, I think you just go for the 2 attacks here, and you say, well, you better not have the perfect defenses. I'm going to kill you right here.
Yeah.
And if not, well, I think Ghost Rider definitely is going to kill T-Rex on a double high ground attack. Wow. So the Terrifying Roar attack keeps Chad there. He cannot spend the Hellfire, that last remaining Hellfire, to move out of T-Rex's range. Although, you know what, with only 2 spaces of movement because of the little triangle formation, he actually didn't need to roar there. I would have liked to see a commanding impact for damage rather than a roar, because then he would still be able to attack Ghost Rider even if he moved away the 2 spaces.
Yeah, the problem now is that even if T-Rex goes for a big attack now, Chad can block to anything and stay alive guaranteed, and then on his turn he can just go in for double attacks.
Right. Well, unless it's Dinos, Dinos could still chain and end the game here, especially if Chad's only defense is control the demon. Oh no, that's not good.
I should be at 4 now. Sorry.
So Chad's going to gain 3 Hellfire with Stoke the Flames. I think he was very fortunate to have drawn all 3 of those in basically the first half of his deck, because that's a great card in this matchup. It's almost always gaining you quite a lot of Hellfire. And I think if you're Chad right here, you have to go for the kill. I think that's it.
My turn.
You take your high ground, double attack, and I think if your first one is a Spirit of Vengeance 5, which would be a 6 from high ground, and your second one is Blaze of Glory, I think you probably have lethal here.
First turn,
Yep.
I'll play Hellrise with me.
Oh, he's pushing T-Rex away. Okay, so he does not have the necessary tools to get lethal here. I think... Well, no, he does actually get to stay on high ground and still has 2 actions available, and now he has all 5 Hellfire. So that's even more dangerous if we see the Blaze. I think this is going to be a Vengeance into Blaze right here. And Darkblade is going to have to play something like a Thrash on defense and boost it up so that he doesn't take 3 damage from the first attack. But then he also needs a second defense like a Thrash in order to survive the Blaze, because the Blaze, even though you only worry about the 5 auto damage from the explosion, it still is a 2-value combat card. We do see the Thrash. Ooh, and it's not quite Vengeance, but it's still a 6 value. I think if Darkblade has I mean, he's got to have a 3 boost. Or a 2 boost and a second copy of Thrash. This is very intense. It all comes down to this turn interaction here.
My heart is pounding for Rexy.
Come on, we want to see a game 5. Let's go, Darkblade, please. You got to have the right cards in hand here. All right, that's a 5-value Thrash into a 6-value Demon. Now he still needs another defense card, though, to survive the Blaze. If he doesn't have it, this will be game over. It'll be a 3-value Blaze at that. Thrash will save him. Shift will save him. He needs to defend this. Does he have the defense?
Based on him not just flipping his hand over and saying "good game," I'm assuming he might actually have 2 defense options, and he's weighing his options. Which one is more optimal in the situation?
Yeah, I'd have to think so. He's thinking about that a while, so it's clearly not a game-ending situation.
He has the shift. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
So Chad, well, does he spend any Hellfire? No, because he's at 2 health himself. Wow, good defense by Darkblade there, surviving that very threatening turn. And can he get lethal here? Or does he run and try to just survive yet another Blaze potentially? Because as long as he doesn't end on low ground, there's no more schemes that Chad can use to get up to him first action and go for a double attack. So as long as he's at 7 health, he is safe from Blaze. As long as he has a defense card to actually defend against the combat portion of the Blaze of Glory. I think you move 1 space away into the double gray. Yep, like that. And then you make an attack. If you have something like a commanding impact, I think you throw it here. Though he is safe to just maneuver 1 more time and fish for the right card that will land him that lethal blow. So I do not hate this play by Darkblade.
Even though the T-Rex is seemingly in the doing much better in this current game state, Ghost Rider is doing much better in deck count. So if Ghost Rider starts using his Hellfire to turbo away, or even ping T-Rex then turbo away, he could potentially flip the T-Rex and force the T-Rex to start chasing him around the map while he's Hellfiring around and could kill the T-Rex off fatigue.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get quite to fatigue. I think next combat interaction basically is going to determine the game.
I'm so excited right now. This is such a thrilling endgame state.
Yes, so Chad using Hellfire to maneuver away yet again does not end on low ground, which good on him. Although let's think about his defenses, right? He has what, Feint or a 3 value, because Control the Demon would be a 3. So he has Feint or he has Penance. So he's got the effect cancel of a 2 value, or he has the high value block of a Penance that can spend Hellfire to bump up its value yet again. But as long as T-Rex has a single defense in hand and does not end adjacent to Ghost Rider and doesn't go on low ground, I think she should be able to safely go in and make an attack without the fear of dying on the counterattack. Boosting with a roar.
Must be commanding impact.
Once again, we're looking at this clock disparity here.
Yep, he's got to quickly decide what attack to throw. Got about 15 more seconds to decide.
You think we're gonna see a 5-minute turn by Chad?
No. This is it right here. Feint, and it is the commanding impact. 3 damage over the feint. Oh my gosh, we are going to game 5.
Let's go. That's what it's all about.
Go. All right, let's listen in on the players.
And it takes longer for you to kill me with this because you need to get the Hellfire back, or not this.
I just let out a huge sigh of relief as someone that was
because you need to get the Hellfire back and then be able to get in and hit me. So I'd have more time.
Yeah.
So, I figure I either bait out the penance or you die, and either one was good for me there. And I felt like the risk of the feint against this was
Texas again.
Yeah, if I had the penance, I would have thrown it. I mean, that was really well played on you. I had to play to my outs, right? I was down to 2, didn't have penance, so I knew this would kill me unless I was sitting at 5, which I could have kept myself there, but I didn't really want to boost away with this to end 4 spaces. Maybe I should have done that, but then I couldn't attack you with anything because this would kill me before I could kill you with so maybe I could have double maneuvered away and stayed at 5 though to keep this there, but I wasn't quite sure. I didn't think that was the winning scenario there. I felt like I had to pray that you didn't have enough defenses to stop this. So I was attacking, obviously hoping that in your 2 cards you didn't have defense. You would have taken exactly 8 and died. So it would have been great.
And I had the shift. So on the first one, this was my hand. When you went in that turn, it might have been. Oh yeah, it was the gut because I boosted with that. So I think it was something like this, and I might have had an attack card. Oh yeah, I boosted with that, so I had that.
Yeah.
So something like this. I can't remember if there was another card or not, but either way, I think that was what it was. And so the first one, I was like, this is a pretty safe block, and I can boost with one of the 3s, probably this one. And then I didn't get the damage off since you had the high ground, but then you attacked again. I was like, when deciding what to boost with, I actually forgot that it was your first action. And so, or it wasn't first action, but it was second action after you gained the action. So so then I needed to decide, because if I blocked with this and it was penance, I was exactly dead. But if I block with this and it's penance, I go pretty low, which would still have been pretty bad for me. But I was like, well, in case it is penance, I basically have to block with this, otherwise I just die. But in hindsight, it would have been better to block with that because of what you threw. Because then this could have been lethal on the return. Because I think it was the same situation where unless you had a feint, you were dead to it. But yeah, it ended up working out fine.
Yeah, I guess, but you were at 7 though, I guess, so.
Wow, what an ending there. I mean, we heard Chad talking about, that endgame scenario and what he thought was his best chance at winning, and I really thought he might have had it on that second to last or third to last turn, whatever that was, when he played the Hell Rides with me and he moved over and got up to 5 Hellfire, smacked with a 6 because of high ground, and then the Blaze. I mean, Darkblade just had to have the perfect hand of defenses in order to survive that, and what a play. And I do like Chad throwing the feint at the end there because it would have guaranteed to keep him alive against every single attack T-Rex has except for the commanding impact, and we had already seen a commanding or 2 played throughout that game, so the chances weren't that great, but he had to go for it, and fortunately for Darkblade, he did have the impact into the feint. So what an exciting time for Unmatched. We are going to game 5. So we're going to have Achilles versus Beowulf on this one, and it's going to be on Soho. Now, this is Chad's advantage, so traditionally, you're more likely to win on your advantage, of course, because you got to pick the map and the position for a reason. And I think with Soho, if we take a closer look there, Chad picked it as Beowulf into Achilles, I think because of all the corridors. Now, we already have seen Soho in action during the Wukong game against Luke Cage, and we saw how well Wukong was able to use the clones to block off choke points in these corridors and keep Wukong himself safe from attacks. And seeing as how both Achilles and Patroclus are melee fighters, I think Beowulf is going to have a good time body blocking with his sidekick Wiglaf, because Wiglaf, as we all know, is probably the best meat shield in the game, being a 9 health sidekick with only a few cards to even utilize and not the most impactful ones, so you're pretty okay just putting Wiglaf in danger in front of Beowulf when you need to and soaking up a lot of damage with his 9 starting health. So I do like the Soho pick by Chad, and I got to imagine he will start first up in that light blue zone, which is not necessarily going to give him very much opportunity for aggression early, but I think Beowulf, with his limited number of defenses, just wants to make sure to go first and get some in hand before he can face the onslaught of Achilles. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at some of these decks here. So Taylor, you have been piloting Achilles to a lot of success, I believe, in this tournament so far. So do you want to give us the rundown on Achilles?
Absolutely. This is actually perfect because I'm working on my Achilles strategy guide right now, so it's just like deja vu all over the place.
Perfect.
Basically, Achilles' whole shtick is that his sidekick, Patroclus, who has 6 health, basically Achilles wants his sidekick to die. And when Pat is defeated, Achilles discards 2 random cards, which is absolutely horrible. But for the rest of the game, all of Achilles' attacks have +2, which is incredible. He's basically Big Alice for the rest of the game. And every time he wins a combat, he gets to draw a card, and that's on both attacking and defending. So basically, he turns into this ultra aggressive, just huge, hard-hitting monster. And for the rest of the game, he's just going to apply a ton of pressure onto his opponent. So he has cards like Battle Frenzy, which is a Pat attack that can help actually deal damage to his own sidekick so that he gets defeated earlier in the game, and then Achilles can go angry mode sooner. He also has cards like Under Achilles' Helm, which can make Pat the defender in a combat, except that card is also very useful because it has a 4 value boost, which can help Achilles move 6 spaces later in the game, which I think will be very important on this map, particularly because Beowulf is probably going to just try to run away for most of the game and just play a longer exhaustion-based game. And Under Achilles' Helm will be a really crucial card for Achilles to boost his maneuver with later in the game. He also has Brothers in Arms, which is a 4 value attack that early in the game, when Pat is still alive, it is essentially like a 4 value Jeet that gains an action after combat, but can also be very useful later in the game because it just turns into a blank 6 for angry Achilles to use. He also has 2 very important cards, Spear Throw, which is a scheme that deals 2 damage to an opposing fighter in Achilles' zone. This is useful because it's just 2 damage. Damage is damage. That's how you win the game. And it's also a pass, which will be very helpful for Achilles to just delay exhaustion by a turn or at least an action. And Battle Hardened, which has one of the best recursion effects in the game and can help Achilles get cards back from his discard pile to either play 4 spear throws for 8 damage or just loop Battle Hardens infinitely. So Achilles has a lot of tools in this matchup, and I think his aggression is either going to be his ultimate strength or his ultimate downfall.
I agree, Taylor. Achilles can be very volatile of a fighter based on when and how Pat dies. So let's go ahead and take a look at Beowulf. Now, Connor, do you want to give us the rundown on this Rage Machine?
Oh, sure. So, Beowulf is an absolute nightmare to play against because whenever he takes any source of damage, he will regain 1 rage to a maximum of 3, and because he's a very lucky ducky, he starts with 1 rage. Just because Restoration Games loves Beowulf so much, they decided they would give him 1 rage for free. So you can see that Beowulf has the Ancient Heirloom, which cannot be cancelled. It makes it exceptionally good, and you can spend rage to turn its value to 5, and spend even more rage to boost it as well. Meaning at most, this could be an 8 value, uncancelable attack. You also see the Equal of Grendel, which immediately, meaning it cannot be cancelled by an offensive feint. He can spend some rage to do damage equal to the printed value of his opponent's card in the form of auto damage. So if the opponent's attacking with a 6, he spends rage that's 6 auto damage, which is absolutely crazy. See, Fatal Struggle, a great source of card draw, or a great source of offensive fatigue, is if he wins the combat, he can draw 2 cards, but if he ends up losing the combat, his opponent can draw 2 cards. But this can be... His opponent drawing cards can actually be valuable to him because of the amount of passes he has. He actually has 7 passes. War King, he can spend Rage just to make it bigger and bigger. So if he spends all 3, it becomes a 7 value versatile. So that's a seismic attack or a overkill block. And then finally, a very valuable card, one of his many passes, the Golden Drinking Horn, where he can spend Rage to draw cards, move spaces, or even gain health. So, even though Beowulf has a bunch of red cards and very limited defenses, he's actually a very good fatigue fighter, having 7 passes. 2 of those are from his sidekick Wiglaf, but Wiglaf having 9 health will most likely be able to stay alive for quite a while. So in this matchup, I think Beowulf might pull some nasty scheme tricks.
Yeah, Connor, interesting you mentioned Beowulf being very good in fatigue, and Achilles is quite the opposite. He has to go aggressive and kill the opponent before he reaches fatigue, and a lot of times that's how you beat Achilles, and so Beowulf very well may have the tools to push this to exhaustion and get the win with that high health total and the healing with the Golden Drinking Horn, but also Grendel is not quite as valuable in this matchup because when Achilles is angry, all of his cards are buffed by 2 damage, and that does not change their printed value. So Grendel will not deal extra damage, so it makes more favorable trades for Achilles in that scenario. But it looks like the players are ready, so let's jump on over to Vorpal and we will see what happens in Game 5.
You know, earlier we heard Connor talk about the number of passes that Beowulf has and being able to take the exhaustion game into a possibility there. Well, as we know, Achilles, once Patroclus dies, he is drawing a card after every combat win, offensive or defensive, and Achilles kind of ends up on a timer once Pat dies, and that is one potential game plan for Beowulf there, since Beowulf is such good as an exhaustion fighter.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, Jeremy, because although Beowulf could go for the fatigue route, I almost think he might want to keep Pat alive and just chip away at Achilles, just because with having such limited defenses, and with the threat of Grendel and one of Achilles' double attacks, I think he wants to minimize Achilles' damage output. So I think although it is possible he'll go for fatigue, I think that Achilles would just eat through Wiglaf too fast and then start really doing severe damage to Beowulf.
Yeah, and also Beowulf kind of likes smaller attacks where he just takes a little bit of damage, because only taking 1 or 2 damage, that's rage. He's okay with that. And that's more what Achilles is looking to deal out before Pat dies, because his numbers don't get really huge, and you're not throwing in those huge numbers at Beowulf that you really need to be able to actually hurt him.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Connor, with that in mind, do you think that Beowulf is going to want to keep Pat alive as long as possible?
So, this is always the question for every matchup. It's always, when does Pat want to die for Achilles? When does Pat want to die for Achilles' opponent? I think in this matchup, Beowulf wants to keep Pat alive long enough to optimize Wiglaf's passes, whether that be in the form of pinging Achilles or just using them as blank passes. And then I think once Wiglaf is all used up, it'll be safe for him to kill Achilles or kill Patroclus with it in mind that Wiglaf can help protect him. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that Beowulf having 3 schemes that can discard random cards from any range, on top of Achilles' ability causing him to discard 2 cards, that would be in total 5 random discards against Achilles, which is horrible for him. So I'm assuming Beowulf will at some point want to kill Pat purely for the discards, but he doesn't want to do it too early because otherwise Achilles will just overwhelm him completely.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And that is a lot of cards discarded. Like you mentioned, 5 cards. That's basically, that's 1/6 of your whole entire deck, right? And depending on what random cards those hit, if they're key cards, Achilles could be in trouble. So I think the long game does favor Beowulf, but also things like Brothers in Arms before Pat dies off are great pressure cards with that action gain. And as seeing how Beowulf does not have a ton of defenses himself, that could be pretty dangerous if he, you know, calls the combats wrong into things like Brothers in Arms and the double attacks. So we're going to see Chad taking an aggressive position with Wiglaf, turn 1, running Beowulf back, and then just going to play a Vigor for a random discard right off the bat. And he will gain Rage. This is a great opening play by Beowulf because then you do get to gain Rage because you only start at 1. Oh, that's a nice hit.
Ouch.
Well, that definitely fills up your Rage.
Definitely. And I think that's a card you love to see if you're Chad, because Helm is a card that can swap in Patroclus and he will be the new defender. And so if you try to hit big and you accidentally hit into a Helm, you may just kill off Pat earlier than you wanted to.
Interesting to see Chad position Wiglaf so easily attackable for both of Darkblade's fighters. Connor, why do you think Chad might be sending Wiggy to the front line so early?
Well, I'm getting all the questions this game. Okay, so
You're a smart guy.
Maybe. So the reason I strongly suspect that Beowulf is deploying Wiglaf in such a vulnerable position is because he wants Wiglaf to eat up all of Pat's auto damage, because he knows that the moment Pat goes in on him, that the majority of his defenses are going to end up killing Pat anyways. I think he's basically just he knows that it's either Beowulf or Wiglaf, and he'd rather have a sidekick die than him himself.
Connor, you are the winner of the conference room clash, Connor. So you do have some rapport under your belt there.
Yeah, I got some clout.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got the resume.
Here we see the Brothers in Arms, like I mentioned, being very aggressive on Wiglaf. I think if Wiglaf falls this turn or shortly after, that could spell a lot of trouble for Beowulf. I think he's going to need Wiglaf once Achilles becomes angry. So I don't necessarily think I agree with sending him in so vulnerable like that early on. Especially seeing as Vigor and Courage is a pass, I would have liked to see a double maneuver from Chad turn 1 and kind of back off and force Achilles to either boost in or just back off himself and then pop down the Vigor for a pass on his following turn, when Achilles then is already sitting at 7 cards and has to make a decision on wasting cards or, you know, boosting in.
We see a nice soft pin here by Chad, kind of trapping Achilles on the rooftop. I think this could go pretty well for him early in the game when there's not too much fear of Achilles applying a massive amount of pressure back, although Darkblade does still have Blessed by Hermes, which lets him move through opposing fighters. So interesting scenario we have this early in the game.
Yep, I would agree. It could spell trouble for Achilles, but also if Achilles has a second copy of Helm, which is not the most likely thing, seeing as one was already discarded, but if he does, that could swap Pat in and get Achilles out as well.
I would really like to see Pat just come in and take a nice big swing at Wiglaf again.
I agree, Taylor. I think Achilles needs to take out Wiglaf ASAP.
I was hoping last turn for a nice undefended Brothers in Arms, undefended Pat card for exact 9 damage lethal on Achilles' first turn. That would have been super spicy.
Oh yeah. I'm sure Chad is very happy that that did not happen. Wow. And then we see a skirmish into a feint. So that was another good attack onto Wiglaf by Darkblade. I think this just shows that Darkblade, he doesn't want to use his high value cards on Achilles or on Beowulf because of the threat of Grendel. Whereas if he just throws his high printed value attacks onto Wiglaf, then it's kind of a win-win no matter what happens.
And especially with Pat attacking there, Beowulf doesn't really want to spend his feints late in the game because he's going to be taking a lot of damage over the top from Achilles' ability. And I think the Pat cards are a great early target for feint. So I think that was a great bait by Darkblade, kind of reminiscent of him throwing out a basket as Little Red.
Yep. And another great trade here for Chad. He lands a Fatal Struggle that wins combat over a Wily Fighting. So Wiglaf ticking down his health, but getting 2 card draw at the same time. I think that's very good for Chad, keeping up the hand advantage with this pin scenario. Makes it a little risky for Achilles to want to attack back.
Oh.
Wow, we are just going to see a spear throw finishing off Wiglaf, and now that could be a lot of trouble for Chad now because he is a melee fighter with a max movement of 5, even with a boost, and Soho can be quite big. So Achilles with the deck advantage right now, I think if he backs off and keeps Pat alive as best as he can, I think he'll be in a great spot actually in the long game. But he is going to have to land some damage first. You got to get a little bit ahead, at least in the health total, before you can play such an exhaustion strat.
The problem
Especially
that
because you go, smart man.
No, you go ahead, Taylor. Go ahead, Taylor.
I was gonna say the other problem for Achilles is that I think Pat, I almost called Chad Pat. I think Chad still has like a plethora of passes. So even though Achilles is like slightly ahead in the deck count, I think it's a lot closer than it appears. Although Chad having initiative right now and kind of being forced to either come in and make an attack or play something like a Golden Drinking Horn or a Vigor and Courage for no value, I think is a really good spot for Darkblade to be in. But go ahead, Connor.
Well, all I was going to say was to extend upon John's theory of Achilles wanting to keep Pat alive till the end of the game. Not only is the barrage of passes a major problem, but if Achilles goes in and attacks, and it's not the double attack, then Beowulf can safely Grendel, and then just do huge amount of damage to Achilles, and Achilles can't throw that over to Pat like he can with his helm.
Yep, you guys make great points. I don't think it's at that point yet where Darkblade can play an exhaustion strategy, but I think if he can get a bit of a health lead, he may be able to push that eventually. Even if not a full exhaustion strategy, just the fact that he has 2 bodies on the board and Chad does not is going to be a huge detriment there for Chad, because it makes Beowulf quite slow, and he's going to have to boost more often than he would like now that Wiglaf is gone.
He's a big lumbering oaf.
He definitely is, and he's very angry right now. Angrier than Achilles.
Yeah,
but not quite as angry as Ghost Rider was last game.
Yeah.
This matchup is a rage off.
Yeah. Yeah, looking at the Twitch chat here with the predictions, we have 9.6 thousand channel points towards Unmatched and 2.1 thousand towards Darkblade.
So definitely the crowd favoring Chad here. Though the way this game has gone, I think Achilles is actually in the better position.
Yeah. We did have one person throw like 4,000 points at Chad, so that kind of skewed the numbers a little.
Was it his wife?
I was going to guess Lucio.
It was not. It was Chupa thing.
Ah.
Chupa. My fellow backwards hat enthusiast, Chupa.
So we see Achilles just taking a double maneuver turn here, backing off, pushing the initiative on Chad once again. And the tough part for Beowulf when he's at 3 rage is that all of his passes, I mean, he's at full health and full rage, and all of his passes either heal him or they discard random cards and gain rage. And so you don't necessarily want to be using those when you have full rage and full health already, because then you're missing out on value. So definitely forcing Chad to probably come in here, but he can't possibly reach Achilles. He's going to have to beat through Pat or just take another overdraw turn, which I wouldn't be super surprised to see Chad do, actually. He has center stage right now. The problem is center doesn't reach you everywhere in 5 when there's another body in the way. But I still wouldn't be surprised to see Chad just overdraw and hold his position. Because with how many discards he has at the end of the game, Achilles is going to have to come in at some point, I believe. Here's I was wrong, though. He is going to go in, boosting in with a feint, and he's going to make an attack on Pat.
Okay. Wanting to make this guy angry, I guess.
I don't hate this play either, because I do think if he kills Pat, then they're both eventually going to have the initiative forced upon them to go in at each other, and we're going to have a brawl. They can't just continuously run away, because Beowulf will win in exhaustion with all his passes and healing. Not to mention the fact that he does gain rage in fatigue. When he takes fatigue damage, he still gains rage. So
I
What
actually...
are the...
Go
You
ahead,
go,
Taylor.
Connor. You go.
No,
You go.
Go ahead, Taylor. You go ahead,
I
Taylor.
was just gonna
Oh.
ask, what are the things that kill Pat here? There's Heirloom and Epic Poem, I think, but I was just about to ask, do you think Chad is gonna play or perhaps waste in some situations an Heirloom to just fully kill Pat?
ooh, too bad he didn't throw the working on offense there. It would have killed without having to use it as a boost, and you would have saved yourself an heirloom. That is a bit unfortunate there for Chad.
Yeah, I think Beowulf can afford to go for his random discards, even at full rage, just because Angry Achilles is going to do damage every single combat. So he's not going to be on a shortage of rage, but he's going to want to mow away at Achilles' resources so that Achilles can't just kill him with infinite double attacks.
See what we
Ooh.
got here.
You gotta love to see that as Chad getting rid of a double attack.
Yeah.
Achilles heal, not so much.
Boo.
And now the interesting interaction whenever you defend with Battle Hardened and Pat dies is that Pat dies during combat, triggering the immediate discards due to Achilles' ability, and then the Battle Hardened triggers after combat and gets to return a card to your hand, which can be one of the cards that was discarded. So I have to imagine Darkblade will be taking that double attack back with the Battle Hardened.
Yeah, because Beowulf's been burning through his versatiles, and he's down 2 feints, so those double attacks are going to wreck him.
Oh.
Wow, he chooses
Grab-
a skirmish.
Surprised he didn't go for the best card in his deck, Achilles heal.
Skirmish is a very solid, just all-around card to bring back there because it's a defense for you if you get in trouble, but it's also a 6 attack at this point.
Now, Beowulf with no rage is very bad on defense. Chad better have a skirmish here, and he does. But that is
Nice.
trouble. With then a 5-value Relentless Assault coming in, he better have another skirmish. Wow, he does. So only 1 damage, 1 rage. That is the optimal damage to rage ratio. Beowulf loves to see that.
But Chad can't afford to keep double blocking double attacks.
Right. He can't.
Yeah, especially with skirmishes because, you know, that's...
Yeah, Chad's down 2 feints, and he just spent 2 skirmishes on a double attack. So those double attacks that Achilles has left are really going to start hurting.
So Chad is in total down 2 skirmishes, 2 feints, and a War King in terms of defensive options. Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe it sounds correct.
So he's got 7 blocks left.
Although again, Achilles isn't going to be able to reach him easily. There is one of the few cards that will allow him to boost and reach Beowulf. Only a couple more left. 1 more Helm specifically, and then other double attacks. Otherwise, Achilles' max movement range is only 4, and that's very, very low.
And I think this is when Darkblade has to hit with like a skirmish or a handshake so that Chad can't Grendel it.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
That's what he does. So that's going to be a 6-value attack over the 2-value feint for some huge damage. Not a good rage trade there for Beowulf, but now he is at least at 2 rage. But it's starting to look pretty grim for Beowulf with Achilles having so much offensive pressure. I think Chad may be actually regretting his map choice at this point. Because I wonder if Beowulf, wanting to play very defensively, would have been better off choosing a map like Hell's Kitchen with the item tokens to buff up his defense. If he has more passes and can force the initiative onto the opponent, Achilles, who has to come in and attack for damage, I think Beowulf would have loved to have those extra defense buffs. Bale gonna boost with Remnant of Valor, trying to get as far away as possible, getting rid of a useless card that he doesn't need. That only gets him 4 spaces away unless he wants to boost yet again. And Achilles can easily reach with a movement of 4. Chad debating on a boost. No boost. Perhaps he has a Grendel.
Yeah, I think that's a little risky just because Darkblade can ditch something like a Pat card, which he can easily move 4 spaces with, and that's like really a no-brainer for Darkblade to come in and attack.
Yep.
And there's the Grendel. Oh.
I think you spend it if you're Chad, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Gotta deal some damage.
Yep. Great bait from Darkblade. The best thing he could have done other than a double attack, which he, I think, doesn't have at this point, or else he would have thrown that out for sure, expecting a Grendel. So Achilles, that feint was a 4 value, so it still dealt 1 damage to Beowulf, gaining him the Rage, and drawing Achilles a card, which I think Chad likes to see that. I think we may need Chad to throw out some Fatal Struggles and hope that those Fatal Struggles lose the combat and draw Achilles cards. So we're going to see a Vigor and Courage. Card number 5, you want to see a double attack, not the Achilles heel. That's what you want Achilles to be using, so you can get those Fatal Struggles.
Chad's probably in a tough spot because if he doesn't boost this maneuver, Achilles is just easily gonna maneuver unboosted and go smack him again. So maybe if he's doesn't have any defenses in hand, he should definitely boost away, and he might just be like playing coy and thinking about it so that it's not as obvious to Darkblade. But no boost. I'm really interested in that decision by Chad. He must have another Grendel or something.
I mean, he does still have War Kings available to him, which could be upwards of 5 or 7 value defense, which is pretty good.
A Grendel into the first double attack, though, is just only 1 damage because of the printed value of Test for Weakness. So it's very problematic.
I think Zero, something that might be putting pressure on Chad playing War King defensively is that we just saw how Darkblade was willing to attack with a feint, and if he attacks with feint into War King, that's 3 damage due to his big Alice buff. So I think that might make that decision a little bit scarier for Chad.
That is a great point, Taylor, and we see the feint yet again. So if it was a War King, that would have been a big punish, but lucky for Chad, he gets that Grendel for some 2 recoil damage as well as maximum efficiency rage gain.
John, do you think that Darkblade's maybe just baiting out Beowulf's very limited defenses that he can clean up with some double attacks or 6 value attacks?
Yeah, I do think Achilles is just trying to run Beowulf out of defenses completely, and I think in the long run he will likely be successful at that. Although, again, Beowulf has the upper hand in fatigue, and there's only 1 more helm to be available for boosting with from Darkblade. Otherwise, he's going to have to use his double attacks. And I think Chad knows that, and he's going to try to just get as far away as he can, and he's just got to survive. So this turn, he cannot be reached for sure. So he's just checking his positioning.
Yeah, that is the upside of Wiglaf being gone at this point, is that these cards are not good for much else.
Yeah, they're great, and the Wiglaf cards have pretty high boost values in relation to the rest of Beowulf's deck.
We see Achilles kind of moving towards that center spot of the map there, to where it's going to make it much more difficult for Beowulf to be able to get far enough away from him.
Yep. Although this, on Soho in particular, this orange spot, the solo orange spot to the left one and down one from where Achilles currently is, that orange is the center stage of Soho. You can get everywhere in 5 movement. So the space that Darkblade is currently in isn't quite center, and he would have been able to get to the orange space if he would have taken a different route during his maneuvers. So perhaps another slight positioning error. Because there is this green space. The rightmost of the 2 green spaces on the rooftop there requires a boost of specifically Helm, because it is 6 spaces away, and Chad knows that, and we will see a boost right here. I almost guarantee Chad will boost and force the Helm or another turn of safety. Yep. So that was just a positioning error once again on Darkblade's end. He could have gone to center stage, being this orange space, and reached him with a 5 boost, which could have been a double attack, which is still not ideal, but you have very limited helms, so I think through a series of good defensive options from Chad, I think he's actually favored at this point, if I had to guess.
Yeah, because Beowulf still has all 4 of his healing, another random discard, and Achilles is down to 1 spear throw.
Yep. And how many defenses does Chad have left? That is the big question. I believe he still has a skirmish left, if that's correct.
I believe so, yeah.
And
I think 1 Grendel.
Yeah, I think Chad's in a good spot here. It's definitely, I think, going to come down to exhaustion in this game.
I think we're getting the minutes-long Darkblade turn here, where he thinks very carefully about how the rest of the game is going to play out.
Yep. That's so funny how that's like just a patented Darkblade move, but it's, I mean, it's worked out great for him. That's how, you know, he got to the finals. So I think it's something to learn from.
He must have taken a lot of notes from playing you last tournament, John.
Definitely. Yup. I mean, this is kind of a crucial point. There comes usually a point in most games of Unmatched where you do have to make a crucial decision on what is your macro strategy, I call it. Like, what is your overall game plan to win? You got to find your win condition, and he wants to keep the aggression while Chad may not have the optimal defenses in hand. So he is using his last helm. I would actually like to see a battle-hardened attack at some point so that he can hope to get a helm back, perhaps. And there's the working 5-value defense, only drawing Achilles, well, I mean, only getting 1 damage and drawing Achilles a card. That was a perfect interaction for Chad. Yeah. And there is still 1 feint left.
Yeah, and that does, of course, give him the 1 rage back there.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Darkblade would have much rather have lined up one of his feints into that instead of the Grendel. Beowulf would be at a lot lower health total right now.
Yep. We're going to see another boost here from Chad. Because now he is once again 6 spaces away. Actually 7, I believe.
And Darkblade can only move 5 spaces because he only has 1 double attack left and no helm. So I think very quickly he'll not be able to reach Beowulf on future turns.
Yep. And that's going to be Chad's game plan. He's just going to keep running around the map, forcing Darkblade to take center stage for a turn and then go out and make an attack and then retake center stage and then go out once again. And with how slow that is to actually get your attacks in and how much health and healing Beowulf has left, I think this is looking very grim for Achilles. Which just goes to show Chad's understanding of the matchup, because when he chose to throw that ancient heirloom, he could have thrown the War King and it would have killed given the defense that was played, but he basically wanted to almost guarantee that Pat was going to die there, because I think this was his strategy all along.
Yeah, and Achilles has to get in and like put a lot of damage into Beowulf, going in there and just doing a little bit, you know, dealing just 1 or 2 damage. Not only is it just giving Beowulf some rage back, but it's also drawing Achilles cards, which, as you can look on it, we're starting to get down to that point to where exhaustion is, you know, looming over the horizon.
Yep. Darkblade may be spending his time here trying to find center stage. If he doesn't already know where it is, he may just be counting out spaces for movement and trying to find out where that center point is. And that's definitely a thing that at high level play you should know. If you don't know it for every map, of course you don't have to have them all memorized, but you should at least be able to figure it out where the center of the map is, so that in a situation like this, you know where to go, that you can get to your opponent on your next turn.
Yeah, if only there were some YouTubers out there that would, you know, put out videos showing where the center spaces on all the maps are.
Great video idea.
I think someone may have already done that, but not me. I'm very bad at math.
So he maneuvered and he boosted, and he maneuvered again. I'm really hoping he takes that orange space and recognizes it. Otherwise, it's just going to be constant ring around the rosy, and he'll never reach Chad again. I wouldn't put it past Chad to just double maneuver, double boost here to get to the space he needs to go.
The longer the game goes on, the rougher it's going to look for Achilles. Beowulf having so many passes and still having 4 points of healing. Achilles needs to hit a battle hardened if he wants to pull a second Spear Thread back, and then even then, it's going to be hard for him to deliver those with Beowulf being able just to run circles around the map.
Yep. So Beowulf needs to go to the lefternmost green space on the rooftop, and that will make it so Achilles cannot possibly reach him because all helms are gone, and that is 6 spaces away. So Chad is just counting it out right now, finding that space. He needs to go 8 spaces in order to get there. So he can maneuver boost with a 2-value boost card twice in this turn and guarantee that he can't take more than just a spear throw from Achilles on Achilles' next turn. So we're going to see a double maneuver, double boost here to that lefternmost green.
Even if he gets hit by a spear throw, it'll basically, he most likely will just go for a heal plus movement effect from his scheme, and then keep running laps and laps around, healing and running around.
Yep. And we just see Chad triple checking his positioning. Very smart. He knows it all comes down to this, and he's in a great spot as long as he doesn't mess it up. So he's moving the 4. He's obviously boosting. Yep. And there is the spot. He's found it. And Darkblade, again, he needs to find center stage if he wants any kind of hope in this game.
I bet the map ban for this matchup was Yukon.
It very well could have been. And Soho is surprisingly big. It's almost like Yukon, but not quite as bad. But people just need to recognize where center stage is, and then it's kind of an out, you go out, hit, and then you come back in, then you go out and then back in. So you can attack every other turn, whereas Yukon, you get to a point where you literally can't attack at all.
Yeah, I mean, in this loop that goes like over the tops of the buildings there is effectively just like a loop that's running on, you know, along the bottom of everything, just flipped around over it for effect there.
Yep.
So it's much like some of the other loops that we see on like Yukon. Not as long as the death loop, but long enough that it can be problematic.
Right. Yeah, I take back what I said earlier about Chad regretting this map choice. This is working out fantastic for him. And as soon as we see a spear throw, like you had mentioned, Connor, I think that's when Chad pops his healing pass scheme, and then he just maneuvers and boosts away yet again.
Yeah. And we're seeing once again here, Darkblade just, you know, letting his clock get way down there. You know, just using all that time on there.
Yep, so there's the spear throw.
Spear throw's nice.
Oh, go ahead, Jeremy.
I'd say spear throw's nice that it deals a couple damage, but you know, it also like hands out free rage. So, you know.
Yep. Although with where Achilles is, I think he can get anywhere on the rooftop in 4 spaces. So Beowulf is going to have to... He can't safely play his healing scheme here unless he wants to give Achilles an attack, which I don't think he wants to do. So I think he is going to have to, again, double maneuver, double boost. And that space is almost center.
If Achilles can come through with one big attack, he can easily pull the game in his favor. But if it keeps going like this, where he's avoiding center stage and just running off to like the different corners, then Beowulf's just gonna rapidly...
Yeah, you're right, Connor. I mean, it's gonna go poorly. But actually, this is center stage as well as the orange space. They both are. I just did a recount of the spaces, and so both spaces are center. So he can make Achilles boost with a double attack specifically if he goes to that top right corner of the brown and dark blue. So it looks like that is what he's going to do. Though he moved 3 spaces there. So he's going to boost, move 5 up to the corner, make Achilles waste a double attack, and he would only then have 1 double attack left, and Chad has a Grendel he can spend here.
Yeah, and just so we haven't seen Drinking Horn yet, is that correct? That we haven't seen that come out?
That's right. 2
so
Drinking
not
Horns.
Not only does that have the health on it, but it also has the 4 movement built into it there as one of the options. And as long as you have multiple rage, you can do both. So that can allow him to get some health and also be able to maneuver away from Achilles.
Actually, that's a great point, Jeremy. Yeah, that would be super useful in this situation for Chad. But Darkblade running out of time. He's going to have to quickly make a play. If he has the double attack, he's got to boost with it here and make an attack. And if he doesn't, he better just maneuver again and stay put and save his time.
Zero, when you say running out of time, do you mean deck, timer, or both?
I mean, well, both. Specifically, I was referring to timer, but yes, definitely both.
And he is... Looks like he is going to be able to do something here, hopefully in the next few seconds.
Yep. I do like his positioning. This space is better than the other option he could have gone to. Ooh. 3 damage to Beowulf, but 4 damage to Achilles. And then 1 rage gained back. And the skirmish wins the combat, so Achilles can push himself back more towards center, although I don't actually think that helps him in this case, because he kind of is forcing Beowulf to run around him to get as far as possible, and I think that's what Darkblade wants.
So as of right now, Achilles can only move 4 spaces. Is that correct?
No, he can move
does
5 with the double.
He has 1 more double left.
Oh, you're right. There are no doubles. That was the last one. I thought there was 2 left. Wow. Yep, he can only move 4 spaces. This is surely game over.
How many does he have? All of his battle hardens used up? Because that would allow him to pull something back.
There's 1 more battle hardened remaining. I just don't think he's going to get the attack opportunity to use that at this point. Darkblade just counting out spaces, seeing if there's any benefit to moving with the skirmish. I actually do think it would benefit him to move 1 space to the left in the tri-zone so that Beowulf cannot get, if he boosts 5, then wants to play his heal scheme, Achilles could still reach him because of 4 movement. And if not, then Chad is double maneuvering, and that is going to mean he has to scheme one point or another. So Darkblade found the space. He recognizes that good position there. That is just the mark of a pro player right there.
Currently, it looks like the mark of a pro player is wearing glasses and holding your hand over your chin.
I'll have to try that more because I've got the glasses.
It's a secret technique.
Oh.
This game is not over for Achilles yet. It's very, very close. Because Chad has a lot of passes, but Achilles just still has a lot of offense. He's still got 6s to use, and they're both quickly approaching fatigue. And Beowulf is going to run out of rage gain, I believe, is the problem. I think this is a double pass turn right here from Chad. I think he has to play the heal scheme and then play the vigor to discard a card and get the rage back. But perhaps he thinks otherwise, or perhaps he doesn't have that card combination, which would be very unfortunate.
Yeah, with this health low here, it's just Chad really, if he makes any type of mistake in there, you know, that could open the door for Achilles to come in there and, you know, do something pretty nasty to him.
He's playing the vigor and courage here. This could be crucial. Ah, no, the Day of Your Doom is not what Chad wants to see here, but he does go up to full rage, which is pretty good.
Yeah, he must have something in hand for defense here.
He's got a working left. Is that correct?
I believe he has War King, and he has Feint as well, if that's right.
And 1 skirmish left.
Ooh, the
Just
skirmish.
those 3.
Feint would be kind of scary at this point because there's some. I think there's still some big numbers left there.
Feint is gone. He has a skirmish and a War King. That's it. And there is still multiple skirmishes left for Achilles. So I think Beowulf is going to want to have Achilles take a little bit of fatigue damage and then land the lethal blow with his fully boosted heirloom that is guaranteed to get up to an 8 value attack, as long as he has the boost cards to do it, which he does have 1 more no contest to boost with that 3 boost value, as well as golden drinking horns if he needed. So he can get the 8 value heirloom for the finishing blow, will guarantee 4 damage over Achilles, but he does need Achilles to take 4 more fatigue damage first before that happens.
And of course, if Achilles does win this,
Ooh,
Nice!
the
There we
feint,
go.
4 value feint into the War King was, I think, a game-winning play.
He was looking for that all game, and he finally gets it here.
Oh my gosh. Achilles draws. But that 4 movement on the Golden Drinking Horn as a pass could make all the difference here. Because there's 1 more skirmish left, and the biggest Achilles can hit for is 2. So if Beowulf maneuvers and then Drinking Horns here, or Drinking Horn then maneuver, he's going to have to spend 2, which he does. So you get the 4 movement, and then you maneuver again. I think you maneuver 1 more time, your last card in deck, and you still have 1 more pass. So then you're out of Achilles' attack range. Achilles double maneuvers to 4 health. And then Achilles, I believe Achilles is dead in fatigue here. It looked like Darkblade shaking his head a little bit. I think he recognizes that he's lost here.
That's probably the worst feeling in the world.
Yes, definitely. He just doesn't have the boosts in order to reach Beowulf. And Beowulf, with his passes, he is winning out in fatigue. Chad just double checking. Making sure with his positioning, making sure everything. He's mathing out his win condition. I believe he's found it. I mean, the best Achilles could do is try to take center stage and hope that he can get there with his final maneuver. Because that orange space would get him... Actually, the orange and green dual space would get him everywhere in 4 except for the top right corner, and Chad cannot afford to double maneuver. But he can maneuver and play his Golden Drinking Horn for movement only, not even the healing. He'll take 2 damage and fatigue down to 1. He'll play the Golden Drinking Horn for a pass and movement, and then he will get to that top right corner space, which is 5 spaces away from everything, and Achilles will not be able to reach him. So I believe Chad still has this no matter what. Yep, so he's boosting to take that center stage space, as we talked about, and as long as Chad can recognize the maneuver and Drinking Horn play up to the corner in time, he does have confirmed win here. He's just counting out the spaces. So he is going to maneuver. He's going to boost with no contest. He does gain a rage.
Sometimes it's hard to remember gaining rage at the highest stage.
Yep. You would know from experience, wouldn't you, Taylor?
Exactly, exactly.
And he's just triple checking his counting here. He is counting to 5 like Bullseye players love to do. And unfortunately for Darkblade, he does not have the boost value to reach him. And that is going to be the end of a very, very close game. And the conclusion of Summer of Legends. He's just triple checking himself. This game was literally 1 health off from swinging the other way. 1 health with fatigue and Achilles would have it, or 1 health less from Beowulf, and he would have died to that offensive feint. And that is it. Chad is the winner of Summer of Legends. Let's go ahead and listen in on what they have to say about this last game.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. That's my bad. I didn't realize I've been muted for very long.
No, yeah, no, sorry, I didn't see your mouth moving, so I thought it was just tense and quiet.
Okay, yeah, I've said a few things, not much, honestly. I've been thinking mostly, but yeah, that's my bad. I muted when the dog started barking, and
okay,
I must have forgot because it was such a close match. I was actually talking about how it makes sense that you didn't respond now, because I was talking about if I just had the battle hardened a little earlier.
Yeah, dude, did you not have it?
It was the bottom card in my deck.
Oh my god, that's what saved me the game.
And
oh my goodness,
I think there's another thing I could have done to win, which was attack with this, I think, instead of the skirmish.
When you were here?
Yeah. Because I would have taken one less, and you would have taken one more.
So, wait, because
you Grendled.
I Grendled, yeah. You're right. And I was at, well, I guess extra rage, but that didn't matter at that point.
No, you had enough rage to do what you wanted to do, so like, I don't think it would have ended up mattering. But if I had had the battle hardened there, I would have probably gotten back this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I would have been able to do, I mean, I wanted to attack with the double attack, but it was the only way to get to you.
Yep, that's, oh my goodness.
I guess I could have pulled that back with, but no, it would have been the helm still, because
dude,
to get to you.
That's the craziest match I think I might have ever played.
Yeah.
Wow.
I maybe
Wow, we hear Chad exclaiming at the end there that may have been the craziest match he's ever played. And yeah, what a match that was. I mean, pushing it all the way to game 5, and how close that game was. It was literally off by 1 health. One tiny little decision, you know, like Darkblade was saying, maybe if he would have attacked with the Wily instead, Chad would have taken 1 more damage, he would have taken 1 less. Or if he had the battle hardened, one little thing makes all the difference. And wow, just what a match. That was very impressive to watch. I'm glad I got to commentate and witness that, and I'm sure it was a treat for all the viewers. So, Taylor, I mean, what did you think about that last game?
I was very impressed. Both players like have a very good understanding of kind of what they needed to do in that match, and I think just the way it played out, Chad's endgame goal prevailed. But I'm just excited to see a finals go to 5 games instead of just like a quick and easy 3-0, because people want to see more Unmatched.
Always more Unmatched. Yeah, Connor, did that go as you expected off, you know, after the opening couple of turns?
Oh man, you know, I think that all of these games were so tight and so close. I think what the players played excellently, and specifically for that game, I think I was kind of confused. Like, obviously my answer to what he was doing with Wiggleoff was kind of wasn't very clear, because I honestly had no idea what he was doing. But you know, towards the end it all fell together, and yeah, this was a great grand finals.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And Jeremy, we got to see a lot of new fighters that we don't normally get to see, so that was quite a treat, huh? Oh, I think you're muted.
Let me see if
There you
I'm
go.
on here. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, seeing like Alice and Raptors, I mean, being able to see that was amazing. But this last game here, just the flow and the constant back and forth here on the Beowulf and Achilles. I mean, how many times did one of us say, well, it looks like Chad or it looks like Darkblade really has control of this game right now. And it was just constantly back and forth on that there. It was just such a close, tense game there.
Yeah, it really was. I can't believe the back and forth that we had in that final game. I thought Achilles definitely had it early on when he took out Wiggleoff within the first couple of turns, and then Beowulf just brought it back, and a series of very smart positioning plays on Chad's end, recognizing his win condition and what he needed to do. And I do think that was overall his game plan from the beginning. So with that map choice, I think he knew exactly what he was trying to do. So well played on both ends, and Chad is a very deserving champion here. He is the legend now of Summer, and going to be one of 3 people only who have an official Unmatched tournament trophy to put up on his shelf and display in all his YouTube videos. So, Taylor, you're going to be next, right?
You know, was thinking that at the beginning of this tournament, but maybe next time.
Maybe next time. You do still have that 2v2 trophy up on top of your box stack there behind you, so.
I do, but I want one of those restoration bricks.
They are a nice heavy brick, that's for sure. All right. Wow, what a match. I mean, we will be getting the players in for interviews shortly. Personally, looking at these games, looking back on them, I do think that as close as Game 5 was, I think that Game 1 was the crucial game because Chad's Daredevil, as I've said before, is probably the best in the world, and he really knows what he's doing in any Daredevil matchup, really, and Darkblade was able to take the win there and then followed up by 2 losses. So if he would have lost that Game 1 to Chad's Daredevil, I mean, it wouldn't even have gotten past a Game 3, and we would have seen a similar scenario to what happened last tournament. So I think that was really the crucial game here, and props to Darkblade for playing that one very well and being aggressive when he needed to with InGen to get that win over Daredevil and push it to this Game 5. And I mean, that one was incredibly intense. So was the Wukong game, even though we saw a double Ox form taken undefended by Luke. I mean, he still had a chance in the end. And then Raptors Alice was another close one on Yukon. Almost Yukon Deathloop came into play almost for the Raptors, but not quite. And then T-Rex over Ghost Rider. Wow. I mean, I was not sure that T-Rex was going to be able to survive that final push that Chad had with Ghost Rider when he played that scheme into the double high ground attack. And then taking it all the way here to Achilles versus Beowulf, and what an ending. Like you said, Jeremy, I mean, just so much back and forth. I couldn't tell who was going to win, honestly, until it got to the end because I kept swinging back and forth. So, man, that was just a treat to watch. I hope everybody at home enjoyed that. I'm sure you did. But, yeah, we will be getting them in shortly. I believe Darkblade first, followed by Chad. I think just some technical stuff while Alan is getting them hopped in. They're still reeling from that match, still discussing it.
Right. Yeah, I imagine so. One thing we saw in several of those games is just how important positioning is. Either positioning well or not positioning well and not taking advantage of positioning. That ended up being key to several of these games in here.
Yeah, excellent point, Jeremy. That's the biggest, I think, the biggest thing if you want to be a competitive Unmatched player is you need to get good at your positioning. So it comes with time and experience. Obviously, it's very difficult, and there's all kinds of different scenarios with different matchups and different maps and everything. But every time you notice a positioning error, just try to make note of that and learn from your mistakes, and then over time you will improve, and you'll be able to be masters at positioning like these two players are, because wow, the positioning was literally everything in that last game, and in many of these games, honestly. There was so much impact made by one single space, which is just all it takes to win or lose a game sometimes, and that just goes to show how important positioning is. So I love that you pointed that out, Jeremy. That's an excellent point. And I believe, looking at this, I mean, we just got to see 10 unique fighters in competitive Unmatched finals. So how cool is that? And really, that's all thanks to Arsenal format. And Taylor, I know you're a big proponent of Arsenal. So, I mean, just how do you feel about it in general after having seen this finals here?
I absolutely love the format. I love how many maybe less competitive fighters in the traditional sense get played, because the top tiers will often get banned out, and then we get to see more of the mid-tier fighters, which I think is where the game really shines. Just unique matchups that we get to see, and these players really get to show off their fighter knowledge with all these different characters, and I love it so much, man.
Yeah, it is very cool. And honestly, looking at all these matchups that we had here for the grand finals, I wouldn't call any single matchup here a counter, right? Like all of these were very close games and could have easily gone either way. So that is just great to see. And we will definitely have some more Arsenal tournaments in the future because it is a lot of fun. But it looks like the players are ready to jump in for an interview. So let's get Darkblade in here. All right, Darkblade, welcome. Thanks for joining us for an interview. Oh my gosh, we just cannot believe that ending. It was so intense. You took it all the way to game 5, and literally it was a 1 health difference in who won that game and the overall tournament. So you played so well. It was very impressive. And I just want to say congratulations for making it this far. It was very impressive to watch you play this match.
Yeah, thanks. It's still a little exhausted is probably the best word.
Yeah.
These have been some really close games, and I mean, just right off the bat, incredibly well played by Chad. Like, I knew going in that this was not going to be easy to take home the trophy, and I was more confident than I was, I think, in Winner of Champions going into the grand finals here, because I made it past the semifinals against another great player in Taylor.
Yep.
And so I thought that as long as I could kind of have a decent strategy for drafting fighters, I could try to make it so I could give myself the best chance. And the main thing I wanted to do was not focus too much on my strategy for the previous drafts with best of 3, best of 3, getting 4, assigning 3 of them, because one of the things is it's when you're assigning all 5, it's a lot harder to line up counter matchups, and so I don't think you want to rely on that, and you don't want to try to avoid that too much, because I think you'll be able to naturally avoid it just with how it works anyway. So I wanted to just pick fighters that I knew I didn't either need to require a counter to like do well with them, or fighters that I wasn't like as comfortable with.
Yeah, I think you did a great job in the draft. I mean, both of you guys really. The draft was very even, and I literally just got done talking about that, how close each game was with a couple of different interactions or different decisions made. I mean, any of those 5 games could have gone either way. So,
for sure.
Yeah, you guys did a great job with the draft. How much prep work did you get for the draft ahead of time, if I may ask?
As far as like practicing the actual like 5-fighter draft, basically nothing. It was mostly just theory crafting and trying to think through stuff in my head on mostly how I wanted my first 5 picks to go, because I didn't think I could really plan for a ton more past then, because I don't know what's going to get through, since there's less of a likelihood that you get a full mirror when you're picking 5. And so I had to basically decide what I wanted for those initial 5, and I had like 2, maybe 3 options in my head, and by the time we started the draft this morning, I knew which one I was going to go for. I took like an extra couple seconds to think about it, but I was pretty locked in. And then from there, it would basically just depend on, what got through the first round, and just kind of go from there with my previous draft knowledge, while also keeping in mind the differences with the new format, essentially.
Yeah, I think you did the best you really can in a format like this, right? You nailed down your first initial 5, and I think that is really the most important. That's really going to set the tone for how the rest of the draft goes. So I think it was good on you to at least prep that much. And, I mean, it showed your experience with your fighter knowledge and matchup knowledge and everything, because it turned out to be a great draft. So well done there. And I just want to open it up to the rest of you guys as commentators then. Anybody have any specific questions here for Darkblade?
Oh, I have one very specific question for Darkblade.
What's that, Connor?
I'll give Darkblade a solid 5 seconds to mentally prepare.
All right.
Yeah. All right, Darkblade. I have one very big question for you. I'm sorry your tournament run has to end like this, but what happened?
What happened is that Chad finally got the win he deserves, and he played incredibly well. It came down to the wire in that last game, and honestly, if things had been slightly different, it could have easily gone the other way. I think that the biggest factors were being able to discard 2 of my big boost values. At one point a helm got hit, and at another time one of my test for weaknesses got hit, so that hurt me later in the game when I couldn't reach Bayo as easily. Because if I have 5 movement, I can kind of position. If I have 6, I can easily position, but if I have 5, I can mostly position to get in range as well. And then the Battle Hardened, which I really needed at the end of the game, was the last card of the deck. If I had it to attack with, where I attacked with the Skirmish into the Grendel near the end, I think I could have, because I would have been able to get back a Helm with the Battle Hardened. I think that's what I would have committed to there, and then tried to get in one more attack to get Bayo at the end. And that could have made the difference, but ultimately, like, the discards and deck, that's all down to randomness to a certain degree, but it only came down to those factors at those specific points because of how well Chad played and positioned. Maybe Pat living a little bit longer could have helped as well, but I didn't really want to body block with Achilles to keep Pat alive at that point, because all I had in hand was like a Helm, a Feint, and a Battle Hardened. So if Bayo comes in and hits Achilles with Heirloom, which is what he hit Pat with, I don't really want to use the Helm because I kind of need that later in the game, as we saw. And Pat would die anyway, so it's like he would get the choice if Pat died. And then if I Feint, I'm taking a ton over, and then if I Battle Harden, at least I can get something back, but I'm still taking a ton over. And lining the Battle Hardened up to be able to get back something that he potentially discarded when he killed Pat could have mattered too. I think I ultimately got back something that wasn't discarded from that, but you know, it still ended up fine. And at the end, maybe I could have also attacked with the Wily. That's what Chad and I were talking about a little bit after the game, is if I attacked with the Wily into the Grendel, I would have taken one less, and he would have taken one more. He would have gained the rage, but he ended up having the rage he needed anyway. So maybe that small difference could have mattered. I was debating it, but I was just hoping he didn't have the Grendel because I was pretty happy with Skirmish into everything else he could have blocked with. And if he just didn't have a block, like, he was going to go down to 1 or something. So yeah, just a few like little decisions here and there that I maybe could have made differently, but you know, ultimately just really well played and made it very difficult for me to get that last little bit. And I mean, yeah, it came down to basically a single turn being different, because if I had been able to double maneuver that turn and stay out of Bayo's range, and like live at like 1 or 2, then Bayo could have, or Bayo would have been out of options and would have had to probably position so I couldn't get out of range, which would have let me go in and attack instead. So
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It literally came down to 1 health point difference.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Connor.
In all seriousness, you played very well, Zach. You made it extremely far. You made it farther than everybody but Chad.
Yep.
All those games have gone either way, so extremely well played, and you should be very proud of yourself.
Thank you.
Yep. Well said, Connor. How about any of you other two? Taylor, Jeremy, any questions for Darkblade?
Yes, I know you've played in several of the tournaments now, because I think this is like the 3rd one that you've been in, or were you in?
Yeah, as far as like big, like these big events, I've been in both Summer of Legends and Winter of Champions, and I feel like other smaller events, but those are like the big ones.
So you've had, you know, a few times that you've played the previous Conquest format and now done the Arsenal format. Now that you've gone through all the way through that, what are your thoughts of Arsenal versus Conquest?
To me, there's really no contest between the two of them. I vastly prefer Arsenal. Now, that's not to say that, because what I imagine if we want to do Conquest again at some point, because I know initially when Arsenal was introduced, it was discussed that maybe it would be like a rotating thing where one of the big tourneys each year is Conquest, one is Arsenal, which I think works well because it does shake things up format-wise. But as far as the Conquest in its previous form, I would want to see adjustments to it. But I think if adjustments are made, you could make it be just as fun. I still think I'll probably prefer Arsenal a bit more, just because I really like the draft and how that plays out compared to Conquest. But yeah, I'm sure that, you know, there's, you know, this new format was a complete like out of nowhere for me, at least, because I had taken a little bit of a break after the previous tourney and hadn't been following stuff as closely. And yeah, when I started playing it and testing it out in the preseason tourney, I had so much fun with it. And so I'm sure that whatever ends up being decided for the format for the next one, it'll be great, because at the end of the day, I just like playing Unmatched, and the community's been great and the tournaments have been so much fun. So yeah, I do prefer Arsenal over Conquest, but I still like Conquest as well. And I think with adjustments, I'd still feel that way.
Excellent. Yeah, all Unmatched really is good Unmatched in my opinion.
Exactly.
So it is nice to shake things up, though, as you mentioned. Well, any specific questions, Taylor?
Yes, I have 2 questions. The one might be a little bit easier, but where's Bloody Mary?
I would love to try to pull her out, but especially against Chad, don't know if that would be a great idea, because I think Bloody Mary really relies on. That's actually a funny point, because I think she actually does better in Conquest. I think she's more viable there, because you can line up the counter pick a bit better. Whereas in Arsenal, you have to not only draft her and have her be good into something that your opponent has, but ideally have it be good into multiple characters your opponent has, because otherwise you have to line it up specifically. And if she I don't think she necessarily hard counters anyone. She's pretty solid into fighters like Yanenga, for example, but I think Yanenga can still beat her. And so, but if it is a situation where she would hard counter someone on the other side, they could just not assign that fighter, and then if I decide to assign Bloody Mary, then I'm kind of feeling a little silly. So I would love to have pulled her out, but especially against Chad, I'm sure that because of how much he has played her, he knows how to play against her. So I don't even think that even crossed my mind to pull her out. Maybe if it had gone deep enough, and I felt good against at least 1 or 2 of Chad's fighters, because then maybe I could go put her on one of my 2 advantage games and hope that it went well. But yeah, just a little too risky for me still with how the draft went.
That's great. I'm gonna ask Chad the same thing.
Oh yeah.
Both like Bloody Mary. And I guess my second part, which I guess you kind of grazed upon a little bit, was just what your thoughts were on the fighter assignments, because that was something we were talking about with which fighters you would want to put on advantage versus disadvantage. So just if you want to explain your thought process, I'm sure we'd love to know.
Yeah. So that part, I was pretty solid on who I was going to put on my disadvantage with Luke and Achilles, and because I felt that those had the best chances in those spots, because I didn't want to put Rex on disadvantage, obviously. And then the question was, where do I put the dinos, because obviously both Rex and Raptors really like advantage, but at the same time so does InGen, because as I'd actually played InGen in a while, because at least for Winter of Champions, when it was still Conquest, he had kind of been pushed out of the format because he did so poorly into the new Battle Legends 2 fighters that we're seeing a lot of meta play, like Yanenga and Wukong, particularly Yanenga, but Wukong's still not great for him. And because of that, he kind of disappeared. Same thing with Dracula. They both had those issues, whereas in Arsenal, if you get deep enough into the draft and those fighters are either already on your roster or banned out, he becomes a really strong pick, because if he gets advantage, you can just do some stupid things with him. Stuff like Sherwood and Yukon, those maps are ridiculous. Especially if you can line up into the fighters that I did during the bracket, which was one was a Moon Knight matchup and one was a Ghost Rider matchup, and they just feel miserable from the other side. I don't think I was worried in either of those games, because InGen just gets so much out of advantage on a map like Sherwood against melee fighters like that can't really deal with his strategy. But in this one, I was really debating between putting him on neutral and advantage, because I figured that I could take the 50-50. If I get the map, cool. Maybe I can't get as good of a start as I want, but I at least get the map choice, so I can pick a map that's quite good for him. Whereas if I get the position pick, maybe my opponent can pick a map that's not quite as good, but I can ban out the worst thing, which would probably be Herod or something, and then I go first, so I can dictate the tempo, get some traps laid down, position workers how I want, etc. But ultimately, I decided that it was better to just put him on advantage, because I was more confident with him on advantage and being able to get a win versus Raptors, who are still quite volatile even if they do get advantage. And I figured with Raptors, same thing. If I get map pick, I can pick somewhere tight like Hirot or what have you. And even if I don't get to go first, I can maybe still, get some good stuff going even if they don't start. But if I have position, then it puts my opponent in a really difficult spot. And that was actually, I think, the map that Chad had the hardest time choosing, because yeah, you get to pick map, but I banned the one that's worse for me, which I think was Soho, is what I decided on. And then he's put into a position where, sure, he gets map, but then Raptors go first. So it cut off a lot of options, because you don't want to do the maps where they can just go in on you turn one. And Yukon kind of had that, but as long as you can survive the initial turn, you can go into the loop and only have 2 raptors at most be adjacent to you. So that was kind of his thought process there, but it still did let me go in turn 1, and if I'd maybe played that a little bit differently, it might have been a little bit better for me. But yeah, ultimately, that was my thought process with the assignments. And I think I was considering at one point swapping raptors in InGen, but I decided against it ultimately. The big thing I wanted to kind of dodge were just like certain matchups that would be bad for me, or just not as favorable. And so I wanted to make sure my advantage assignments were as strong as possible, and more caring about those fighters wanting advantage and being able to win just against most of his roster, versus, you know, maybe taking a 50-50 with raptors and getting lucky or unlucky.
Yeah, great insight, Darkblade. I think you made the right call ultimately. I think you want to just push your advantage even further in Arsenal rather than trying to make up for a bit of a weakness. And because Raptors are already so volatile, right, I think it made sense to put them on the neutral game. So I think your assignments were good. Your draft was good. I mean, everything was good. Your play was good. You know, you just barely missed out to Chad, who is obviously another great player. You guys are both literally the top, you know, the pinnacle of unmatched players. So I just want to say congratulations once again on your amazing tournament run. I mean, you've done better and better every time, literally made it to the next stage. I think in Summer Legends 1, you barely missed out on top 8. Then last time you made the top 4 even. And then this time you're in the top 2 and you almost took it all the way. So I expect to see more from you in the future. It's been great, man. But yeah, any last words you want to say before you sign off?
Another thanks to all of the commentators and the people behind the scenes making everything happen. To Restoration Games, of course, once again, like I said yesterday in my semifinals interview, like, we wouldn't be here if they weren't making the game in the first place. And the fact that they don't just make the game, but they involve themselves so much with the community is really above and beyond what I've seen most companies do. And it's because it's not, I'm not saying that you know, that's something that should be expected, but because they do it, that's why it's so, like, that's why I appreciate it so much, because it's not the norm and it's not necessarily what you expect, but they do it anyway. And so yeah, that's just been phenomenal the entire time I've been, and the more I see, you know, their involvement and interactions in the Discord, and just, you know, like, for example, the Bruce Lee thing, where they were able to get a bunch of copies that were just sitting in a warehouse somewhere and then get them out to people, because it's impossible to find. And so like, just stuff like that. They didn't have to do that. They were barely making anything off of them that they, you know, that they put out, because they had to buy them from the place first. And so yeah, that's just one example of how great they are. And then another congrats to Chad. And you know, he's been this close, just like me. I've been improving each time. He's been stuck at the second place, and I'm really happy that it's going to someone who is, you know, as deserving as a player as him, and also just a really cool dude. Like, we've done a decent amount of stuff together. We've done a couple commentaries together, including the recent one for one of the top 8 games, and we've played like some playtest stuff together and other matchups, and we're probably going to be playing more. We're actually wondering about some of if the assignments had gone differently, like trying out some of those games and seeing how some of the matchups could have gone differently. But yeah, he's just an awesome guy, and yeah, I definitely am not upset to see him take it home, because yeah, he deserves it.
Yes, excellent. Yes, you guys were both very deserving of your plays. And for anybody who's unfamiliar, Darkblade does have a Twitch channel, so I want to shout that out real quick before we sign him off. And it's just twitch.tv/Darkblade113, if I'm correct. Is that right, Zach?
Yep.
All right, excellent. And I'm sure Alan can link that in the chat, so it is in the chat. Go ahead and check it out. Follow him on Twitch. He's been very gracious throughout this tournament of hosting a lot of matches from other people, and he'll do his own commentary and sometimes get guest commentators on there. So that's been just super awesome to help showcase this whole event throughout the pool stage and even the bracket stage, everything leading up to this, you know, big finale. So Zach, thank you for doing that. I mean, it's just been awesome. So everybody, make sure you follow him on Twitch for some awesome Unmatched action. And thanks again, Zach, for coming on for commentary, or for an interview. And congrats again, man. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
No problem. All right, guys, let's get Chad in here. Take care, Zach.
Yep.
All right, here we have Unmatchad, the grand finalist winner winner of Summer of Legends 2022, the third person on Earth to be receiving an official Restoration Games Unmatched tournament trophy. Chad, how are you feeling after your big win?
Oh man, it feels good. It feels good. I've been here 3 times, and twice in the losing seat, and now I'm here as the winner. So, it feels so good.
You finally done it, my friend. You finally done it.
Yeah. And I was told, I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware that I had my priorities straight. I have this shirt that says, husband.
You gotta stand up.
Daddy, or
There you go.
and I haven't worn this because I haven't felt I've been a board game legend yet.
You
but now,
are now.
today.
That all changes right now. You are the legend of summer, in fact. So, man, that's just awesome. Congratulations, Chad. You're very deserving of your victory. That was just an impressive run. I mean, this is your third time in the grand finals of an event, and you've not quite gotten there yet, but today you turn that all around and you are the grand champion. So you got to be just over the world, I'm sure, and you're very deserving. So it was awesome to watch. Now, we got a couple questions here, and the one thing I want to know is, how did you feel going into this draft and this format being a, best of 5, pick 5, play 5 kind of thing?
I felt so confident going into it. And after the picks were assigned and the maps were, I was not very confident. so, so I was pretty confident. I came up. I guess I can share it with everybody because the number of times people will play a best of 5 Arsenal is probably pretty few.
Yep.
So I came up with what I thought was an excellent strategy, and that was I take the big 3 for this tournament. What I feel is Medusa, Sherlock, and Electra. Those 3 you'll often find taken at the beginning of the draft. And then, Rex has been taken if you're playing the 4 fighters. We've got Rex, we've got Bigfoot, and we've got Yanenga. Those are generally kind of what I've seen people gravitate towards. And so I was planning on taking Bigfoot and Yanenga and just either lock in some solid fighters or ban them out. And at the last minute, I said, what if I put Wukong instead of Bigfoot? And I lock in Wukong, and I take Bigfoot. And so I started thinking through it, and I felt like that was a great play, because then I really feel like Wukong only really has to worry about like Ghost Rider and Little Red. And otherwise, he's got a great matchup spread across from everyone else. So the way I was looking at it was that's a guaranteed 1 point for me. And then I just need to find 2 other points from the other thing. So that was the strategy I went in. He locked in Rex turn 1. I locked in Wukong. Both of our Yanengas were banned. So I felt good about that because I could ban out his Little Red next turn. So we kept going back and forth, and then I took Ghost Rider because I didn't want him to have Ghost Rider. And then I started to look at Ghost Rider into the rest of his fighters, and I'm like, this is not a great choice by me. And then fighter assignments was all crazy. So I didn't want Ghost Rider to run into Rex, but I really wanted Ghost Rider into Raptors, because I felt like Raptors couldn't really surround Ghost Rider because he's got a lot of defense, and then every time he maneuvers to draw his cards up, he can deal 2 damage to each Raptor if they're surrounding him. And so that also takes out kind of the Raptors' blue defense that lets them hop adjacent to someone and kind of instantly surround you, because I would never attack was my plan. So anyway, fighter assignments all win. I decided to take a risk and throw Ghost Rider on his advantage, and we all saw that. But I made a split-second decision at the very end, and I switched Alice and Beowulf. And so I got Alice versus Raptors and Beowulf on my advantage versus Alice on my advantage and Beowulf on Raptor advantage. And I think that won me the game, or won me the match. Because I think Beowulf Raptors is pretty rough for Beo, just because of his few defenses. So anyway, long story short, fairly confident going in, not as confident coming out.
Well, you still did it regardless, and I do agree with you. I think that last second change that you just talked about, switching Alice and Beowulf, I think that definitely won you the match. I mean, it would have been rough otherwise, but how were you feeling specifically going into that game 5? Have you played that matchup before, and what did you expect out of it?
So I've never played that matchup before, and I never want to play that matchup again. No, um, so my thought process, so right, it was my advantage, right, and he banned Baskerville because he didn't want it to come late game, and Wigloff was still alive, and I hid Beowulf behind Wigloff in the library. I probably wasn't going to pick Baskerville because Achilles could do the same thing. If he doesn't want Pat dead, he puts, Pat in front. If he does want Pat dead. So I was worried about that. And then as long as Achilles is on a portal, he can get anywhere in 2. And I knew my solution here would probably be a larger map that I could run away on. So I'd never played that matchup before. I felt like it was going to be an even matchup. I felt like it was going to be extremely close, and both of us had to play out of our minds to win. That's what I was feeling. And so I just kept drawing defense. And I really didn't want defense. And so when I pulled the trigger to kill and discard 2 of my defenses, I wasn't sure if that was the right call. But if I had overdrawn to 4, I would have had to discard either an heirloom, some number of defenses, or my healing scheme or vigor and courage.
Oof.
Felt like rather than discard them uselessly, might as well discard them and kill Pat. And so I'm glad he didn't throw like a skirmish because he would have survived a 4 value block. So I was super glad that killed him, and he threw a 2. I was like, if he throws a feint, I'm killing him anyway, either. Or if he throws a 3, like he's got a couple of 3s.
Yeah, Hermes and Wiley.
So I was like, okay, as long as he doesn't throw a skirmish, I'm fine. And if he does throw the skirmish, maybe I don't boost and do any damage to Pat. I've just kind of lengthened my turns. He lost a skirmish, which is pretty good for me at the end of the day. So yeah, wild game. The map choice really came in clutch for me. I'm very happy with the map that I chose for that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was an excellent map choice. I figured that was your plan from the beginning, was some sort of exhaustion strategy, and it worked out very well. So that game, oh man, that last game was just so intense. It kept going back and forth. We didn't know who was going to win, but that was just the perfect ending to an excellent tournament. I mean, I couldn't have asked for anything better for a game 5 right there. So that was awesome. And then I want to open it up to the rest of you commentators. Anybody have any specific questions for Chad?
Yeah, I got something. Well, first, before getting to a question, there's something I brought for Chad because had to get that ready out there. That's right. So we saw in this, we had all of the games were really pretty close. Even the one that was not close out of all of them was still. Yeah, but
I think the Wukong one was the least close, but it was still close.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. I was getting into some word salad there, but so we had that, and then we saw several where like the momentum of the games, particularly that game 5, just kept switching back and forth constantly, and it was just hard for us as commentators and for the people in the Twitch chat to be able to really get a hand of who was at the advantage at any particular time. How do you, in such a volatile state there with things going back and forth constantly, how do you stay focused on your game and not get like lost in the pressure of just constantly changing situation that you find yourself in?
Yeah, that's a great question. Honestly, I mean, it really is intense, right? And there's a timer, right? I'm glad that it didn't really. I mean, obviously, it rushed maybe some decisions in a couple of those games, but I didn't really feel like it. I didn't really feel like it affected either of us too much. So that was That was great. But anyway, the changing pressure and stuff. It's kind of, I think you've got to recognize what your goal is like in the matchup. Like for that one, I was just like, okay, I'm just not gonna let Achilles attack unless he boosts with his double attack. Like I can't let him attack me with that double attack. So I just have to run away until he boosts with that double attack. And then afterwards, I could play my healing schemes and do stuff like, but I just can't let that happen. So I think for both of us, it all came down to what our end game was. For me, I think I kind of made the wrong decision for that game one of what my end goal was. Was it fatigue or was it damage? And I think obviously Daredevil can do great in fatigue because if he's cycling off his devils, he can go infinite. But if my opponent is saving his feint, as Darkblade excellently did, it gets pretty rough. But if I'm able to, attack him and boost my attack and smack him pretty big and then end adjacent to him so that he might take 2 if he attacks me with a larger attack, trying to figure out all those things. I will say that it all comes down to what my game plan is for that game. And sometimes I do it well, as we see in that last game, and then other times it doesn't work out as well for me as we saw in game 1.
Yeah, great question there, Jeremy. How about you guys, Taylor or Connor? Any questions for Chad?
Taylor, do you want to go first or should I go first?
You can go first.
So 2 things, Chad. First one, I just want to congratulate you, man. You got 3-0'd last tournament, but you really bounced back this time around. You pulled off the win, so good work. You've proven that you are truly unmatched. And second off, did you remember to ask your opponent what happened after they lost?
That's your question? Did I remember?
That's my question. Yep.
No. I knew that the child of the prophecy was here to go ahead and ask that question, and I felt like I couldn't steal that from you. I felt that would be rude and just unfriendly.
What a guy.
Would it be as rude and unfriendly as saying what happened to someone?
I guess my question is, I don't want to be rude. So I just wanted to delay that to someone else.
Excellent, Connor. How about you, Taylor?
All right, Chad. I got a 2-parter. First of all, where's Bloody Mary?
I was trying to figure out if there was some way. And I had like a certain number of bands that if we got to, I would pull out Bloody Mary. But it all revolved around when my opponent took Luke Cage. Because I feel like Luke Cage does really well into some of the strong low tiers. Like Bloody Mary, Bruce Lee, Robin Hood, and Bullseye. All fighters that I know fairly well and that I feel I can play. But if my opponent has Luke Cage and it matches up into there, I feel like they just don't have enough damage to really deal with him. So anyway, that was kind of my thought process is maybe I can get Bloody Mary in here. But I took her last tournament and I got 3-0'd. So not that that was because of Bloody Mary necessarily. But
Okay. And the second part of my question was, your wife was also competing in this tournament. How much did her participation help you? Like, did you guys plan your drafts together or strategize or anything like that?
Oh yeah, we did quite a bit. We just worked together. I know for your match when the 2 of you played together, she kind of or the match before, she kind of got like a spreadsheet out and she kind of looked at the opponent's picks and who he picked and who he played and all this stuff. And we did a similar thing for you. And so, yeah, just a lot of fun working together there. I think it was more so like, her asking me for matchup advice rather than, because I think I knew a lot more.
Well, you were asking Declan, right?
Yes, her asking Declan. He's that genius. Uh, but I will say, her Alice, like just love of Alice and playing Alice, made me consider Alice in this whole tournament a lot more. And I took her these past grand finals and semifinals, both of which of that pick won me the tournament. And then I took it, I believe, one or two other times, maybe once in bracket. And so I just really, I feel like me taking Alice was almost exclusively because of Ashley being in the tournament. So super happy that that was a great byproduct of that.
Yeah, that is so cool. Can we expect to see Ashley in another tournament with you?
Yeah, she is totally down. It really depends on the format. I think she loved Arsenal, just because she kind of got to play the fighters that she wanted to play. And if they got a lot of bans, she, might have to play Moon Knight or Bruce, who she hasn't played a lot. But she kind of enjoyed that. If it's Conquest, and she might have to play like very meta fighters, um, she might not play that. But I don't know. She was riding quite the high when she got to top 8. So who knows if she'll be able to keep herself away.
Yeah, well, very impressive showing by her, and it's no surprise seeing as she has somebody like you to practice and learn from. So that is very cool. And I have one more question for you. What would be your number one piece of advice to anybody who is looking to get into competitive play for Unmatched?
Yeah, I've actually been thinking about this question, because I will think, I've played in 3 tournaments and I've gotten to grand finals in 3 tournaments. And I was kind of just wondering, like, am I just really good or like what? And I think it really came down to, for me, it's just ask questions and ask for advice and help. I think that's really it. To me, like, I first got into this, and after my first tournament, I asked John, Zero Scare 12, arguably the best player in the world. And I asked him, and I said, hey, could you help me with some Bloody Mary matchups? Like, I feel like people think she's a lot worse than she is. I want to try her into Robin Hood, Yananga, Muldoon, Medusa. Like, I want to just work this out. And we played a bunch of games, and I learned a lot just from playing just a ton of games. Learned about positioning, what maps were good, what weren't. And then I think a couple days later, John asked me and said, hey, do you want to do some Yananga testing with me? And so I was like, sure. And then now we practice a lot. And I think that's one of the reasons why I got high in Conquest and high here, was just because of all the practice that I've done with great players. So obviously everybody's got busy schedules, and they're not able to just always, give you the time that you need. But I think it can be daunting to kind of ask like good players, hey, would you mind playing with me? But honestly, because I did that, I think that's why I'm here and that's why I won this tournament. So I just recommend asking questions. Everybody here in the community is just a nice person, like and so friendly, and we all want everybody to get better at Unmatched. Like that's our end goal. So if you ask anyone of these commentators or anybody else, just hey, would you mind helping me with this matchup and stuff, and you guys schedule a time to do so, I'm sure you'll get positive answers more often than not.
Yeah, that is excellent advice. And not even just playing, the games with these people if they don't have the time, but like you said, just asking questions, like asking, hey, what's your opinion on this? Or do you have any advice? Or just any kind of question. Like, nobody is above learning, right? Like, nobody is so good at this game, no matter how good you are. Me and you, Chad, we've both won championships. It doesn't matter how good you are. Everybody can learn and improve. So the more questions you ask, the better you're going to get. The more, you might learn something from somebody else that you may not have considered before, and that can help you improve your gameplay. So always ask questions and always be willing to learn from your mistakes or the mistakes of others. I think that's a great way to improve, and a great tip, Chad. I love that. One more thing I want to ask you or have you elaborate on is how important do you think positioning is in Unmatched?
You guys want a crash course in positioning? I think you just watched Game 5 of this match. Dude, positioning is wild. And I want to highlight one thing that I've noticed in newer players. If you only need to move 6 spaces and you're a 2-move fighter, only boost with a 2 boost. Don't boost with a 3 boost or a 4 boost. Like, if you only need to move 6 spaces, only boost your maneuver to move that number of spaces. I've seen too many games where people kind of over boost, where they boost with a 3 to reach you and they only need to boost with a 2 or a 1, and then that card is gone. We'll see if you watch that game. I did it once where I boosted with a 3 and I only needed to move 4 spaces instead of 5, and I regretted that later, because if Achilles didn't use any movement effects after he attacked me, I could maneuver, boost with a 3, and guarantee to get 5 spaces away, assuming it was along the right track and such. So anyway, positioning is incredibly important in this game. We have stupid maps like Puke On, which basically stops you from playing the game. Now, ideally with map bans, you can avoid that and such. But if you're not aware of positioning, you can totally just get hosed by just the map in particular. So highly recommend work on your positioning and know the special spot on a map. And Taylor, Baked Goods, did an excellent video on the special spots for Bullseye, which are where a spot that he can sit and he can attack anywhere on the board, since he can attack anybody that is 5 spaces away, which is great for all other fighters too, because that means in that spot, if you're a move 2 fighter, you can get anywhere, or a move boost 2 and attack anyone. So I would highly recommend checking that video out just to learn positioning, because knowing those critical spots on certain maps are just incredibly important to know. Oh, I'm 7 away from here to here, so I'm safe if I end here, or this is a very central space, so if I end here, I'm good. All of those things. So positioning is incredibly important, and yeah, I mean, it wins you tournaments.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, we talk about center stage all the time, right? Which we get from Super Smash Bros, or at least I did. But just that phrase, center stage, or the center of the map, it's the most centralized position where you can go out and reach anybody for an attack with the lowest, value boost that you need. So incredibly important. That game 5, like you said, if anyone wants a crash course in positioning, watch that game and study it. I mean, that was just masterful positioning right there, and one space of movement wins games. I mean, it makes or break a whole game, so it's just incredibly important. So yeah, that was awesome to watch, Chad, and I think that's about it for questions, so we'll be wrapping up here, but I want to give you a chance to go ahead and plug yourself and any final words you want to say to the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys again. I know this was, as I mentioned, with Darkblade included. These were the 6 people that I got to commentate last time for your game, John. You versus Darkblade. It was just so fun to do that with you guys, and just the camaraderie, and I just remember us laughing quite a bit during that. So just lots of fun. So I wanted to say, super cool that you guys are commentating this game. I think that's pretty cool. So I think at some point I'll go back and watch the stream and just hopefully just enjoy it and just get a couple laughs and such. So just thank you, commentators, for taking out 6 hours or so of your day. So that was great. Yeah, once again, thank you for the POs. I know that only 2 of them played in this tournament, so it's just incredible to me that you put in so much time into this game and not participate. That's not me saying, how could you not participate? That's me more instead being like, not participating and still putting in all this work. That's incredible. So I want to shout out to Josh and Gary, and also John and Noah. Just lots of work that goes in on their end. So just incredibly thankful for that. I know it's hard when you have to create rules to play a game within a reasonable amount of time, but kind of add rules on that some people can exploit, right? It's hard to find like the perfect way to just be like, okay, everybody, just play like a good person, you know, like, but you know, some people it won't all right. So you got to create this perfect set of rules that allow. It's just it's so much overhead. Incredible job. I know I could sing you guys' praises for a while, so thank you guys for that. Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel by the name Unmatchad, as you see by my name. Hoping to do kind of a run through of Arsenal and kind of share what I've learned and talk about that. Ashley told me not to give away everybody's all my tricks, but assuming by next tournament we'll have like 8 new fighters or something, I don't think it'll matter too much. But anyway, so looking to put out a bunch of new content, some puzzles, probably from that last game. I think there's something in there. So yeah, just lots of fun. So go ahead and check that out if that interests you. Finally, I couldn't do this without the support from my lovely wife and Declan. My how old is he? 7 months. 7 months old. So just super thankful that they're able to do this and let me do this. So lots of fun, and we were both watching Declan while the other person were playing their games. It was a lot of fun to make it a family affair. So just lots of fun. So. Final shout outs to my family. I know my mother-in-law is watching. She watched last time. So Andrea, if you're listening, thank you. Love you guys. Couldn't ask for better in-laws. So thank you guys. And my parents, I know that kind of a lot goes over their head, but if they were watching this, thank you guys as well. And yeah, with that, I'll probably sign it off there.
Excellent, Chad. Well, once again, congratulations on your big win. You get to join the Circle of Champions, so to speak, with your trophy. So we'll be getting that out to you soon, hopefully. But yeah, just congratulations, and I look forward to having you again in another tournament in the future and just playing more practice games. It's been a blast, man.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, Chad. Well, take care. And we are going to get 645 development on camera here too as we sign off the event. So big thank you to Restoration Games, of course, for being the amazing company that they are. I know we've sung their praise countless times, but we just can't overstate how great of a company they are. So thank you so much for everything, Restoration. And as well as thank you to the Vorpal guys who give us this great platform to stream these events on. It works just great, and thank you to all the TOs, Gary, Joshua, Noah. I couldn't do this without you guys. I mean, you're a huge help setting up and running these events, so thank you so much for that. It's a lot of work behind the scenes, and it's greatly appreciated. And thank you to everybody who was playing in the event, all the players that made this possible, all you watching the event. As viewers, giving us your support and bringing the hype for the event. So thank you to all of you. And finally, of course, the commentators, Taylor, Connor, Jeremy, as well as Anar and Dylan and Mike and Hayden and Ben and Peter. I mean, there's just a lot of people, right, who give up a lot of good chunk of time of their weekend to commentate these events. And it's just a ton of fun to have you all involved. So thank you so much for doing that along with me. And final thanks to Alan, 645 Development. He's the man who makes this all possible. He is just a mastermind behind the scenes here, and he runs everything. And that's the reason everything runs so smoothly and why we have such cool graphics and everything for these streamed events. So none of this would be possible without him. I mean, sure, we would run an event, but like we wouldn't have this grand finale production. So it just really makes it something special and something to look forward to. So Alan, thank you so much for that. And do you have any words you want to say to the stream before we sign off?
Just thank you, everyone. Yeah, I wasn't sure if my mic was going to the stream. Thank you, everyone, for watching and keeping the chat active. Chat was really active this set of finals with semis and grand finals. Very, very active, and you'll love to see it. So, I appreciate all of you. And I'm excited to see more. You asked everyone that you've interviewed, you've asked about Arsenal, but you didn't ask me.
Well, let's tell. Give it to us, Alan.
I love Arsenal. It was a combination of Arsenal and the timer being implemented. I know John thinks I just hate the long matches because I'm sitting here at a computer the whole time, and that is an aspect of it, but just from a viewer standpoint as well, I think the faster pace of everything just makes everything a lot more exciting to watch, easier to keep up and stick around for everything. So I don't know. It was very exciting. I hope we see more of it.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm sure we will, definitely.
Great job to all you guys that put it together and organized it. I think it went incredibly. I'm looking at the recording right now, and for all of grand finals, including our, it ended up being almost like 30-minute break that we took. Our recordings at 5 hours and 45 minutes for a Game 5 grand finals with interviews and everything. So, great job. Great job, everyone. Commentators, you all killed it. I'm not going to list everyone off because John already went through the long list of names.
Yep.
But everyone that was on yesterday, everyone that was on today, great job. You guys killed it. The thing that I always say is that, it takes a number of people to make it all come together. John always says, this wouldn't be possible without me. But also at the same time, we could have these great graphics and great production, but then without the great commentary, what does it matter? So, it takes everyone to bring it all together, and you guys really kill it. So thank you all for what you guys do. But that's all I got.
Yeah, appreciate it, Alan. I guess another question, are we going to see you coming back to Gen Con? I think that's what everybody wants to know.
Yeah, that's
right?
the plan. I'm hoping to, and I'm expecting to have, if anyone tuned in and saw the initial hand draw, they might have gotten to see some cool animations, but hopefully I will have it fixed and worked out by then. It'll give us a lot of time to do some testing. Maybe keep an eye on John's channel. We might be doing some testing beta streams of it. For those of you that didn't see yet, Lucio in the chat just said poker technology is what they call it. I have given it a name. It's Project Lyoko, so you might see that name thrown around a little bit. For those of you that haven't seen, it's basically leveraging RFID technology so that we are able to track, for in-person games, we're able to track players' hands, keep deck counts. It isn't a part of it right now, but eventually we could probably even have discard lists and lists of what is still in deck. I think there's a lot of potential for it, and then cool graphics for when they play a card and all that jazz. So I was trying to keep it under wraps. I wanted a big debut of it at Gen Con. It was crunch time. I was working on it literally the night before I drove to Indianapolis for it, and in my testing it worked great, but that's the thing with technology. You can test it all you want, but there will be things that you didn't test for. So hopefully we'll see it really debuted at Gen Con, what it will be, 2023. Yeah, and I don't know. Who knows? Maybe there will be another convention before then, but Gen Con's what I'm shooting for, so.
Awesome.
We'll see.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. It is just super cool technology when it works. I've seen it in action, and it's just so cool. So that's the future of in-person Unmatched streaming. So really looking forward to that. But thanks for joining us, Alan. Before we sign off here, I will give each of you commentators a chance to plug yourself and any last words. So go ahead, Taylor. Anything you want to say?
Well, thank you, John. My name is Baked Goods. I'm on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch. You can find me on all those wonderful platforms. And I just want to say thank you to the TOs for just organizing such a great event, because this probably has been my favorite tournament so far, just because I love Arsenal so much. So, yeah, great weekend for Unmatched.
Excellent. Definitely, you guys check him out on YouTube. I'm sure Alan is probably linking it. He linked it in the chat as we spoke. So definitely, if you're not already subscribed to Baked Goods on YouTube, follow him on Instagram and all that other stuff. But he makes great YouTube videos for Unmatched, mainly focusing on strategy guides, which is very helpful for newer players wanting to learn a character for the first time, as well as a lot of cool ladder meta analysis, which is tons of fun. If you're not familiar with ladder, go ahead onto umleague.net and you can learn all about the ladder. It's basically a rotating cast of fighters that are legal for each season, and you play games against each other and you have ranks and you rank up and whatnot based on your wins, and it's a lot of fun. It's just a fun semi-competitive format, so you definitely can just play it for fun. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Ultimately, there's no stakes, and it's a good way to kind of bridge the gap between casual and competitive play. So definitely would recommend checking it out. And even if you don't want to play ladder, just go to umleague.net, because Frank made an amazing website for Unmatched. It's a great asset, and it's got all kinds of fighter stats and all kinds of cool stuff on there. So definitely go check it out. But how about you, Connor? Anything you want to plug or anything you want to say?
Well, first, I would like to, of course, thank Restoration Games, tournament organizers, Alan. It's been great. And then I do have my usual ad. So, whenever you see someone lose a game of Unmatched, what is the thing you naturally do? You ask them what happened. But there's many risks that can come with that. When you're typing on the keyboard, your fingers can slip, and you can accidentally just smash your computer all over the ground and fail. You can type it in, and a ball will crash through the window. You get glass in your eyes, glass on your hands, and you'll have to go to the hospital. You can be riding on a bicycle, and you'll get a notification on your phone. Oh, Bake has lost a match. You're trying to ping Bake Goes on the bicycle. Your hands are off the steering wheel. Oh, you go out into the road. A car, blah, hits you, and then you fail. But this crisis, I have averted. I've saved many lives. If you go to tpublic.com and search up Hat Shatter, you can get your very own What Happened merch and evade any of these crises from happening. So again, that's tpublic.com. Look up Hat Shatter. You will see us with beautiful What Happened clothing, and you also, as you can see on Baked Goods, underneath Baked Goods suit, is that you also can represent The Happening, the number one Unmatched team league team. So if you want to double represent, you can get that as well.
Link is in the chat.
Excellent, Connor. There you go, everybody. The link is in the chat if you want to get yourself some What Happened merch. I have a What Happened tank top myself. Unfortunately, I don't have it with me today as I'm in a suit, but I have worn it on stream before. I think in my latest YouTube video, actually, so go check that out. But
I got really scared I was wearing the wrong shirt.
That would have been embarrassing. Or no shirt at all.
Right.
All right. And Jeremy, how about you? Anything you want to say to the stream?
Yeah, I don't really know how to follow up Connor there. But want to thank, of course, Alan here at 645, because this is a very well done job here. I've done some very small time work with, video production, and, it's a very difficult job to make it come across and look this clean to everybody on there, and it's, we're really fortunate to have him there. Of course, everyone at Vorpal who's put a lot of work into that. At Restoration, speaking of Restoration, we've got a new Unmatched set coming out. You can find that on their website, and it'll be showing up in stores here in a couple months. Houdini versus Genie. So that's going to be some characters that are going to shake this meta up a lot. As for me, you can find my YouTube channel To The Tabletop with an exclamation point, and on Twitch I am PoindexterG, because there's some other PoindexterG that took it before me, and we don't like that guy. But but once again, just thanks to everyone who helped run this thing, everyone who watched it, the participants, and I think we had a really great event this time, and I was just really fortunate to be part of that.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeremy. And I guess I will sign myself off here. I am ZeroSkater12. If you don't know me on YouTube, go ahead and check out my YouTube channel. It's just youtube.com/ZeroSkater12. I make Unmatched videos, some tier lists, some strategy stuff, actually have some fan deck videos on there from the past, as well as a new series that I started up called Matchup of the Month, which just takes a deep dive into specific matchups and talks about the interactions and showcases how those games tend to play out. And actually Chad, who just won Unmatchad, he is my co-host essentially for that series, and so I play the games against him. So if you want to see a lot of our just test games of these matchups, go ahead and check out my Matchup of the Month videos on YouTube. I also stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/ZeroSkater12 semi-regularly, I would say. I try to do maybe once a week or so, sometimes more, but usually I stream for a good amount of time when I do go live, and just a lot of Unmatched, whether it be ladder or specific matchup testing, or lately I've actually been doing a lot of Houdini versus the Genie to showcase that new set. So if you want to watch my games on Twitch, go ahead, twitch.tv/ZeroSkater12, and make sure to subscribe to me on YouTube. But that is going to be it for us, everybody. So congratulations again to Chad for being the winner of Summer of Legends 2022. I look forward to the next tournament, likely being Winter of Champions 2023, unless we have something else in between. But we're going to have to wait and see. So thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you next time.
See you guys.